I think we're live. Kim's over there working on a monkey bike.
Coming.
And John, I was just typing that I was gonna come on as soon as John Wilburn was finished, but he finished, so I didn't finish typing. So I'm here. Kim is almost here.
Everybody.
Kim's over on the other side of the shop, down there wrenching away on a monkey bike. Let's crank up the radio and go for a spin when you're done. What is that? That's Buddy Carfano. Okay, I'm going to get started here. 6th Street Garage. Howdy, y'all. He came in at 6:37. That was a while ago. Hippie Long doing a monster truck show. Be back at 9:50. Okay, yeah, sure. Sounds good. Raw Dog. Hi, everyone. I'm a little under the weather, being sick so often and not knowing why. I just get sick randomly every day and throw up. Okay, that doesn't sound good.
It's not good.
Raw Dog, a little bit happier going live. He says I smoke weed and vape, but I'm just a hot mess. Okay,
Yeah.
Gearhead. Man, I just whipped my head around. That was dumb.
You've got to be careful. He's been going to the neck doctor.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I have is when I whip my head around, that's what hurts. Okay, let's see here. Monday, I've got to go and get injections in my neck. Kim's going to take me so I don't have to drive afterwards, but yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Gearhead says, good evening or evening, Buddy Carfano. Let's crank up the radio and go. Okay, I already read that. Dougster. We have no peer. Olive's here. Sean O'Brien's here. Hey. Blue Grid, I misunderstood what you said earlier. Okay, what are we doing
Don't
here?
worry, don't worry.
Kim's over there
Just getting stuff moving.
messing with the...
Like
oh,
it's
yeah, you got to
supposed to.
select the stream again. I already selected it once.
It's recent.
It went away. I don't know why.
We're
Okay.
good. We got the stuff going. Lights, camera, action.
Blue Grid, I misunderstood what you said on John's live, but then I figured it out. Yes, I did order one. I ordered the chrome one. Because the only reason I ordered the chrome one is it's the same as the original. I kind of like the black one better, but I ordered the chrome one because that's what it belongs on the car. Crashes Roadrunner Garage. Hello. I said hello. She said hello. Okay.
Mexican Spec. I was not ignoring anyone. I was listening and not watching the chat because I'm out here in the garage and I was watching on my phone. So I wasn't, you don't need to watch John's face. You can just listen. So I typed that one comment in the chat and I didn't see if anybody responded. So.
But she was in here, been over working on a monkey bike on the other side of the shop.
Yeah, I was over there working, so I couldn't see anything.
And I showed up here and I thought she was signed in as Kim fixes things on our computer, and I went, I got to get this straightened out right away. And then I figured out it was her phone over here, and we were already on. She had us all organized. So
yeah, I get it set up. I'm out here. I get it all going. I get the lights on. We got the fireplace. It's 70 degrees in the shop tonight. We are living large. I'm wearing too many layers.
she had to take layers off.
You
missed that.
Yeah, you guys missed me
She's in
taking
here.
my pants off.
Taking her pants off, get her long johns off. Oh yeah.
Mayor Rose is here. Welcome to the stream. 6th Street Garage.
And I'm working on
Dean Stevenson.
ball mount. Let's see
38
here.
Racing. Welcome, Ray. Crashes Roadrunner Garage is here. Blue Grit Garage is here. Sean O'Brien is here. Olive is here. I already said potato. Gearhead is here. And, okay, point. I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You all already know that. But if you didn't know that, I have my own channel where sometimes I work on my own projects. I put videos about my Dodge Dart. I put videos about my Bronco 2, my van. I don't know, random stuff that I work on when he's not around. But when he is around, we make content for the Buff Del Campo channel, which you have found this evening. And I like to give out points. It's something fun I get to do for the community. And points are very valuable. But I trust you. So it's an on your honor system. It's an on your honor system. I don't got a spreadsheet. I don't got it. I don't got a database. I award the points. You keep track of the points. It works good when we do it that way. So if you want to get some points, show up on time and participate. That's all you got to do. And so, if you are here and you can hear my voice, I'm awarding you a point. That counts for everybody. Because some people can't comment because they're on their Roku TV, but they're here and they deserve our thanks. So if you've heard my voice, even if you're not here live, even if you're here afterwards, you can award yourself a point. But
Barrow's just put a link to your channel so people can go in there and sub if they're not
thank you, Barrows. Yeah. I think most people know about me.
Somebody new here, but you do Power Toys. Haven't seen Power Toys. Have we seen Power Toys before?
Oh.
It's from Pittsburgh.
Gotta love it. That's why I'm in Tennessee and not in PA, Power Toys. I did live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I couldn't hack it any longer. He said, hey, you want to move to Tennessee? We have a shop down there, and you can come and we'll make YouTube content. I said, I'll pack my things. And I've been here ever since.
She went and got her things.
I went and got my things. There's a video about it.
She built a trailer.
I loaded up the truck, and I moved to Beverly, Tennessee. Okay, so I'm going to award points to the people who were here right at the start at the stream. So the first 3 people who commented beginning at 9 p.m., Gearhead gets 3, Buddy Carfano gets 2, and Dougster gets 1. And the very first person who was here has not showed up again. I don't think Hippie Long has showed up again yet. So Raw Dog, you get 2 additional points.
Because he's here sick.
Because you were the first person who was here who was also here at the beginning of the stream. And if I got that wrong, you can call me mean names.
A lot of people here. You just scroll down, there's a lot of people in here.
I know. I think I yelled Lester LeSabre is here. Luis Miguel Suarez Barrios is also here. We're doing great. Tonight is going really good. And there's a bunch of people. I guess it's Friday night. People are having a good time. Crypto Kim Coin. No, there's no official Kim Coin yet. But we are talking to those people about, getting that geared up. We have to figure out. See, I don't want it to just be some grift coin. I want the coin to do something meaningful. If you're going to participate in a coin, I want it to be meaningful. Like what was that one that they started with? The big one that everybody knows about. Bitcoin.
Oh.
They used Bitcoin to develop the platform and all that stuff, and that made crypto develop. All this other stuff is just hooey. Meme coins. Worthless.
Arrows put a link to. Can you click on that? Can we do that, or what will it do anything to us?
What?
If you click on that link,
it'll
jack us all up on it.
No, okay. It'll just open a window with that link.
Okay, I want to do that so I can see if I'm
All right, we're opening a link. Give us a second.
Okay, can you just subscribe for me?
Oh,
right. Subscribe to Power Toys.
Bucko Campo is subscribing to Power Toys.
Okay, and then click again.
On what?
Subscribed. Click on subscribed and go to the bell. There, then I'll get a notice when he posts something. Okay, then close that window for now.
All right, Power Toys. Now you gotta post something so that Bucko Campo can watch it.
I am now.
Thank you, Bear Rose. And so, if anybody doesn't know this, obviously we love to promote content made by our friends and viewers. So, as long as you're, respectful about it and don't spam the chat, you are more than welcome to call out. It's like, hey, I have a channel and I'm trying to grow and get subscribers. And you could tell us what your channel's about. You could talk about your channel and your new content. Like I just made a video about working on the engine in my car. Like John Wilburn was talking about somebody who was building a transmission for their car, and they were talking about, we should do that live or whatever. If you want to have a conversation like that with us in the chat, please feel free. We won't be like, no advertising in our chat. There's a lot of people who say that. Like, don't advertise your channel in our chat. Like, that's a big no. We're community here. If it weren't for you guys, there'd be no reason for us to be here if it wasn't for everyone here.
We're all tangled here. Can you move so I can move this? And then can you move in so then I can walk by?
Okay.
That's all. because I have to go get wrenches and things.
Okay, yeah.
I'm busy doing
Get to
something.
work, you.
I'm busy doing something.
So, when you're successful, we're successful. Honestly, like, it's not like so much of a competitive thing, like us against you, right? We all want to see everybody doing well and enjoying their content creation. If you want to be an entertainer, we want to see you. I want to be successful, right? But not at the expense of you being successful. Like, that really doesn't make me feel like I don't want to do that. So, where's Sean O'Brien? Is he here? 280Z Brian?
Sean O'Brien is right.
Send them.
909, he's there.
Oh, okay. Welcome.
He's here, and 911, he's here. Yeah, he's here.
All right, I'm about done. Pittsburgh is all right. Roads are horrible. Yeah, it's the freezing and thawing. It makes the pavement lift and contract, and then it breaks up with the plow.
What makes Pittsburgh really bad is it's rough on cars.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's rough on cars.
Eats them alive. If you're from the South your whole life and you went to Pittsburgh and looked underneath an old car, you would be horrified. You know what's a good example if you've never seen northern cars? Was watch South Main Auto. And what's his name? That guy's name?
From South Main Auto? That's Eric O'Brien.
Eric. He just did a video about a pickup truck, and the frame was just Swiss cheese. And I saw that stuff my whole life.
I'm looking at just came in here is Mr. Rotter's Neighborhood. Anybody know who Mr. Rotter's Neighborhood is?
Dallas Brown.
Dallas Brown. The
American Hot Rod Association.
AHRA, man. Yeah, wow.
Welcome to the street. You guys better know who Dallas Brown is and Mr. Rotter's Neighborhood channel. He says, I'm a YouTuber. Yes, you are.
You have one of my favorite lives every week. Wednesday, they have a HRA live, Dallas Brown and Shane Polito. And it's good stuff. If you like technical stuff, it's really good stuff. And I'm putting my antenna together. That's what I'm working on, is I'm working on an antenna. Not in its final form, but enough to work.
That new ball and spring looks way better than that crusty old set.
Crusty old thing that
last night I got good connection.
I got so mad because I just tried to take it apart, and all these little nuts, everything was so rusty I couldn't get it apart, and I was trying to buff the rust off this. And
he took it outside and threw it over the hill.
She told me, let me just take that thing. You're getting too mad at it. I'm going to throw it. I said, no, I'm going to have the fun. And I went out there and I threw it. So it went somewhere. Oh, anyway. I'm sorry. I'm working on stuff instead of paying attention. Usually I am paying attention and you're working on stuff.
I'm trying to catch up on chat because I talked and the chat just went right past. So now I got to get caught back up with what's going on. Sean O'Brien's talking about his projects. He has two 260Zs with 2.6 inlines and a 1970 Dart 340 engine swap. Sean was great. We pitted next to him at No Name Nationals last year, and his car was cool as heck, and he was a lot of fun to hang out with for a few minutes. So check him out. Mr. Rotter's Neighborhood is working on that, Easy 302 project?
Right? I think so.
And
then Barrows.
I told him we needed that Easy 302 for this car, but
Barrows just put up a link to Dallas and Shane's Wednesday night. And if you're not already subscribed, go in there and subscribe to that.
They all know.
If you like technical stuff, that's a great show. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, they all know, right?
Well, some people might not.
Do you even like working on cars if you're not at the American Hot Rod Association?
Look at the racing. Hope the mower doesn't find that old base. That's what I told her. I said, man, I hope the lawnmower doesn't find that.
Did you throw that far enough?
I don't think I did. I'm going to have to go look for it. Yeah, I don't know.
B&R Racing says Freol is my favorite rust penetration oil. I've never owned a can of Freol.
Somebody put that, we did something on that. I mean, we did a poll and we also did a short, but that was not one of the ones we used. And I just got a comment on that And Freeall was the one that somebody said to use. I'm sorry, I took the wind out of your sails.
That's okay. Mexican Spec has a previous engagement every Wednesday night. Yeah, you're at Tony's, aren't you? On Wednesday with Tony and, oh, what's the other fellow's name? Dr. Hart. I'm sorry. I do know his name. My brain is stagnant.
Oh, yeah. Dallas is asking what this is behind me. Dallas, I bought a, remember my Mazda got wrecked? You know, it was a fairly new car. But they didn't pay me enough, and I'm just sick of the new electronic cars. So I bought a '78 Mercury Zephyr Z7, and it's got a 6-cylinder in it, which I'll probably run for this year anyway.
It's just a little 200, but it runs real good, and the mileage is really modest. It's a factory engine.
You open up the hood, and you look in there, and you see a few wires. You see the grass underneath the car. It's so nice to not see like shape of wiring the same shape as the shape of the bottom of the hood. It's really nice. So, yeah, I've got a 78 car now.
Barrow says,
but we had to put a heater core in it, which is just a bear of a job, and that job's almost complete. We've been doing it online. Okay, I'm sorry.
Barrow says both are great channels. Check them both out. Nope, you can't like them both. You have to like one or the other. They can't both be good in their own way.
Oh,
heaven forbid. That's so woke. Sometimes I'll click back and forth, depending on what they're talking about. You know, sometimes the tech goes way in the weeds. You know, they start talking about switch pitch, and I don't have a switch pitch, so it's not that interesting.
They time him. It's usually at
they have a lot
58 seconds before he says switch pitch.
They have a lot of fun.
But then they make him say it now.
I know. They're just trying to get
him into there.
Yeah, they're baiting him.
But Carfano, not Z7, it's a Z7. That's what I've been saying, Z7. So I'm in line with the rest of the English-speaking countries because I think it's just silly. It's Z. And I got a Z car. Oh, that's a Datsun or a Nissan. I don't know. Is it a Z car? I don't know what the hell it is. Why did Mercury call it a Z7? Just a stupid name. But I like the car. And I had one just like this before that was a Ford, that was a Futura many, many years ago. And I really liked that car too. And Dallas wants to, it's an inline 6. It's a 200 cubic inch 6.
I don't want to miss some of these.
Okay, go ahead.
Power Toys says he's going to try and make the Pontiac Nationals this year. And that sounds really cool. I'd love to see some of your preparations, some videos about your preparations for Pontiac Nationals, and definitely some, behind the scenes footage there once you get to the event, because Pontiacs are some cool ass cars. Mexican Spec says, I am blue on Tony's. We know Mexican Spec. Yeah, you have to like Tony better. It's required. It's fair. Let's see. Mike N is here. Welcome to the stream, Mike.
Mexican Spec's asking about, while you're pausing, about taking the dash pad off because that what was it, a Fairmont he got? Yeah, it was a Fairmont. It was not a Zephyr.
Okay.
It needs a heater core, so he's going to have it done down there, but he wants to make sure that they take that dash pad off correctly so they don't break it. And, because they get brittle and they're easy to break. So did we do a video of that dash pad coming out? I don't know if we did that. I don't think we did it on the live. You may have done it during the live, and I was sitting here.
Yeah, I think we did it during.
There's some screws. There's some screws along where the windshield is.
Yeah.
And then you take the.
I think it just.
And then I think there's a couple of screws under where the instrument. Yeah, just grab it. Just grab the panel. Yeah.
I don't think it's very complicated.
Buddy Carvana can say Z7. What do they say, Z? And I got friends from Boston. They don't say Z. Although my friend from Boston he's near Boston. His father used to tell me he needed a torque wrench. I said, that one that talks? No, torque. T-O-R-Q-U-E, torque. Oh, torque.
This will be easy, Mexican Spec. I could show you right now, okay? Here's the dash pad, right? All right. Now, first thing you do is
Get into the chin with
you
it.
take the bezel off of the instrument cluster, and then there's screws that go up
There.
up in to the dash pad. There's three of
Over
those, right?
And then there's a couple over there.
And then there's over here. These screws, turn it over, but you get the idea. These screws go straight up through the dash. So there's also some kind of cover here.
That's the dashboard that you just showed.
Okay.
You're talking about over here. These ones that go in this way.
Oh, okay.
Over the glove compartment.
Over the glove compartment. There's another two that go in. Okay. And then up by the dash, or up by the windshield, there's a couple that go in at an angle that you can reach with a Phillips screwdriver.
Where are those?
They're up in the
here they are. They're
up in the vent.
Defroster. There's one.
The defroster vent.
Yeah, they're in the defroster vent. There's one on that. There's one at the edge of the defroster vent there.
Yep.
And there's one at the edge of the defroster vent here. I think that's it.
And that's it. So most of them are in the front, and a couple in the defroster vent, and then it just.
And the biggest deal is don't drop the screws down the defroster vent.
Don't drop it. Yeah, we use a magnet so that as it comes out, we've got it already.
Yeah, put a magnet there like that. This one she left in here, but yeah, you don't want those to drop down in there because they'd be a real booger to get out.
Does that explain it, Mexican spec? I mean, you don't get any more right now in your favor than that. Because we care. Whew.
Okay, I see. Thanks. Your pad is nicer than Farley's. Yeah, this one's pretty good. But you know, it's old, it's brittle, and I know one day it's gonna crack. So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll put furniture polish all over it, try to keep it from what do you call it? From outgassing anymore. Yeah, Dallas, it's a pretty good one.
Dallas says, let's build a nice streetable 302 for that Zephyr. That's my favorite brand X engine.
Well, you know what? I'm going to run it with the 6 for this year.
Yeah.
And I'll probably race Kim at No Name Nationals. I want to because she'll have her 6-cylinder slant 6 66 dart, and I think it'd be just kind of fun to do. But I really need a daily driver. And then this one was, I looked all over the place. JB in the JB that's from where's he from? Somewhere in southern part of Texas. He found this for me, and it was up in the Dallas area, and it doesn't have a spot of rust anywhere. It's just perfect, and it's like a Arizona car. There is one spot of rust. I said there's no spots of rust. There's one place where it's rusty underneath the battery, but that's not body rot from salt or anything like that, and that's repairable. But that's a battery damaged place. But the car is just perfect, you know.
The nice thing about a rust underneath the battery box is everything around it is great. So we can weld in a little patch and it'll be great.
Oh yeah, it's really good all around it. So it's not like it's a rusty. It's not like the body's rusty. The body doesn't have any rust. There was no window in the driver's side, no roll-up window. Somebody had taped a piece of plexiglass in there, and Kim pulled all that out, took the door apart, and vacuumed it out, and looked down inside the door. It's all perfect inside that door. Just vacuumed all the...
I don't even think we've washed it since we got home.
We have not washed it. It's been in the rain, so it's like sort of washed.
No.
Yeah.
Underneath the trees, it picks up moss and stuff here. But there's a lot of paint imperfections, but it's the original paint, and it'll come up real nice and shiny with a little bit of buffing.
Buddy car fine. I'll bring the sundial time to race
between. Hey!
Race between Buff and Kim.
Make sure you bring the big one so it's accurate.
Because sun doesn't move real fast.
Yeah.
Oh man. A sundial.
I think I will whoop your friggin'
I'm
But
afraid that slant six is going to run away from my car.
I think I will. I think I'll whoop your butt because I think I've got the gears for it.
Yeah, you've got lower gears and you got more inches, and you've got
And I
we
ported
just
the
built.
head, and
You ported the head, and we just rebuilt the engine, and yeah.
although 25 cubic inches isn't that much more, we got about the same size carburetor. Yeah, we both have one barrel
What is
carburetors.
this? We're all going to be speaking Spanish now. Buff and Kim have to learn it.
We are. No, we're not. Are we?
Я не говорю по-испански. I don't speak Spanish, and I said that in Russian.
Russian. Well, we might be speaking that. It's hard to say.
Yeah, Mexican Spec says the rear end gears win the race. Yeah, this
yeah.
is pretty high.
Same horsepower, and I'm like, he's like, I don't know, 3 series gear, and mine's are like 345.
Oh, mine's like 279 or something. Let's see. Barrow says sundial's better than a calendar.
That's right.
Luis, yes, I speak Spanish too. Leaving that Zephyr bone stock is cool too. Yeah, I kind of want to do that for now. I just need a daily driver because my daily driver got wrecked on the way home from No Name Nationals. It was the Sunday after No Name Nationals. I lost my car, so Kim and I have been kind of sharing the. We have that Jeep Patriot. We've been sharing that, and she's been driving her van some. But man, I'll be really happy to have this thing on the road.
Hello, Miss One-Eyed Cat. Welcome to the stream. Lester LeSabre asks, how does the weight of a Dart and a Zephyr compare? It's got to be close.
Yeah, I don't know what these weigh. They weigh about 100 pounds more than the original little Fox body Mustang, the coupes. I think the hatchback Mustang probably weighs about like what this thing does.
And for a 78 model car, this is a light car. There's just not much to it. I mean, there's some sound deadening, but nothing heavy, really. This might even be lighter than my Dart. I don't know. What's the bumpers look like? I don't know. I would call it a wash on the weight. I don't think my car is.
Is it okay if I move this? I'm gonna just try to move her camera around. Yeah, this is one of these, Dallas. It's one of the ones that has that top that looks like that, and the top's a little lower than the box top. Fairmonts and Futura, or Fairmonts and Zephyrs, which I kind of like. I don't know if that's pointed the right direction now. I think it is.
It's pretty good. You can still see the Studebaker.
Yeah, the Studebaker's up there. Yeah, Sean O'Brien, my last Z Club cruise, I got to drive right next to a 240Z with taller gear. It was amazing the difference the other comparatively similar car took off. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. That might be polished aluminum.
What's polished? The bumper? It is. It is aluminum. Why? What are you saying?
Somebody asked if they were polished aluminum bumpers. He might have me just on the bumpers.
They are aluminum.
Dang.
All those cars were aluminum.
Polished aluminum bumper. I need one of these. Can anybody get me a polished aluminum bumper?
You know what we do? We pull a mold off your bumper, and we make a fiberglass one and paint it silver, paint it the same color as the car. Yeah, but it'll be or we make it out of carbon fiber to be cool, but fiberglass will be fine. Dick Dastardly's here.
Buff needs nitrous to beat. He would beat me with nitrous. I wouldn't be surprised.
I thought about nitrous.
Because it's not a slow car. It goes real well. Even with the carburetor all messed up, it was going real well.
Oh, and Camry built the carburetor, so it runs great.
It was good. So
yeah, because it didn't like it did. Man, I got the hiccups. It didn't like stop signs and pulling away from stop signs and stuff, but now it's fine. Because there was a lot of dirt, dust. I don't know what it was. Some kind of crud in the carburetor. Power Toys. Did you see Dax Shepard's Fox body front end Zephyr wagon? It's like, no. You know who has a fast Fox body wagon is what's his name up there in Pennsylvania? Nivlak. Does his has a inline GM6 in it, doesn't it? His has a 4200 6-cylinder in it, I think. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I was reading chat and I didn't hear
Oh,
what you
you
were
didn't hear
saying.
anything I said. Nivlac.
Sorry!
Nivlac. I knew from the look on your face you were off in space somewhere. Nivlac. She does that. I'll tell her something and she's just like, I see in a look on her face. Says, you didn't hear a word I said, did you? She goes, nope.
I can see the blank look in my eyes like, what? You were talking?
I was talking about the Zephyr or Fairmont wagon that Nivlac has.
Oh, the one with the wood grain.
And it has a oh yeah, he did the wood grain. And it has a 4200 General Motors 600, I think. Let's see here. The U.S. Fairmonts are made for gas mileage, all of them. Not my man. My mother bought a brand new one. It's late in '77. It was a first one, '78. One of the first ones I saw had a 302 in it with that variable Venturi carburetor. It was good for about 12 miles a gallon. It was pretty bad, man. It was a nice car. Let's see here, Blue Grit. That black Fairmont Zephyr with the fox body 4-eyed front clip you showed on your channel was pretty cool. Which one was that? Black. This one has the 4 headlights, like a. Well, this is a Zephyr, so it has the 4 headlights. The Nelsons, yeah, it's the 6 in the car. That's right. Okay, yep. Yeah, Nivlac, which is Calvin Nelson and his father. I can't think of his name right now. I should know it. He told a really funny story that we got on on one of our videos that we did at No Name Nationals. It's a great story. When did we have all the signatures on the van? That was a year ago, wasn't it? That was a year and a half ago. Wow, yeah, that was quite a while ago. Quit nagging her.
Oh, Crash's Roadrunner Garage got a Venmo ad. That reminds me.
Nobody found his car.
Crash, you get 2 points. Just so everyone knows, if you're getting advertisements because you're not, we apologize. We monetize the stream, so you're might get advertisements. If you do, pay attention to who is advertising to you on our stream because they're supporting us. And if you tell us who's supporting our stream by telling us about your advertisement, we will award you 2 points. You can add them to your points collection, and they'll be useful some point later when we figure out what we're going to do that's of use. I was thinking maybe we'll get like a laser engraver. We could make something cool with laser engravers, couldn't we? People might like that.
38 says 2023 for the van signing. Yep. Man, it seems like we just did that, and that was over a year ago. Yeah, because we didn't take the van last year. We took the Mazda, which didn't come back, and we took the Dart, which we put all our crap in the Dart as much as we could, and then Dr. Go put the rest of our crap in his car and brought it home for us.
Oh, what a year.
Yeah, what a crazy year.
Olive says you got Granger ads. That's all. Granger seems to advertise on our stream a lot, so that's cool. Granger's a good company. I like that. So you get 2 points, Olive. Even if you tell me about your ad, even if I don't see it and read it, as long as you make the post about it, you get the 2 points. So make sure you collect your points. Have you guys met Pole Barn Garage? I know he goes to No Name Nationals. He was there the first year, and we did meet him. We sat next to him at Lambert's, and we got to see the Holy Goat that he brought. And then the next year he went to, Duct Tape Drags out west?
Yeah, he went somewhere else, yeah.
Yeah. So, but we did get to meet him. And he's the same in person as he is on the internet. Cool guy. He was there with his son and with his brother, and they were really nice people. And we didn't pester them because everybody wanted to meet him. We just.
Well, the thing is, I'd never watched his.
He didn't even know.
I didn't know who he was. He's sitting next to us, and
I was like, "Come see this car! Come see this car! It's cool."
We're sitting next to him at a restaurant. I don't even know who he is.
Yep.
It was pretty funny. And then, so we met him.
But you never know who will show up. Like, I mean, I can't promise you'll meet him if you go there because once you reach a level of success, then everybody wants to be your friend. So now that he has success, everybody, wants him to come to their event, and I'm sure he gets dragged in 1,000 different directions. There's only so many weekends in a summer, and even successful people only have so much time and money. So I but every year we meet new people who turn out to be really successful.
Well,
So it's a fun place to
the
go.
first year I was there, I knew John Wilburn. I hadn't met Dallas yet, but I knew who he was. I knew who else did I know? I may have known somebody else. Everybody else was. I met John Cope. I met Dallas. I know I met Dallas. I met who else? 38 Racing. I said to Kim, I want to see that 59 Chevy, and we walked down there. So I started meeting everybody, and now when I go, it's like I know a lot of them, but I'm still meeting people every time. And it's really a fun event because of that.
Uh, Power Toy says a bit far from Pittsburgh, unfortunately. The first year
She drove from Pittsburgh the first
I
year.
did, I drove a 1999 Ford E150 van with 200,000 miles on it to the No Name Nationals, and it's about 12 hours to Sikeston, Missouri.
She drove from Pittsburgh that year, and I drove from Pendleton, Oregon that year.
Yeah, he did.
I drove from Pendleton, Oregon to here in Tennessee, swapped clothes real quick, and got in the car, and I drove to Missouri the other direction. So I was like 2,300 miles that day that year.
That's not to say that
It was worth it.
that it's easy and anybody can just do it. But what I'm saying is to me, it was something I really wanted to do, and I planned ahead, and I saved my money, and I worked on my vehicle, and I made a plan, and I worked the plan, and I showed up.
This one I cat says, you met us Englishes. I sure
We
did.
did, and they come from further east than you. They drive from out near Philly, right?
How is Tennessee? Well, every place has its good and its bad. So I guess it depends on what you like.
That's pretty good.
I lived for close to 15 years in Yuma, Arizona, and I really like the desert and the warmth. So this seems a little on the cold side to me. But before that 15 years, I lived 15 years in Northeast Ohio. When I moved here, man, this felt warm. So, I guess it's all relative. But after I moved here, I had this house, and I worked at a job where I was back and forth to Yuma, Arizona. I was there a lot. So, man, this seems a little cool to me. As far as it's a car friendly place, you don't have to worry about everything being perfect on your car for an inspection. You just have to be.
There's no vehicle inspection.
You have to be responsible.
You want to be sane and responsible about maintaining your vehicle.
Keep your brakes working well and make a nice car.
And vehicles down here do not rust or rot like they do up there. And the winters are shorter and not as cold here, although there are very cold weeks and months sometimes, but it's not as bad as Pittsburgh. And the snow here is very minimal. We got, a week of snow this winter? And we won't get any more snow.
Yeah, we probably had, the most snow we had was probably 2 inches, maybe 3. I think it's probably 2 inches.
We did get a couple of weeks of really, really cold, but it was like 10 or 20 degrees colder in Pittsburgh during those same weeks. So, and we're in northern Tennessee, so I know south of here it's even better.
Yeah, I want to say, Mrs. One-Eyed Cat, I remember you when I was on. Remember, I used to be on the lives with Tony at UTG, and I remember you being on there, and you and One-Eyed Cat sign in as on the same login, and then pretty soon you had 2 logins, and then you went to the Mrs. One-Eyed Cat and the One-Eyed Cat thing. So I remember you from that was probably 5 years ago, at least. So I remember you for a long time ago, and then I met you in person at the first. Well, they pit right behind us, So
that's the other thing. I don't know if you've ever been to another track or racing event or car meet or anything like that. But the amazing thing about No Name Nationals is if you enjoy like our live stream and other people who live stream and make YouTube content, you can kind of follow everybody and their projects. And then if you show up at the event after doing that, you meet all these people. You already kind of feel like you know them. You know what they're about. You know what they're working on. You know their vehicle. And to me, it has been the most fun event that I've ever been to. I've been to other events and it was fun. I usually went with a group of people or met a group of people at the event, which made it great. But like, I really feel like a person could go to No Name Nationals with no one that they'd ever met in person before and just feel like they knew people. And if you participate in stuff, other people will know who you are, and it makes it a lot of fun. And if you have a channel, everybody will know who you are because John Wilburn makes sure he gets out your name. And
Well, Mexican Spec says, have I really been doing this business for 5 years, Buff? You called out my Instagram page on Tony's Live one night. I'll tell you how long I was doing the lives with Tony for about a year and a half. And when I left there, it was the beginning of 2021 because I remember that real well because things were going on in the political world. January 21, I was in, I'd already started working in Maryland again. So that January 2021, I'd already been working with Tony for a year and a half. So yeah, it's been a while. It's been more than 5 years. Yep. It's crazy. Time went by that quickly.
Power Toy says PA's cost of living is getting a lot worse. Uncle Tony has been giving Nashville a good pitch.
Well, Tony,
rightfully so. I agree with Tony on a lot of his points about Tennessee. It's a good place to live.
Tony's almost an hour south of Nashville, and we're almost an hour north of Nashville. So we're close. And I mean, we drive down there and see him. And I used to go down there once a week to be on a show. But we're not like next door neighbors. But yeah, we're both like the same distance from Nashville. So Nashville's a big city. Got big city stuff. Got a lot of entertainment. Pretty good place. But all the outlying areas I really like. I like where we are. I like where he is. What's the name of town he's in?
Murfreesboro?
Murfreesboro. It's okay. They got everything, you know.
Okay. Mexican Spec says you called out my Instagram page on Tony's Live one night. Mexican Spec, please put a link to your Instagram. We're going to do that right now, is we're going to call out Mexican Spec. If you guys like classic cars, check out Mexican Spec on Instagram. He helps people to import survivor or restored Mexican Spec cars into the United States. And so he takes a lot of pictures to show the kinds of things he has access to. He just recently is moving some cars around for people that we know. He is a trusted member of our community that you could work with if you wanted to do something like that. And we regularly plug his whole thing that he does, but definitely want to check his Instagram out. And we thank him for being here and acting as moderator because he has been a big supporter of us. Like since we really started live streaming, Mexican Spec has been here.
Yeah, and Mexican Spec, he's also he's a moderator on Tony's. But I was going to say his thing. I mean, if you were able to talk and not right here, I had to have him on as a guest one night. I don't know if we're able to do that anymore. You had the software for that for a while. Now we haven't been doing it. But
we can do it, yeah. StreamYard.
What he does is, in Mexico they had basically American cars, but they were a little different because they're made in Mexico. Ford's, GM, AMC, which is they call it something else, AMC, and Chrysler products down there. They build them a little differently. Sometimes they have different trim packages. Sometimes the engines are different. A lot of them have manual transmissions. They're man, I think something just flew in between my glasses. So they're basically kind of like American cars, except they're Mexican cars. And then and a lot of times, like the 302 Fords are supposed to be a different block that are really good. So he can get you those, and he's got that list on his Instagram, and you go through and look at all the cars. And if there isn't one there, and there's something you want, he'll probably find it for you.
Yeah,
he basically did that. He basically did that with Lester Sabre. Lester found a car he wanted. Mexican Spec went and looked at it, and it was not a very good car. And so he got a hold of.
He went and found a better one.
He went and found a better one that Lester LeSabre liked a lot better, and got him that car. So that's pretty good.
Bear Rose Garage says Dawn and Wendy English were my first commenters on his channel, and Wendy was my 500th subscriber.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Thanks for being here as moderator, Bear Rose Garage. Check out Bear Rose Garage channel. And Wendy English, who is Miss One-Eyed Cat, says we are all family now, and I feel that way. It's awesome.
We got some kind of camera problem.
I thought I fixed that. I drilled extra holes in the camera.
She drilled holes in the camera.
So that...
Look at this. Look at this max headroom going on. She's going to try to cool the camera off, but I don't think that's the problem. It isn't that hot in here. You think that's what's doing that?
I don't know, but I'm blowing up the microphone.
You're blowing stuff around, yeah.
All right. You guys are commenting a lot. Power Toys says, meeting Uncle Tony is on my bucket list. He has taught me so much.
He's an interesting guy, too. He
doesn't like meeting a lot of people, though.
He used to do a thing, and this is how I met him, is there was a gas station nearby, and he'd do the live from the gas station. Guys,
I got to check on the fireplace. Go ahead. Finish your story about the gas station.
And when you come back, can you bring me a water, please?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's where I met him. I went out to the gas station, and he asked viewers to come out there and meet him for the live, and I was the only one that showed up. So then he goes, come back next week. So I came back next week, and then I kept coming back every week, and they kept inviting me to come back. And pretty soon we were doing the shows at his house and in his shop, and that whole thing. I was around for all that, and then some other people showed up, like what's his name? Time Out. What's his name, Kim? Dakota's Time Out. Why couldn't I remember that? So we met Dakota and both his parents and his brother, and then some other people showed up. There are people who showed up. I can't remember who they were, but over that year, quite a few people showed up. I don't know if he'll do that again. I kind of hope he does. Wow, Barrows says, Mexican Spec is a really good guy. I'm 99.9% sure. I met you back in my Boise years. Yeah, because see, Mexican Spec was in the LA area, and then Las Vegas, and then he was up in the Oregon, Idaho border area, and then Mexico. So, I mean, he's a U.S. Mexican guy, both.
U.S. Mexican guy, both. Is that how
he's been how it works? I don't know. He's been in the U.S. a lot, been in Mexico a lot. Ah, gracias. Gracias. See, I can speak Spanish. Gracias. Or in Russian, spasibo. Oh, who's taking off? Luis? Is Luis taking off?
Oh, Luis. Thanks for being here, Luis.
Oh, you have to go watch a Friday night movie. Okay. Okay. Well, thanks for being here. Have fun.
Wow, it's a jumping Friday night in the chat.
It's a jumping Friday night on the chat. That's right. Yeah. We came in a little earlier tonight. We usually come on at 10, but I decided I wanted to come in right after John Wilburn is finished.
Yeah.
So let's see what we got here. We got a drink. This is the Buff Del Campo mixed drink, which is mixed drink.
Sugar-free mixed.
It's sugar-free.
Diabetic approved.
Some kind of stuff flavoring for water. Ooh, that's a pretty color.
Power Toys. If you can't bring your project car, you could build yourself a mini bike to participate.
Oh yeah, they have the monkey bike races. Kim's working on her monkey bike or a monkey bike. Yeah. How are you gonna get there? You gonna put that in the back seat of the Dart?
No, this isn't for the No Name Nationals. This is just I bought this a couple
Just
of
to
years
get around
ago,
on the property?
and I have never driven it. I'm gonna see if I can sell it.
Oh,
I just don't need it.
oh, it sure looks nice. That the engine looks brand new.
It is a brand
Carburetor.
new Hemi Predator engine.
Wow.
It's just I don't ride it, and it's probably it's just sitting there getting rusty, and somebody could really enjoy it, and then I could put the money towards something else.
Man, Tavo says, I was working in the shed prepping up stuff to do the next video, but 40C prevented me from going further. 40C is 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is he redacted it.
Okay.
But anyway, that's a warm day. When I was in Yuma, there were many days we saw 50C because we do all our flight planning that way, and I'd see 50C. It's like, well, so what's that? 122, I think. Well, hottest day I saw out at the test site was 127, and that was not comfortable. That was beyond what I like. Well, let's see here. Grease Belly says I use Mio Drops, sweet tea flavored.
Oh, I've seen those.
Oh,
Never used one.
oh, we'll have to try that. It's got any sugar in it? I like sweet tea, except I can't have the sugar, so I don't really like the sugar.
I think Mio drops are on the shelf right next to the stuff that you buy.
Right next to the stuff
I
I
think you've
bought?
just never tried
I
it.
just never tried it.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Olive says, yeah, I don't blame you, Max. I've kept my face off the internet all along. I had a stalker when cameras started coming along, and since then, well, don't trust tech anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just got to take the chance. Who's going to come after a 71-year-old guy? No.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, Mexican Spec stays. He could come on with his voice. He comes on with a green screen in his voice.
People have their reasons, and I respect that those reasons are valid. But you know what? I'm not afraid. Maybe I will be someday. Maybe someday I'll regret that I wasn't more protective about my identity and my location and all those things. But like, I don't know. I don't feel the fear. But then again, I don't lock my doors when I live on my own. I just have never.
Jeez.
I grew up not being afraid. Maybe I'm naive or stupid. I'm just not afraid.
Carlos says I was trying to edit typos. 40C is outside in the shade. Tin shed adds a little. Yeah, it will. It's like a big solar collector.
Bear Rose is building Son of a Milkman. I got to catch up on Bear Rose Garage's projects.
Grease Billy says there's no sugar. Yeah, we got to try that. Power Toys, that's only 2 years older than what we drive down here. What's this? Where did I miss? Oh, Power Toys says currently painting my 57 Chevy. She won't make it that far. She won't make it that far. Those are simple cars.
That's all right, Power Toys. You know what? Work on your channel. You'll get your 500 subscribers, and a lot can happen. A lot can change in a year.
Well, my first year at No Name, I didn't take a car that I could race. I still haven't taken a car I could race. I will this year, but I just go for the event. It's just a fun thing, and if you're not working on a car, help somebody else work on their car. I met Kim at the first annual No Name Nationals. That's where we met. That was pretty cool. I helped her with her van and a little bit with her monkey blanket stuff. And then the next year we went there together, but we took our van. And this last year, yeah, I helped. Oh, here we go with ads.
No Name Nationals is not all about racing, and it can be about serious racing if you want it to be, or it can just be about car culture and making friends and interacting with other people who are creative people who like cars. And we're a close-knit group. We all recognize how difficult it is to do what we do, and there's a lot of respect mutual respect, and it's a good time. Greasebelly Garage says people see my face on the internet and think that I'm the stalker. I don't believe that, Greasebelly, but it's a funny comment.
And
Mexican Spec says, Kim, you don't live in the seat of the Sinaloa cartel.
Sinaloa.
That would change how I felt.
I completely understand why you.
Yeah, no, I'm not
why you do what
questioning
you do.
Mexican Spec. Why there are reasons that people do the things they do, and I am not saying that they
Mexican
should.
Spec does a heck of a service for people. The kind of people that are in this chat that want cars, and I mean he's a provider of those cars. He's a pretty good guy for that.
And if you are not careful about your identity and your location, at some point people will show up unannounced, which is, there's just a lot of people, they just don't know any better. They like Uncle Tony, right?
Let's just stop there.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he had people show up at his shop unannounced, and he's got 400,000 subscribers.
Right.
Yeah, you can imagine.
Well, people see you on the internet, and you talk to them like I like when I'm talking to the screen, I'm talking right at it feels like I'm talking right to you, and then you feel like you're my friend, and some people don't know how to work with that.
Can you imagine you have 400,000 subscribers like he does? So there's
People
400,000 people, and a group of them at different times just show up and they think you're their best friend, and you don't really know who the person is. So that's a little odd.
Well, like Derek from Vice Grip Garage, he started doing some things because people were showing up at his house with his kids and his wife and his family, and
I didn't know that.
And it wasn't because he doesn't like people or he doesn't want to meet people, but it's just there has to be some separation. So.
No, I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, he's opening that museum. This way people can come and meet him, but they don't, that there's some boundaries.
He's not far from here. He's actually closer to Uncle Tony down in that direction, but I don't go trying to chase him down and go talk to him. I like the guy. I mean, I'd like to meet him, but that's going to be on his terms, not mine.
Yeah, well, meet and greet. Meet him at a meet and greet.
Tawa says, I have no issue being on camera. Nobody is going to come all the way up here. Well, I do have. Tavo lives in South Australia, kind of out in I look at the area around there, and I say it looks kind of desertish, but he disagrees with me. He says it's not desert, but I don't know. It kind of has that sparse look to me. So, I guess somebody could show up out there. John Cope. Did Dougie show up at your door? Dougie, no. No, he showed up. He walked up to me at No Name Nationals and handed me a potato. I'm like,
he didn't know what to do.
Huh?
We love the Dougster. Dougster can come visit anytime.
Yeah. Well, so can John.
Hey, Unity Motorsports Garage is here. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, now I'm starting to cough. Yeah, Andy. How you doing? I gotta say, Andy's really a class act. This is Unity Motorsports Garage. He was like a guy I really looked up to. And was it the first year? Is the first year at No Name Nationals? First year at No Name Nationals. He comes walking up and he goes, buffed out camera. He shakes my hand, and I'm like, whoa.
He didn't think he knew who he was.
I had no idea he knew who I was. I was one of his viewers, It's like, that was the coolest thing that happened to me that year. I'll never forget that.
Yeah.
Andy Wood walked up and
he talked about it.
Andy Wood walked up and introduced
he's himself. Still talking about
it. Holy shit!
So happy.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Like he knows my Unity Motorsports knows my name. Hey, Mom. Hey, Puddin'. Unity Motorsports knows my name.
Andy says he got a potato too. Well, what happened was Dougster became real well known that day. Handing out potatoes. I tried to plant mine, but it didn't grow. It started getting little nubs on it. I planted pieces of it.
Killed it.
Yeah, I probably killed it. Didn't grow.
You did fine. I think it was just. I think
they do something to them in a grocery store.
When you want them to grow, they won't. When you don't want them to grow, they They sprout right away. They turn. All my potatoes recently just all turned
Hope says
green.
everyone knows the buff. That's the other thing. Second year no name natural. Oh, the first year no name natural. I see this red Ford truck running around. It's got lights on top of it, like some kind of a truck that you'd use, like from the 1960s. You'd use it as a service vehicle out on the road. I hadn't seen anything like that in like 30 or 40 years, but probably 40 years at least. And here's this bright red Ford truck that says Hemi on the tailgate. I'm like, holy crap, I wonder if that's got a Hemi in it. Well, that was the year I kind of met John Cope, not real well, but I kind of knew who he was. The second year, he's over there signing the side of Kim's band and joking with us, and it's like, that was pretty cool. That first year, just seeing all the cars and all the people, that was a real eye-opener, because I was never a drag racer kind of guy. I've been to a couple of drag races, but never anything like that. I mean, that's just one of the most fun things. Okay, Barrows put up the man, the myth, the legend. Who is that he put up? I don't know who that is he put up.
It might be Dougster's channel. Let's
Let's
click on it and
It might be Dougster's. Might be Andy. It might be.
It's
Andy.
Unity
It's Andy.
Motorsports Garage.
Oh, yeah.
You should definitely check out that channel if you have not. He has the Mixed Up Boss, and
And here's the next one. He put up another one.
a lot of times he'll have
John Cope in the Hemi Ford. Yeah. Man, it's oh man. I had this friend in Arizona. Well, we'd known each other since he was 18 and I was like 23. And he got killed a couple of years ago. But he was a all Mopar all the time kind of guy. And when I saw John Cope's car, it was like, man, I wanted to tell Carl, my friend, and he just passed away. What?
Let me have the scissors there.
The systems. So, yeah, I really wanted Carl to see that John Cope's truck. That's really something. I think Carl actually would have liked that.
I believe it. Yeah. I don't know who doesn't like
Carl had a house in Tucson, and you drive around the back of the house, and there's like a 5-car garage or 6-car garage or something. It was full of, like most people that are into this stuff, half of it was full of what most people would call as junk, like tools and big stuff. And he had a 69 Plymouth. What's that thing called? It's like a GTX, but it's got a small block. It's the satellite. I forget what they call those. Man, anyway, it's a satellite, and he'd put a 440 in it, but then he had a second gen or a third gen Hemi sitting there on an engine stand, and he pulled the 440 out, and he's ready to put that second gen Hemi in, or third gen Hemi in there. So that's kind of, you get an idea what his house was like. Is a house, but right there was this incredible shop, and he got killed in a stupid car accident.
Yeah.
Somebody else driving.
Tragic.
Just bad thing. So yeah. Anyway, Carl and I did a lot of. Yeah, it was a satellite, but it was a sport satellite. They called it a sport satellite, and it had the same taillights that were the inset taillights and some of the trim like the GTX has, but it was a small block. So I guess it had a 360 in it when he got it, or maybe a 318. I don't know. Probably a 360. Shit, I don't know. But he put the 440 in it. So it looked like a GTX with those taillights. But then he put then he was going to put the third gen Hemi in it. Never got it done.
Sorry for the noise, folks.
Man, he had a lot of cars. He had a big Mercedes, one of those big Mercedes, looks like a giant Jaguar. What is that thing? It was something.
Ari is here.
Oh, Ari! Haven't seen you in ages.
All the heavy hitters
so
are stopping in
good
tonight.
to see you here. But anyway, Carl had this giant Mercedes, and he always liked it because the door tag on it said Daimler Chrysler. So it was still a Mopar in his mind.
He would have made trouble at Mopar events.
Oh, he went to a Mopar event, and they wouldn't let him in because it was a Mercedes. He goes, wait a minute, it says Daimler Chrysler on it. They still wouldn't let him. He had to park out in the parking lot. He was so upset over that. But, yeah, he was definitely a Mopar guy.
He was in there making trouble.
Yeah, so look at this. Ari. Man, Ari, it's so good to see you here. How are you doing? You okay? man, my guess is you've just been busy. You're a young guy that's got family and work. So I'm hoping that's why you haven't been around so much. Dr. Go, thank you so much, Andy. I sure have learned a lot from you, Mr. Vizard, and so many more, helping understand motor building concepts. Dr. Go, I gotta say, he's a really good guy. He and his wife, Mrs. Go.
Oh, we owe them our gratitude.
Because when I got in that tremendous crash,
they were already home. They came back out to save us.
They weren't going home. They were coming here to Clarksville to see somebody else. They ended up turning around and coming back to the hospital where I'd been taken in an ambulance, and they helped drag all our stuff back here because we couldn't get everything. I had my Mazda full, and I mean full of tools, and
yeah, and I was already scraping
she already had the drive shaft scraping the inside of her body on her car.
Before we even put anything in it, and then it was.
And we had to put everything in her Dart and his big Mopar.
That was chaos.
And we got it all back here. Not all of it. Some of it got towed with the Mazda to some place, and I had to go up there the next day with a Jeep and unload the rest of my stuff. But I mean, they really helped out.
Has Ari ever seen your car?
Ari, yeah. Did you know? I don't know. You haven't been around.
Turn the camera so you can see the car. I'm not doing anything interesting.
I got this car. When my Mazda got wrecked, I decided to take the insurance money and buy an older car. So I got this 78 Zephyr Z7. It's a 6-cylinder right now, but you know how that is. You've had 6 cylinders. And I just killed the camera. It tipped over. I don't know. It's on top of something really flimsy.
Yeah.
Well, so I really messed it up now.
Is it broken? Or?
No, it's just not the way it was.
Oh, it's okay.
Help! We'll see what's wrong. Is this down here? I need 2 sets of hands. So, oh gosh, I don't want it on the car anymore. I want it on us.
No. Just leave it on you in the car. I'm doing something right now.
But it's on my fat belly instead on.
Stick your belly. Suck it in, buddy.
I lost 100 pounds, but I'm still a little bit got this flabby stuff. So anyway, I don't know. I'm kind of lost because I killed the camera. So anyway, instead of driving a new electronic car, now this will be my daily driver, but we had to take it apart, take the dash apart to put a heater core in it. Heater core and a Fox body. Oh man, is that fun? It's got air. But this car came from Dallas, Texas. Not a spot of rust on it, except right near the battery. The battery made a little mess. But I mean, as far as environmental mess on the car, there's no. There isn't a spot of rust on this thing. It's like a new car under there. So, the worst part was the heater core, and it's about 90% finished. The dash is back in it. Just got to wrap it up, and then I'll be driving it. In fact, I got parts for it today. I'll unwrap them. Oh, I don't want this camera here, Cam. You have. And now you filled my table with a bunch of stuff. I got a little table here. It's my table. And she filled my table with stuff. Well, that's all right. I got enough room. I'm going to turn this camera back to what I'm doing. This is not the way it was, but it's sort of the way it was. I bought Hoder heeses, yeah. You know the hoses that go in.
Did you seriously say
and the heater hoses, the ones that go from the engine to the heater. Those aren't Hoder heeses, they're heater hoses. But I noticed on the box it said made in China. I wasn't real happy about that. Yeah, I don't know. Chinese rubber, wonderful. So it won't be long before we have heat in the car. I do not like Chinese rubber products. Where can we? Do they even make hoses in the U.S. or Mexico or Canada? Mexico's okay. I've never had a problem with Mexican products. In fact, for a long time, that's where I got all my medicine because I was on the border and it was easier to go to the doctor in Mexico than it was in the U.S.
Don't start telling people to buy medicine from Mexico.
No, I know.
Not medical advice.
This is not medical advice. It's just history. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Harry, how's the cat doing? Mrs. One-Eyed Cat's asking that. Yeah, Harry, he's been selling Mexican cars, all right. Power Toys, I have my eyes on 4i Fox Body pace car in my buddy's junkyard. It has the purple and orange side stripes. I'm not sure which one that is. 4i.
Cool.
Is that a Mustang? Or is that? See, there's actually a lot of Fox Body cars. Kim, I really messed this whole camera thing up. You had it so nice, and then I tipped it over. I don't know. I just didn't. I was good till I tipped that over.
All right.
Okay, I got it kind of where I want it, but not really. So, you know how you tell how good new rubber products are? Smell them. Doesn't smell. It smells sort of like rubber. I guess it'll be whatever it is. Hopefully it makes the coolant go to the heater and back. 38 Racing, they have Continental Rubber Products plant around here. Yeah, why don't we can't we get heater hoses from Nebraska? I'd buy those in a second. Sadly, some are Chinese now. Same with Velcro. Oh, man. Yeah, heater. We'll have, Lester Saver says heater just in time for summer. Well, you know what? I'll have it anyway. When it starts getting cool, summer's going to go by so quickly. You know, it's like the countdown to the No Name National. It's like, oh, we got plenty of time. And then it's like, oh, crap. It's like, we got to leave tomorrow. You know, it'll be the same thing because it's right after No Name Nationals that it starts to cool off.
Yeah, boy, it's cold fast.
Mrs. One-Eyed Cat says, all look fine, Buff. All look fine. What is that? I don't know. But anyway, I didn't buy any crazy color stuff. There were bright blue hoses that are silicone that are probably better, but I don't like the way it looks under the hood. Does that make any sense? You know, on aircraft, I used a lot of silicone hoses and all this stuff. I didn't care how it looked. It was on a military airplane. But on my car, I want black heater hoses. Does that sound crazy? Let's see here. Oh, it says eyes. Everyone's spare belt she has on the wall. Some of the Duralast Nez was, I don't know, maybe from Mexico, considering Spanish in the labels. Yeah, Mexican spec, you're right. By the time the heater works, you won't need it. Although it's cool here in the morning sometimes. And when it rains, you know, when it rains, it's real nice to have a little slightly warm air going up on the windshield. This One-Eyed Cat says Cam looks fine. Yeah, except, see, I don't like this in the video. I still have man, I was enormous. After I lost 100 pounds, I had so much energy, but I still look in the mirror and I see this thing. Sometimes on camera I see it and it's like, man, I'm still fat. Don't like it. God, I don't like that. Man. So I got the camera jacked up. One's buffs. My O key is on the fritz. Oh, I see your O key. Man, I had a keyboard one time. The space bar didn't work, and I'm like, and I'm looking at what I typed. It's like, God, it looks like I Some stupid kid wrote it with no spaces. A stupid space bar quit working on a keyboard I had. I had to find something in a hurry. Time. Okay. Cool. Buff. Talisa. That's a new name. Talisa, you lost the weight. Or at least, maybe at least you lost. I don't know what he's saying there.
At least you lost.
Oh, tell us how you lost the weight. Okay.
there you go.
Okay, this is how I lost the weight. I ended up in the hospital with pancreatitis. And I was in ICU for 5 days. I don't suggest doing that part of it.
No.
That's just what happened. And when I got out of there, they said, you're a diabetic and you got to get on this diet and you got to get your blood sugar down and this is going to kill you. Well, that kind of woke me up. So I said, okay, I'm going to eat. Okay, so as a diabetic, you got to start watching sugar and carbs because carbs just turn to sugar in your body. So carbs are things like, and my father was not a diabetic, but he's what do they call it? Like you're almost a diabetic, pre-diabetic or something. And what my father told me, he goes, don't eat anything white, no bread, no rice, no potatoes, no. And I'm like, what?
It's not wrong.
That's all the stuff I like. So it's like, okay. So there's the first thing. Just keep the carbs to a minimum. Now, you got to have some carbs. But you get carbs from vegetables. Like I like salad, so I ate a lot of lettuce and a lot of chopped up cabbage and mostly lettuce and chopped up. I take green beans and chop them up and put it in the salads, and tomatoes and put them in the salads. Once a week, I go to the store and I get these little. They're about this big, and it's a chicken cordon bleu, and they'd be 2 in a package. And I keep in the freezer, and I'd cook one of those a week. Man, was that good! That was kind of my treat for the week. And then chicken was okay, as long as you cook like chicken and don't put a lot of stuff on it, like not fried chicken with big bunches of breading on it, but just chicken like on a grill or something. I could have a little chicken. I just ate like that, and in 4 months, I had 100 pounds off. Well, actually, I had 98 pounds off in 4 months. So I always tell people it's 100 pounds, but it was 98. And man, did I have energy. And we got ads coming in, but I want to continue on this a little bit, and the ads are going to interrupt me. But I got about halfway through it, and I was just stuck for like 2 weeks at one weight, and I weigh myself every day, and it's just like not going anywhere. And then all of a sudden, I lost another 10 pounds. So whatever that step was that I couldn't get through it, all of a sudden I got through it. But and then I had to moderate myself after that and eat, learn how to eat a few carbs here and there. And now the commercials are going to come in.
You're not going to talk?
I'm going to wait till the commercials are over. So the people that have no commercials are going to have to wait a minute. And the people that have commercials, I'm going to...
If you get a commercial, tell us about it. I'll give you 2 points.
So commercials are probably finished. Mrs. One-Eyed Cat, I wish I had some weight on me. I was 192, now down to 147. I don't know why. It's been going on for 2 years now. Have you talked to your doctor? I started losing weight. I gained some back. But I lost it again. I was up about 20 pounds. And I lost it because Kim was making me pay attention to my diabetic diet again. Because I kind of is really inconvenient. And I liked eating potatoes and bread and all that kind of stuff. But I had to not do that. And so I lost some more weight. But it wasn't hard to do. And I've kind of just leveled off where I am right now. Let's see. Power Toys got a DoorDash commercial.
Okay, get 2 points. DoorDash sounds easier than going out and get it yourself.
Kim says 2 points. Dr. Go, real short movie and TV ad.
Movie and TV ad? That doesn't...
What is that?
Clear?
Dr. Go says that, so he gets 2 points. 38 Racing. Yep. Creed Karma? I don't know what that is.
Karma.
What?
Credit Karma.
Oh, credit. Oh, I see. There's a letter missing. Credit Karma. Okay, 2 points. Barrows. I haven't seen a commercial yet. Then I remembered I'm a mod. I thought I hit the wrong button for that free trial on YouTube Premium. Yeah, well, if you're premium, that's fine. Because premium, because we're monetized, we still get a piece of that. So you're not cheating us out of anything. If you've got an ad blocker that's something other than YouTube's, then you're cheating us.
Not cheating us.
Let's see here. Cope Racing Transmissions. Awesome. Yeah, this isn't really medical advice, but, you know, if you want to get the weight off, it's, oh, John, man, you got me started now with the Chicago hot dogs. That is one of the best things I ever ate. So the last time, see, going to the doctor, I come back, and that's right on my way, that food truck. But they've been closed the last 2 times I went by there, so I don't know what their schedule is. But, man, if I eat one of those, I eat one. I can't have the 2 or 3 that I want.
Can't eat just one.
I just bring them home, and then there is only one to eat. And next time I'm going to try to leave the pickle on it, but I don't know if I can get my mouth around all that. But that's my limit for the week for bread. 1 Chicago hot dog. And then there's these little tortillas that can have that are 7 grams of carbs each, because I limit my carbs to about 40 to 50 grams of carbs a day. And I had to bring my carbs up a little bit because I started going low on the sugar. And I'm afraid the doctor's going to regulate my medicine back a little bit. Then I won't be able to do that anymore. But so anyway, yeah, you got to be careful of that stuff. And I don't know I don't know. We went to No Name Nationals. I really like those burgers they have at their what do you call the thing there where you can buy the food? The snack bar? Concession stand?
Yeah.
Man, those things are good. And Kim got me one, and she ate half the bread, gave me one piece of bread with a burger patty on. I go, what is this? I wanted a burger. So the next day I had a whole burger. But that was
because I care.
Because that was my limit for No Name Nationals, 2 of those burgers, or 1.5. Steve Edwards, good to see you. Hey, check this out, dude. I got one of these, and that's where I'm going to mount it. And I've got this fire stick for right now, but you know what I'm going to put on there. 390 Wagon Master. He's a CB radio guy that does live shows. He's talked me into going to now I can't think of the name of it. What was the one, Steve? What was the one you told me to get? Wilson. He told me to get the Wilson 5000, which is probably what I'll do, and I'll probably mount it on this. But it looks like that's probably what I'll use. But I'm going to set it up with a fire stick first, just to get things rolling, because I'm spending too much money on this car. Let's see here. Power Toys. Walking to the fridge is a workout. Man, you know what I did? I put a scale in front of the refrigerator. I used to have a scale in front of the refrigerator. So to open the refrigerator, I had to stand on the scale. It's like, I think I'll close the refrigerator. So I did that for a while. Yes, I was at the doctor today and lose another 2 pounds. All the tests they did came back negative. I don't know what to say. I don't know. You know, the same things anybody would say. Have you changed your diet? Have you... I don't know. I had something happen one time, and I couldn't figure out what happened, and it took me a long time to figure it out. It was one thing, changed my diet, and it made a real change. I don't know if I should bring it up in here, but it was something had changed, and it was one thing, and it all made sense when I figured out what it was. Good for you. Dr. Ghost says, good for your buff, looking after your health. I need to wake up a little on my bad habits of sugar intake. Yeah, sugar can really mess you up. And carbs, you know, like white bread and sadly, I like big potatoes with all kinds of stuff on them. I just can't do that anymore. But mine, it's from years and years and years of extreme sugar and carbs and all that kind of crap, you know. Working out on the road, working wherever I was working. You know how easy it was to go into Burger King and get. You know, I wouldn't get one Whopper with cheese. I'd get two Whoppers with cheese because they taste so good, and I'd wolf them right down. That's a terrible thing to do, you know. So, you know, years of that kind of behavior got me to where I was, and that was. I just now I guess I had my life's allotment of Burger King and McDonald's, Big Macs too. Same thing. I could put away two Big Macs in seconds, but
The important thing
no
is
more of that.
just to start making little changes and adjusting to something different. And talk to your doctor.
Got 38. It says, fortunately, the doctors are only concerned with my resting heart rate. They think 45 is a bit low.
Oh, that is slow.
You know what? My mother had high blood pressure and high heart rate, really high strung person. I kind of took after that because I've got same problems. But my mother also smoked her whole life, which is just made it even worse. My father was young. Whoa, what was that noise?
Loud noise.
Is that everything okay on that side of the shop?
Everything's good.
Okay. So my father was the other side. His blood pressure is always like 90 over 48. Like that since he was a kid. He went in the Navy, it was like that. When he was getting out of the Navy, they were concerned with him. And he goes, no, it was like that when I came in. Well, then he was an old man. He was in his 90s, and they were concerned with his blood pressure being too low. And he said, no, it's always been like that. Well, I always said that's why my father lived so long. It's because that was normal for him, and the stress on his system was so low. And he wasn't a high-strung guy. He smoked when he was young, but quit right away. So he was a non-smoker, basically a non-drinker. He'd drink a beer now and then, but low blood pressure lived till he's in his 90s. So I don't know. That scale is a good idea, yeah. Steve Evers, Wilson 1000 is all you need. You're not running amp. Well, see, this is what 390 Wagon Master. He and I were on the phone, and we had like a hour and a half long discussion about antennas. And he said because of the size of the windings in the 5000, he says that thing it'll receive better. And he goes, he's tested these, and he really swears by it. And he knows. He was talking above my head when it came to antennas and receiving and all that, but it made so much sense, and he had such a strong opinion on it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And she's welding. Kim, what are you welding with?
A bolt.
I have this much welding gas left. Can everybody see the welding flash in the back? And Steve, I'll probably will be running an amp at some time.
Making a little adapter.
Yeah, 38 says fast food is never good food from a nutritional point. You know the problem with fast food is when you're on the road and you're busy and you're working 10-hour shifts and you get down at a test site and then you got drive another hour and 10 minutes home. Man, I drive by a Burger King or something. There's no driving by it. There's pulling into it. And
yeah, we eat at home a lot.
And
we
now
make nice meals and stuff.
Kim and I have really changed our habits. I don't know about hers. Me, I have. I don't know what her habits were before I met her.
Not as bad as yours.
We go to the grocery store, and we're kind of careful about what we buy, and we make stuff at home. So, yeah. Mrs. One-Eyed Cat. I'm one of 17. I'm skin and bones. Everyone is big bone. Huh. You know, I don't know. I know you're not anywhere near as old as I am, but you're not real young. So maybe your body's just saying, I'm going to take a little weight off. I don't know. I don't know.
And big weight changes are something to talk to your doctor about.
Yeah.
But sometimes people just don't.
I don't know. Yeah.
It changes. I don't know. It could be issues with your sugar, though. Your sugar might be going low or high, and that'll change your weight. Thyroid conditions. Have your thyroid.
Well,
checked.
she's got a doctor working on this.
Yeah, it could be thyroid or something like that, or hormone changes.
I'm certainly not a medical person, but I have success with losing weight when I was really overweight. You know, I mean, there's a point. I was running a factory where I had one of those offices that's up above where you can see the whole factory and everything. And I was doing design work, and I was running the factory, and there were these stairs next to my office, up and down, up and down, up and down the stairs all day long. Man, my feet hurt so badly. And after I lost the weight, my feet didn't hurt anymore. It was amazing. Have 100 pounds off my feet. Pick up 100 pounds and carry it around and go, man, I was carrying this around my belly. That's not, I had enormous energy after that. Let's see here. Terry Mott, I'm going to the World of Wheels tomorrow near Chicago in Rosemont, Illinois.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
That sounds like fun. 38 Racing. Terry, who is the guest star for your show? Terry, I don't really look. I didn't really look. There were some WWE stars lined up. Not interested. Steve Edwards, you got a 5,000 on your car. Oh, you do? Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. See, I was going to put a set of twin, what do you call them, co-phase, because I had such good luck with them before. But that was 50 years ago. Co-phased, I can't think of what they're called. I can't remember shit. But then, it looks terrible. And there's no gutters on this car. It's just a chrome strip. Looks like a gutter, but it's not a gutter. There's no place to clamp them. And it was Wagon Master that talked me into doing this. So I'm probably going to do this. And it'll be fine. Steve Everett, the 149 Cobra. Man, Steve, you got those, the Cobra, what is it, something 2000? What are those called? You don't know how bad I want that, but I can't be buying more CB radios right now. Jeez. Oh, and I was supposed to look for a base for you.
Don't sell him more radio stuff.
No, he was looking for another base that I may have. I'm going to go look for that. We just haven't, we've been doing other stuff. I'm sorry I didn't get to it. Terry, it's Catherine Bach when the show comes to Omaha. Catherine Bach. Patrick Sullivan, after the divorce, he did not come out of a window from fast food joint. I didn't eat. Didn't come out of a window from a fast food joint. I didn't eat. Oh, I see. Yeah. Man, being on over there welding up a storm. Yeah, being on the road, working like all over the place, it is so easy just to eat out. Well, and the place I worked for, they paid me a per diem, which was more money than I needed for food. I couldn't spend it. Well, I suppose I could if I went to fancy restaurants, but they gave me enough money for per diem that even eating out all the time, I still had money left over from the per diem. So there was no problem paying for it. Now there's a problem. I couldn't do that now. Mean Street Mopar. I stay around 286, 287. I know I have a hard time losing weight. Not so much at gaining weight, though. Oh, I'm sure I could put it back on. Mean Street Mopar. It has a way of finding its way back. Yep. This is one-eyed cat. My blood pressure was high, but now 112/52. Before You say it was 1170 over 106? I bet it was 170 over 106. Yeah, that's bumping up there a bit. Area, I'd always spend my leftover per diem on snacks for my drive. Yeah, I did a lot of that too. You know, that's another thing. Being on the road a lot, I was driving a lot, and it was always one of those big one or two of those big tubes of uh, Pringles, Pringles and Diet Coke. Now there's a combination. I'm gonna drink Diet Coke to lose weight, but then I'm gonna eat a whole tube of Pringles in a sitting. Yeah, Pringles were a big downfall for me. I could put away one of those minutes. I'm only gonna eat two or three. Nah, I'll only eat two or three more, and pretty soon it's empty. I'll open up the second one, you know. Kim, something smells over there.
I'm burning stuff.
So, Ari, what have you been doing? You still working same place, Southern California, or are you in the Midwest again? Kim, something really smells hot over there.
I burned some stuff.
Is the fire out?
Yeah.
You need the fire extinguisher? I have it over here.
Right now, I don't think there's any need for fire extinguisher. Thank you for.
She says there's no need for a fire extinguisher.
Thanks for checking, but I think we're good.
Oh, Kim, while you're over there,
Yeah.
can you grab a tape measure and I hear you got the grinder running.
Yeah, in a minute.
Okay, no, when you're there, after you turn the grinder off, measure the diameter of the wire wheel about. You don't have to tell me exactly what it is,
Okay.
like within the nearest inch.
Okay.
Because I went to order one today and I realized I didn't know the diameter. This is One-Eyed Cat. Sorry, 170 over 106. Here's a mistake I made. I was out working, and I've been living next to the border in Arizona, right next to the Mexican border. So I've been getting all my meds in Mexico. So I found myself in Maryland. So I was really out of position for getting meds, and I was starting to run low on my blood pressure meds. And I'm thinking about how long it's going to be before I can get back down to the Mexican border, and it wasn't too long. So what I did was I started rationing the meds a little bit, like taking half pills, and I was supposed to take like 2 or something. I was taking 1.5, and man, it was Christmas time, and I was sitting there at my desk in Maryland. I wasn't feeling good. I always have my blood pressure cuff with me. I put that on and check it, and it was like 220 over 110. I'm like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. So I just went up front and I said, I got to go to the doctor, like right now. I need the rest of the afternoon off. Got in my car, drove to one of those emergency med stop places, and it was right at the beginning of the pandemic, and they wanted me to go. They were going to call an ambulance and have me sent to the emergency room. I'm like, no, that place is full of COVID patients. I don't want to go there. And they made me, I just wanted to prescribe some meds so I could go up the street and buy them, which is what they did. But they made me sign a piece of paper, and they had a notary there, and it was said I was responsible for my own death. Oh, my God. So I signed that, had it notarized. I drove up the street and got the meds. But what I learned is I can't ration the meds. I can't lower my blood pressure meds even a little bit. And I got the meds, and I took them right there in the parking lot. Drove home, which is actually the pharmacy was just like 2 doors up from where I live, my apartment. So I went home, sat there. 15 minutes later, I was taking my blood pressure, and it was like 160 over 90, something like that. I'm thinking, okay, I'm out of the woods, but I'm not there yet. So another 20 minutes goes by, and I was down to like 140 something over 80. Said, okay, I'm good. I'm not in trouble. So yeah, I learned you can't ration the meds. You can't do that.
Stop giving medical advice.
No, this is not medical advice. It's what I learned from me. If you ration meds, you might get yourself in trouble. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Buddy Carapano says, are those heater hoses the right size diameter? Look too big. Where's do I have a tape measure here somewhere? They're supposed to be 5/8. Oh, I don't know if I have a tape measure right here. I usually have one on the desk. Don't see it. Where's my tape measure? Oh, it went away.
What's wrong? You need the tape.
Yeah, I had one on the desk. It's missing.
I can give you a ruler.
Or give me a caliper.
What are you measuring over here?
The idea of this, Buddy Carafano. Oh, there you go. Now I have both. Buddy Carafano says this heater hose is the wrong size. I don't know. I know what I ordered. It says it's about 0.6. So it's actually about 25,000 small, which means it'll probably fit tight. So that's good. And it says 5/8 on it. But here's what I noticed with this Chinese stuff is look at this spot right here.
Here.
See that right there.
Surefire way to tell.
That right there is a piece of cord. You know, there's cord in here, and it's a piece of cord sticking through it. Brand new. Yeah, it'll be a bit tight. If anything, it's a little on the small side. Did I have headaches? 2. When my blood pressure was high, yeah, it wasn't good. In fact, I think that's kind of how I noticed I had trouble that day at work. I started feeling bad. I started having a headache, and my vision started being not real good. And that's when I grabbed my blood pressure cuff, which I kept. There's a bag I carry in and out every day that has my blood pressure cuff, a couple other things in it. And I checked it, about scared the crap out of myself. Listen to the Sabre. I hate it when they use a special hose with a different diameter at each end. Yeah, I didn't find that much with American cars. You know where I found that? French cars. French cars had radiator hoses with different sizes, tremendously different sizes on both ends. Like on a Citroen, I hated dealing with those things because you had to go to the Citroen dealer, which had all disappeared and gone back to France. So this stuff was hard to get. I remember, those Citroens, the ones that look like they got that big front end, looks like a flying saucer. I used to work on those things. Oh, Planet Fitness for the ad. Oh, 2 points. I missed the ad. Sorry. If any of you missed those, this is the tank off the heater core, and you can see places where there's shiny solder, and you can see places where there's like right here, there's places, and on the other side where there's no shininess at all, and that's where the leak was. I can clean this off and tin it and take the other one off, and I could buy a piece of core stock and build a new one and have it as a spare. And I may do that just for a video. I don't know. I may do that. I don't know. Did I get new clamps? I've got a box full of new clamps. I've got like every size clamps there is, and I've got them in the toolbox. So yeah, I have those. I'm running on too much about non-auto stuff. I can tell. Chat got real quiet. Sorry about that, everyone. Talking about non-automotive stuff. Kim's over there welding. Kim, you got to show us what you're welding. That's what happened. Kim disappeared.
You were talking about weight loss. I don't know nothing about weight loss.
You don't know anything about weight loss. Yeah, you never had any of those problems.
Okay, burnt power loop is different.
Why are you burning CRC power loop? How close is that pressurized can to your welding?
It's fine.
Well,
Hi, everybody. I'm back.
It's a welder. Why is the welder still on? I smell something burning.
That's a CRC power loop.
You're dangerous.
I sprayed it on the hot welded object.
Did it light off?
No, it just
the welding
immediately
sounds
turned us.
crisp.
That welder is so good. I love you, welder. What is that, Hobart?
It's a Hobart 140.
Oh
it's
man, it's a nice
110.
welder.
It's the biggest 110 volt I could get, and where I was, that's all I had was 110.
And we are
or 120, whatever it is.
This far from the main electrical box. I mean, it basically plugs directly into the main electrical box, and it works so good.
But here we have 220, so I could get a bigger welder, but I just probably don't
We have
need
mine. It's an unlimited, and we have a plastic.
Yours is unlimited.
That's what it says. It's an unlimited.
Unlimited. I've never heard of an unlimited
And it
welder.
tip welds too.
I used to use a big MIG machine in Pennsylvania. It was a 350 amp machine that was on top of that big spool of wire. It was amazing.
So before I left Pittsburgh, I had some idea in my mind that I was going to have a portable welding setup. So I bought a 6,500 amp generator.
Oh, not 6,500 amp. 6,500 watt.
Yes.
That would be a killer generator.
Right. Well, it is a killer generator. It's in my trailer. I bought that, and I bought that Harbor Freight unlimited welder. I wanted to learn how to TIG weld, and it MIG welds, and it has the gasless wire feed weld. I know, it stinks. I made a big stink.
No, I'm looking for something, but we got all the curtains hanging. I can't see it.
Oh, what are you looking for?
I want to look for Buddy Carafano said something here that made me think. It says, good time to change the thermostat before filling the cooling system. Remember, this thermostat works real well, but I want to pull it out and drill a hole in it.
Oh.
But then coolant's going to fall out. And
wait, is it? We have to take the heater hoses off anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's going to make a mess. I just kinked my neck something fierce. Why did I do that? So then I was looking back there to see the kiddie pool to see if it's the big one or the small one.
I think we have both of them up here.
Okay, so anyway, I interrupted for that stupid thing. I was just turning around to look.
For that stupid thing.
Okay, so you talk about what you're talking about.
I forget what I was talking about.
And Mrs. One-Eyed Cat says she has 15 minutes left because she's got to go to bed soon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, not sorry you got to go to bed. Sorry you can't hang out longer. I'm sorry. You were talking about your generator.
Oh, I was. Yeah, I got the generator and I got the welder. I wanted to be able to run the welder off the generator. So I got the big generator and I bought the high power welder. I wanted to be able to do all that stuff. We got here. You have all that stuff here already.
Well, so we need to set up.
I want to sell it. It's like $1,000. No, it's like $1,500 worth.
You know what you need to do? Take one of these trucks you have, like what's the one you're driving around? You drove it around to. Man, I just
the Dakota.
Clicking my neck again. Get a cap, a shell, whatever you call it. If you're out west, camper shell. If you're in the east, it's a cap. Put a cap on there. Put some vents or something. That way it won't get rained on. Man, I did something to my neck. Put the generator and the welder in there. Then you got a portable welder that you can go anywhere. Ooh.
Because we do all kind of mobile welding.
No name nationals. Oh, but then we got another vehicle to drive. Hey,
I got another vehicle I have to insure.
Yeah, that's
Luckily, it's old enough.
We can afford the vehicles, the old vehicles. You can't afford the insurance. I can only drive one at a time. Why do I have to pay for 10 cars at a time? I don't understand that. Man, I don't know. It's the way it is. Dean Stevenson come in here tonight?
Did you give the Planet Fitness ad 2 points?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Dean Stevenson we were talking about having him fly up here and having him drive one of our vehicles in nationals. Because we got 2 vehicles to drive there already that we have to drive.
We could have a guest. We have extra vehicles. So if somebody wants to come as a guest, we could host them as a guest.
Look at this, Kim.
They obviously have to have a channel, and they have to find a way to get here or there.
I don't know if we need to take a whole welding outfit to No Name Nationals.
I think if somebody's still doing welding, they're not ready. They didn't make it.
Weld this back. My frame's broken in half.
Yeah, there's a big hole in the side of my engine block. We got a welder.
Like Tony welded the side of the engine block together. But he got around a pickup truck with a cap is a wannabe van.
I mean, we have a van.
Oh, we have 2 vans.
Yeah, I thought I was be living in the van. We were talking about making your van into a studio.
We're assuming Dean knows how to drive. I'm assuming Dean knows how to drive from the left side of a car and the right side of the road.
You need to know how to drive to go down the racetrack.
He'll get in the wrong side of the car and drive down the wrong side of the road. Steve Everett, my insurance is $26 per month for a Corvette, a Cutlass, and an Escort. Man, how did you get that deal? Man, mine's more than that. I'm on Social Security. Basically, that's what I live on. But, I bought a house and paid it off, and I have while I was working. So, that's kind of my retirement, is I have no house payment. So on Social Security, I still have expenses. My biggest expense by far every month is insurance. Car insurance, homeowners insurance, medical insurance, which is also besides Medicare, and I have to pay for the Medicare. So I bet half my money that comes in every month, darn close to it, goes to insurance. It's amazing. And what do I get for that? Not much. Until there's a crash, I suppose.
Dr. Go asks, is there a GoFundMe for Dean to get to No Name Nationals?
Dean has other reasons why he might not be able to go. So even if we were to buy him a ticket, he might not be able to do it. And so I kind of kid him about coming up here, but he's going to have to make that decision. I don't know. If he can do it, I'd help him.
Steve
somehow.
Edwards, who is your insurer? And what state are you insured in?
He's in California. Kim, something's burning more? What is it?
I'll go.
You need to go look.
I'm going to look.
I don't want any flames. You sure you don't want to take the fire extinguisher with you?
No, it just stinks. Nothing happened.
When I had my 64 Ford, it had the 289 in it. Wasn't running real well. And I was in the Air Force. Guys used to tease me because I'd be trying to start it, and it was starting to have problems. And the joke was, you want me to stand by with a fire bottle? They always ask me that. You want me to stand by with a fire bottle while you try to start that thing? That's before I put the 351 Windsor in it. So now I'm kidding her. Sure you don't want to take a fire bottle with you? Maybe Skype or FaceTime Dean or ride down the No Name National. Hey, you could do that. Dr. Go took me for my first ride in a drag strip. Flames are for the stove. Yeah, that's right. We have flames in the stove. I don't want any flames outside the stove. You can probably turn that welder off. It's probably cooled off by now.
Yeah. I think I'm done welding.
You think you're done? What did you weld? Can you bring it over here yet?
I can. I don't know if it'll really make sense, but I can bring it over and show you.
I don't know. She's got a really nice looking monkey bike over there with a brand new engine, brand new carburetor, all this stuff, putting it together. I don't know what she'd have to weld. It all looks so nice. Kim, that's the best looking vehicle we have.
Shush.
It's that monkey bike.
It is not.
Well, it is. It's the newest, nicest thing. We don't have anything else with a brand spanking new engine with a new carburetor on it. She's got it over there hidden. We should set up the second camera so you can show it to everybody.
I could, yeah, I could do that. Okay, so
38 Racing. I'll see you all next week. Sleepy time for me. Okay, well, thanks for being here, and yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, thanks, Ray.
Steve Edwards says it's Infinity.
Good to have you.
Infinity.
Okay, so the thing of it is I put on this mini bike, right? I put these ape hanger handlebars that and so it pulls the cables for the brake up in the air by like this much, so it doesn't reach. Like when you try and turn the wheel, it pulls and
puts the brakes on.
Yeah.
Put the brakes on when you turn.
So instead of just buying a longer cable, which would make sense, I'm making a tube that pulls the cable back this much, and then an extension so that you can extend the end of the cable. So I had to make a little adapter that went from this oddball foreign thread to some regular threaded rod.
To an SAE thread.
Yeah, and then I'll just cut this whatever length I need it to be.
And that's the weld, is that thing right there.
This thing right here. And then I welded a nut on the end of this tube so that this is where the cable pulls.
Inventor Kim.
Inventor Kim.
Were any of you here, what was it, 2 nights ago? 2 nights ago. Or was it last night? What night were we here? We were here Wednesday night. Yeah, last night we were not. I don't know. I'm so mixed up. Last night we were busy with other stuff.
We were here Thursday.
Yeah. No, we were here. We were here Thursday? No, we were here Wednesday.
After AHRA. Okay, yeah.
You made something,
what
and
did you make?
I'd like you to bring it over here.
I don't remember what I made.
How could you forget what you made? You spent the whole 4 hours.
Oh, I did.
We did a 4-hour video.
Nobody even asked about it.
And she finished it, and it worked so well.
I did build something.
I'm going to clear off the table.
But see, it's not automotive related.
It's not automotive related, but it's shop related. And she invented this thing and made it. Designed it and made it. Dr. Go, at least your first ride down the track was in a car that went slower than anyone who drove on the highway to get there. And it was in Buff Surprise Chrysler LS. Man, I couldn't believe it when you drove up with that thing. Okay, look at what she brought.
This is the bellows. It's got a valve, a one-way valve on this side. So when you open it up, air goes in that way, and then when you push it down, I made it. These are old blue jeans, and I used craft glue and a couple of little tacks. And
Kim, we have a celebrity here. Joe Rojas. Joe Rojas Music.
Oh, hey, Joe.
Beautiful car. Joe Rojas is the guy that sold me this car, this Zephyr that we're working on. We just about have the heater back in it. That was a heck of a job.
Joe, we're loving this car.
We're loving this car.
It's such a beautiful
We haven't
car.
been driving it much because it didn't have a heater in it, but now it's got the heater in it.
But you would not even recognize some of the things that we've fixed. I took both doors apart. The windows are like
the
butter.
windows roll up so nice.
And we put new window wipers on them, so everything's nice and tight and no rattles. We put the glass in. All that works real nice. We bought the little rinky-dink parts to make the track and everything work really good. The door closes beautiful. It's like music. Boom. Nice and tight. I rebuilt the carburetor so it runs just perfect. What else did we do?
I say
Right now we've got the new heater core in, but we don't have the dash all back
the
together
dash
yet.
isn't all back together yet. But where can I got so much to say to him. Oh, I got to get up. I can't get you that far.
Yeah, we've been having a great time with the car. He loves it.
This piece right here, which is reflecting everything we're seeing, well, I repainted the needles and cleaned everything up in there, and I put all kind of bright orange lights in there, so it'll light up, kind of look like a BMW or like a Pontiac in there. So it'll light up nicely, but it looks all fresh and new in there. What else did we do?
How is your family, Joe?
Well, and you've done the car in honor. I miss it so much.
Oh, that's right. We fixed
The trunk. The trunk opens up and stays open. You know what was going on back there? I don't know if you've been following this at all, but there was a torsion bar that was in the trunk that was missing, so the trunk would just fall down. Well, Kim got in there. I tried to get in there and do it, but it's tough, and she just pushed me out of the way and told me she'd fix it. So she got in there and fixed the trunk, but then it still didn't stay open because there was a place back there. There were some spot welds, and that piece was broken. So she got in there with a drill and put a couple bolts in there. Now that trunk stays open, it's so nice. It's just perfect. Anyway, I say we have a celebrity in here because Joe Rojas is an actor, and he played Pablo Escobar in a movie, and it was really cool to meet the guy in person, and we bought his car from him. And I guess they'd had several cars they were going to use for a movie, and this was one of them, but they ended up not doing that movie. So I guess one of them was an older Thunderbird, and there was this one and maybe some other ones. So we bought this car from him. It was supposed to be a movie car. So it was pretty cool. And it's so good to see you here because we saw him. When did we meet him? End of November, I guess, when we bought this car.
Did you ever watch the video we made, Joe, of bringing the car home here?
Yeah, we did a video on driving the car home. And, right away, when I drove it out your driveway, and he videoed us going out the driveway and sent us the video. So we included that video in our video. So right away, there were some things that weren't quite right. It didn't handle very good. And that was an easy fix because it just had like 18 pounds of pressure in a tire or something. So we brought the tires all up. Then it handled good. The brakes didn't stop very good. So Kim opened up the master cylinder. There was no brake fluid in it. So we bought brake fluid and put it in there, and then we bled the brakes. Just got some of the air out of. So then it stopped. At least I didn't worry about stopping then. The pedal's a little low. We're gonna do a complete brake job on it here. So that'll get done. But it was safe enough to drive home. And then I don't know, there were a couple other little problems we fixed. There's a go-kart track near you that has a big parking lot. So we pulled in that go-kart track because we thought it was quiet enough there to do video.
He just said he saw that we stopped at the racetrack.
Oh, yeah. So, and then trucks kept going by, and it was really noisy because we didn't want to be by the highway where the noise was. She made this bellows yesterday or 2 days ago.
It works so good when you blow on the fireplace. It just gets bright red.
She made this out of some wood and an old pair of jeans, and it pumps it. Like when she just blew air in my face, it was kind of uncomfortable. But this works so well.
And air leaks everywhere, and it still works great.
I always say, I didn't meet Kim till the first annual No Name Nationals. It was 22. I was pretty much done with the airplanes by then. And I always said I wish I would have met her like years ago because she would have been such an asset out at the test site.
An ass!
Yeah.
You think I'd have been an ass?
Because she can think. She just thinks mechanical stuff so well. And there were kind of a small group of us that were the ones that could think through problems. And you would have been running away with the show.
Oh,
the only thing that Kim would have not been there is because she's not familiar with airplanes. But it would have taken her about a week to get caught up because she just wouldn't need to understand some of the stuff about airplanes. But she can think through problems like nobody I've ever met. It's really fun to
Joe says I'll need to drive to your place to visit and hug the car.
Hug the car.
Next time we're near Texas, we'll stop by.
You know, at some point, I've told Kim I want to take this car when it's all everything's up to snuff, and I want to drive it to Yuma, Arizona, because I've got a lot of friends in Yuma, and you know, of course, we drive right through. We'll be driving right through where your house is. Oh, Mexican Spec says adios all. Hey, Mexican Spec, it's good to have you here. He said he was gonna have to go to sleep and get some rest, and that was before we went live 2 hours ago. So, hey, thanks for sticking around for 2 hours, man. Appreciate you being here.
Be sure to check out Mexican Spec on Instagram.
Yeah, if we yeah, Mexican Spec. Before you leave, if you want, you can put up a link again to your Instagram, because I know there's people come and go here, and they might be interested in your cars. I always give him a shout out, because he has all these cars that were from Mexico that are in really good shape. You know, no rust kind of cars, like this one behind me. But this one came from Texas, not Mexico. But anyway, he has all those cars available.
I'm gonna go put the blower.
Go put the bellows back
Away.
So Joe says we did a fashion photo shoot with the car.
Oh,
Really? You send us pics. Okay, great. Thanks.
that would be cool.
So
Thanks for stopping by, Joe.
yeah, I really appreciate you coming into the live. So yep, we got ads coming up. Ads in 4 seconds. I'll just pause during the ads.
I'm sorry for making this stink. I really stumped the police.
Oh, my neck, killing my neck. Oh man. Oh, Joe Rojas says, love you both. I'll stop by soon. I really appreciate you coming by, Joe. Good to see you. Oh, and Patrick Sullivan's taking on? Oh, or Mexican Spec just saying goodbye to him. I don't know. Yeah, and Mexican Spec, like I said, feel free to put a link up here to your Instagram. Got a great Instagram site with lots of rust-free Mexican cars available for that he'll help you get into the U.S. And he's really good at that. He's got satisfied customers, and he has reproduction things like. Oh, but I am okay. No, he has reproduction taillights and side marker lights and turn signal, not lights, but the lenses. And those are all produced in Mexico, and he can get all that stuff that you can't get here. It's really good to have. 3 times Mexican Spec. I've done business with him. He sent me stuff. He always has tracking numbers. They always get here. Prices are always reasonable. Good guy. Just takes care of his customers. So let's see what else is going on. Kim's over there buffing off her welding job, I guess. Buffing off the whatever it is. Should probably be painting it. I don't know. It's running across the wire wheel over there. Yeah, I can't believe we've been on here over 2 hours already. I'm full of energy. I don't know why. Oh, I took a nap in the afternoon. That's why. Full of energy.
What'd you do? Sleep all afternoon?
I slept in the afternoon, yes.
Yeah, I did.
I'm reading down the chat to see what I've missed.
Do you need anything from the house? I gotta run up to the house real fast.
You got your radio?
Yeah.
Okay, please turn. Mine's over there on the clip where I clip radios. Can you turn mine on in case you need to get a hold of me? I can hear you. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Buddy Carfano, what else do you need to fix after the heater core? The brake pedal's still low. Something isn't quite right there. And I think we got all the air out of the system. The brakes actually they work well. Just the pedal's low. But for some reason, Kim and I just we kind of got a general feel for cars, and we both think that the power booster is probably not the best unit in the world, and it's original, and it's whatever it is, 47 years old. We're just going to go through the whole brake system and do what I call a complete brake job. So we need to do that. What else is going on? I want to get the CB radio in it. I want to build a console that's see, it's got a bench seat. So if it had bucket seats, I'd put a console that goes down between the seats. But I think what I'll do is build a console that goes up over the seat and rests on the seat and rests on the transmission tunnel, because I want to put the CB radio in there, and I want to put some switches in there for some things and GPS. And then I'll make a thing that's next to me that'll be an armrest. I'm not in the view. It's an armrest that'll lift up that has a compartment in there. And I'll make that. Now, I don't know if any of you saw us do the what was I going to say? Oh, the panels. Oh yeah, the windshield wipers need to be done. Oh, I got to find bushings for that. Those bushings are shot. I'm glad you said that, because every night I say I've got to go look for that online, and every night I forget. Dr. Go says, hate to run, but busy day tomorrow. Thanks to all for a good live. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Go. Have a good night. Space Cat. We're 2 hours into this, and you're here, but we're going to be here a little while longer, so I'm glad you showed up. Thanks for being here. Now I'm scatterbrained because I lost what I was saying. Something about what those covers that go on over the steering column were really faded out. They were gray. Trying to find the pieces. Where are the pieces? Don't know where they are. I'll find them. I got them. I found them. I'll go get it. Well, one of them's already installed, but it's two halves. It's two halves that go around the steering column, and they've been in the sun a lot, and they've been faded, and they were all gray and terrible looking. So I went and I had the paint matched at Home Depot, of all places. This is external gloss house paint, and I primed this, and I just brush painted it, and it's over that texture, and it turned out so good. I mean, there isn't a brush mark in it. It just flowed out so nicely. But anyway, this is exactly the same color as the interior of the car. I flipped this over, and the guy stuck it in his machine at Home Depot, and he matched the paint. Then he took his finger in the paint, and he wiped it on the inside of this, and you can't even see where it is. So it is perfect match. So this is, I mean, it feels good. It feels tough. It's outdoor house paint ought to last a long time. So I've done that kind of thing before. So anyway, so all that gray fade is no longer gray faded. So it's looks pretty good. Yeah, and Buddy Carfano's asking about the wipers. Kim, when I get home, I got to look for those bushings. I keep forgetting the bushings on the wiper linkage.
That's right.
Yeah, we got to do that. We got to do that. And so I got to remember to do that. What bushings? Maybe I can look for them off or online for you, probably available for Mustang. That's exactly what we were thinking for. Okay, Kim, where are those pieces? Those arms, those
Mm.
If I could show him one. I mean, he's the one that found the. I found the black one, but he found the chrome one. That nut that broke, that plastic nut, and I ordered that. We just don't have it yet. I think I've got a tracking number that says it's coming in tomorrow. I think it's supposed to be here Saturday, but it doesn't matter. I mean, you can put that in. That's like one of the last things to go in. I don't know if Kim was still looking for that or not.
Mm-hmm.
She is. Mean Street Mopar says awesome. I'm not sure what the awesome is, but awesome. Maybe it's this. This turned out so good. This match paint. I'm just blown away by that.
Doesn't really look like it's a serviceable thing.
Doesn't look like a serviceable thing. You see what this is?
Probably.
This is the piece that the wiper slides onto. Man, that shaky hand drives me nuts. Okay, so you know where you're looking at. That's the piece the wiper goes onto. And this arm, there's an arm there, and it's got a worn out thing. There's some kind of a bushing that's supposed to be in there. That bushing's gone. I don't know. I don't know. I thought about making something, but this is not really serviceable. I thought about drilling that out. But anyway, they're on both ends. This end, also no bushing left in it. So this connects the two wipers together, so they do this. So they do this. But there's no bushings left in them, so it's all clinkety, clinkety, clinkety. That'd be terrible. Which is probably why it was taken apart. Probably Joe Rojas that was in here, or maybe you're still here, took it apart, or somebody that was working with him took it apart, and there's just no pieces for it yet. So we'll have to chase that down. Or maybe Buddy will chase it down.
Little things. The car
It's like little stuff. It's like, but the biggest thing by far was the heater core. And when Joe showed me that heater core, he goes, well, here's the heater core. All you got to do is put it in. I'm thinking to myself, man, that's an 8.3 hour job with about a million little screws and stuff you can't reach. I was like, oh, because in the picture, it showed heater hoses hooked up. And I thought, I didn't know the heater core was bad, but that's okay. It's in there now, and it'll be, I mean, I'd rather put an engine in a car than put a heater core in a car, but that's all right. At least we know it's got a new heater core in it. That's gonna be nice when we turn on the heat. But winter's about over. You're right, and I'm happy about that. But still, between now and June, it's not gonna be perfectly warm. There's gonna be a lot of cool mornings, and it'll be nice to have heat in the car. So the heat will be nice. Oh, you can't believe how happy I am about this being not all faded gray anymore. That when I make the console, that goes kind of from the radio back, it'll probably come back and go up a little bit and over the seat. But I'll make it out of styrofoam and then cover it all with fiberglass, so it'll have a texture to it. And I'll paint it with the same paint. So I'll have an armrest and a place to put the CB radios in and everything, where everything will look like it belongs. It won't just be all hacked in there. Mrs. One-Eyed Cat, I got to go to bed. Good night, all. Later, family. Hey, I really appreciate you being here. And family, that sounds good. Yeah, we're all part of that. Whatever this group is, which is us and whoever hangs out on John Wilburn's and the AHRA group and all that, we're all kind of the bunches of the same people. It's really, really good to have you here. And that's probably why I like these lives so much, because people stop in and then they become part of the family. So thanks for being here, Wendy. So let's see. The next thing I really need to do is run under the carpet. We're going to run the coax And I bought good coax. I bought expensive stuff to go back to the CB antenna, and that'll go underneath the carpet so you don't see it from the back. So if somebody's in the back seat, they don't see it. It'll be underneath. It'll come out under the front seat, but that's where that console will be. So I don't want it to show. I want it to run in a nice location. Space Cat, I run my heater wide open once a week for about 5 minutes. Only have done one heater core in 35 years. Man, you know why I did so many heater cores? Because I had a radiator. I had two radiator shops. I had one 1975 till 1980, and then another one in the 80s. And you know, you got to do heaters. And then I had the second shop. I had mechanics working for me that I had, or today they call them technicians. I always think myself more of a mechanic than a technician, but I guess technicians. And so a lot of those jobs are done by those guys, but they're never easy. And then, of course, I'm responsible for them when something doesn't work out or when the mechanic can't come to work or something. I'm the one doing them. The old heaters, like the first heater I ever did, I remember it well. The first heater I ever did was on it was a Road Toad. It was like a 60, I think it was a 62 Valiant or a Lancer. It was one or the other. And noise. I'll wait for the noise to stop. Anyway, okay. So anyway, the I didn't really like working on a dashboard, but it wasn't that hard. And then there were other heater cores that were kind of tough because you had to pull the inner fender well out. A lot of GM cars, like the first gen Firebirds and Camaros, you got to drop that inner fender well out on the passenger side. And I used to think that was terrible pain in the ass. But compared to today's cars, like these things, Fords with AC, oh man. I mean, I used to laugh. I'd say it'd be like, when they're building a car, you see a heater core coming down a conveyor belt and they start adding stuff on, and pretty soon you have a whole car. And that's how it felt. Like the heater core was the first thing in the assembly of the car. Because you got to disassemble the whole car to get to it. But, it isn't quite that bad, but they're not fun. And I've done some that are pretty easy. The square body Chevy trucks are pretty easy. But then some vehicles are just terrible. Oh, Buddy Carfano just sent an email for wiper linkage bushing repair kit. Where's my phone? I'm not going to look. I'll look at it when we get home. But thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Looks like it's called wiper linkage bushing. Even AutoZone has them made by Dorman.
Okay.
Dorman makes a lot of stuff like that. That makes sense. Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I'm more likely.
There's got to be a source. All them box bodies can't have.
That's the one good thing about having, like a Mercury Zephyr, a Ford Fairmont that wasn't that much of a classic car. The Fox Body Mustangs were. And almost everything is interchangeable with the Fox Body Mustang. So, it's like the heater core. And although Joe Rojas left us a heater core, brand new heater core, there was a new old stock one in the trunk. And then, what else did we get like that? Kim, what did we just get that was...
Yeah, and if it ain't a box body, we got the Bronco parts were the same.
Yeah, the inside of the door wind up and wind down things, that was all the same as the Bronco. The bushings are $8. That sounds like a deal. I'll be ordering those.
Well,
I'll be ordering those
One,
tonight.
2, 3, 4 of them. So.
Oh, there's another linkage after this. So it's 2 pieces of linkage.
1, 2, and then the other one's got 2. So it's going to be 3, 4.
What other ones? There's another.
This linkage is bad.
Okay, I understand that. I see 2 bushings. I don't know which are the other ones you're talking about.
Well, there's 2 wipers. This is for the wiper pivots.
Yeah, but that's not bad, is it?
No, but there's 2 wipers. So there's another assembly just like this that goes.
It attaches here, and the other assembly attaches here, or this attaches to a motor.
That attaches.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, that's what this thing is here. This piece.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how it goes together. I'll get you.
Okay, well, because Joe had taken it all apart, or somebody working with him took it all apart. He just had all the pieces and parts in the trunk. It was already apart, and that's why it was such a such a timing thing going down to pick the car up. Is because I already paid for the car. He'd already sent me the paperwork. It was already in my name, but the car was in Texas, and we were waiting for a weather window because we knew it didn't have any wipers. So we wanted to make sure we could get down there and get back without any rain, because we knew he didn't have any windshield wipers. So
yeah, I don't know how this all.
Oh, here's the rest of it. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So there's 4 of them. There's another one here and another one there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So we
probably have to take the motor off.
So we'll have to figure it all out, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we need a diagram somewhere.
Well, we'll get it all worked out. And the wipers are up there on the back of on the front of the car. I just cracked my neck around too far.
Yeah.
The kit shows 3 bushings. Well, I can see 4 here, right? I see 4 here right now. They all look like the same. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The kit shows 3. Bushings right like $8, so we might have to buy another. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But thank you. Thanks for finding out for us.
Points at least.
Oh, so who gets points? Buddy Carfano, Terry Mott. Do they get points?
Yeah.
Kim, you give the points away. I don't have points to give away.
Give them 3 points apiece.
They each get 3 points. Keep track of your own points.
Thank you for your help. For paying attention. For doing the work. Putting in the work.
Kim, you know what? It's nice and warm in here tonight. I'm not even running this little heater.
Yeah.
How's the fire doing?
It's looking good.
It's looking good? Okay. I mean, is it like too hot or is it normal? Or?
Look at it here. It's right above the yellow, but not deep into the black.
Okay, yeah. So, and that gauge is off, so we know that. So we know it's in the safe zone. Man. Making headway. But I think she's making headway on a monkey bike. Hey, Kim, can you come over here for a few minutes?
Yeah, you need a break.
Yeah, I need to take a walk for a few minutes.
Okay.
What was that big noise?
Oh,
Just making noise.
Mm-hmm. Who are we talking to?
We are talking to Terry Mott, Space Cat. I think Mrs. One-Eyed Cat took off. Mean Street Mopar. Patrick Sullivan. X and Spec left. I don't know if Joe is still here or not. Joe Ross. I don't know if he's still here. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to measure this while I'm at it.
Hippie Long says, okay, the show's done tonight. Welcome to the stream, Hippie Long.
I don't know what that is.
Buddy Carfona says, have Skylark no part listed for Buick and find same thing listed for Chevette. I don't know what he's talking about because I wasn't here. Shoot.
I don't either. I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, it's really warm over here.
Oh, yeah, that fire is working real good.
And you did a good job. You using your bellows.
I know. I can't even use my bellows because I did too good of a job with the fire tonight. Oh, well, I guess I got to just spin it on here. Everybody got quiet. I wonder if anybody sees that we're live who isn't normally here. You know how if you click on the live tab, it'll show you suggested channels? I wonder if we're in the suggested channels. I looked to see if there was a way to like promote yourself in a category, And there's not. I don't know. It's really hard to say. Hippie Long sent some pictures for Buff for Tuesday. That's cool. Who remembers what year we're doing Tuesday? I don't even remember. It must have been, but it must be back in the 60s or 70s because we just did it in the 80s. Same part, no listed for one car, but available for a different car. Oh, I don't know. Olive says, what do we got here? This thing I'm working on? So I'm putting a piece of copper tubing on this threaded rod. So as it rides through the place that so the brake cable is attached to this end. So when you pull the brake, it's going to pull this rod. And then this rod goes through the lever on the rear drum brake on this mini bike. And I want a sleeve over these threads so they don't saw through the bracket. So 1973 is what we're doing, says Buddy Carfon. Thank you, Buddy. Buddy's on top of things. Do without you guys. We're both such scatterbrains. We'll figure it out, buddy. We'll figure it out. We haven't even looked at it yet. I gotta look up at like a diagram because I don't even know which one's the right one and which one's the left one. It's just weird. Like, look how sloppy they are.
Oh, yeah.
They're completely worn out.
We got my waters.
Oh yeah, we probably need to get some
We
water.
only have 2 waters left after this
Smart
one.
idea. I don't know. The smart idea, you know what the smart idea would be? Go buy a longer cable. There it goes.
Go buy. See, that's
Go
the thing.
buy.
You know, I see this. This is something I want to comment on. I'm going to comment on my comments. A lot of times we make something or do something or fix something, and somebody in the comments will go, just go buy, and then there's some fill in whatever expensive word you want. And it's like, I don't know. I'm kind of like I was when I was a teenager. I don't have the money to go just buy everything. And there was a time in my life I could do that. That I was working so much that I didn't have time to go make stuff and do stuff. Well, now I'm at that time in my life where we have time to make stuff that we need, but I don't have the money just to go buy, you know. So that's why we do stuff like this. Is use our life experiences to make stuff we need.
Hippie Long says brass is slightly harder. Brass would be correct because brass would be like a self-lubricating sort of thing. But copper, this is what I have.
This is what you have.
I have
You
copper
straighten
tubing.
out a piece of copper tubing.
And it'll slide through that hole, that steel hole.
Brass isn't real expensive, but I mean,
I don't have it.
This is what you have here. Kim, can you get my yellow bag out from?
Everything I learned from being poor. That's why I know.
Oh,
so
you know
much.
what? That is such an advantage when you're young and you like cars, is to be a little on the poor side.
No.
Because I remember the spoiled rich kids, what I call the spoiled rich kids, in high school, and they had brand new cars. Their parents bought them. They drove fast, and they had all the cool shit. I was always jealous that I didn't have the fastest cars, and they did. But you know what? They didn't know how to do anything, and I knew how to get an old car and fix the brakes. I knew how to do everything because. Oh, you fixing that? Good. I had trouble with that. You fixed it like in a second. You get the camera in the right place. Can you hand me my yellow bag back here? It's like around. It's around here. That yellow bag. Thank you.
Grease it. Yes, I agree.
So
I will put some lube on it. And it'll hold up. It'll last way long. You know, if it starts to go bad, it'll be time to replace the cable. So, and I want it to work, properly and confidently and reliably for the new owner that I am going to sell it to. And they won't understand why it works or how it works, but it'll work as well or better than the.
Kim, I'm sorry. You got all my little goodies. I need a pair of scissors.
Why don't you come and sit back in the right place?
Well, because you're sitting there and you're being entertaining and they're liking it. And I'm sitting here doing something now. I just needed my scissors.
We're a team.
So that's how I got introduced to airplanes. I saved and saved and saved, and I sold my business so I could get enough money together to learn to fly, and that's what got me on the aircraft, uh, on the whole aircraft thing as a career. So I sold a business and learned to fly, but then I couldn't afford an airplane or anything. So what I did was I started building airplanes from scratch. I worked with a guy that was building airplanes, and so I started buying chromoly tubing, little pieces of it, or taking old chromoly tubing and welding little. I took a bed rail. It was a V, and then I could put all these pieces of chromoly tubing together and weld them together. And I had like, I think I had $2,800 in that first airplane I built. So that's how I learned all that stuff, was just doing it. And that's because I didn't have a lot of money. And this, in a way, it's an advantage to the learning process.
Well, it's like you said, farm kids always make the best technicians.
When I was hiring people, the kids that grew up on the farms, they were the best ones.
Rainy Day Auto asks, what are you working on? Is that a Ferd? It is a Ferd.
Oh, Rainy Day Auto's here.
It is a Ferd. It's a Mercury.
Mercury.
It's a Mercury.
It's a Fox body, just like a Mustang, except it's a Mercury. Because Fox body Mustangs cost twice as much as Mercury Zephyrs do. Yeah. Mercury Zephyr Z7. Let's see what else. Now I'm back in the pilot seat here. Space Cat, everything I learned from being poor. Wiper transmissions often have kind of a lot of play in them. Of course, the bushings are often a little ball jointy. You know, I'm thinking that's what they are. Is so they're. It looks like these things are, yeah, they're a little bit, like you say, ball jointy. That's a good term, ball jointy. They kind of look like it. Let's see, or tape over the threads. Rainy day, yeah, it's Ford product. The challenge and the mastering of that challenge is where it's at. Or rainy. Yep. Oh, I just mixed up my drink with my whatever that purple stuff was. Some kind of zero sugar powder I put in here to make the water taste like something else. Tastes like some kind of berries. Tastes kind of good. Oh man, yeah. You haven't been here for a while, Rainy Day Auto. I bought this Mercury Zephyr, and it's a really good car as far as the base car goes. No rust.
Low mileage.
Yeah, it had 108. It's a 78 with 108,000 on it, which isn't too bad. And it's but it needed a heater core, and it's got air conditioning. So the heater core is like probably the most major job you could ever do on this car. So we pulled the dash, pulled the heater box, undo the air conditioning, all this other stuff. Got a heater core in there. It's going back together. It's just about back together, but I remember the book time in these was 8.3 hours from back when I had my radiator shops.
It's been 3 weeks.
So it's been like 3 weeks, but it got really cold. So we didn't want to be in the shop because it was, like 7 degrees or something. Pretty miserable day to work in the shop. So we weren't in here for a few days. I've had doctor's appointments. She's had appointments. Now we're back in here. It's warmed up some, and it's almost back together. It's not a race. We'll get it all together, and then I'll have a car with a heater in it. I bet you can actually buy like a Dorman version of those bushings if they're shot. Yeah, who was it said Dorman earlier?
Yeah.
Maybe it was you. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh, it's Terry Mott said it. The AutoZone has them made by Dorman. Dorman's kind of weird. Sometimes they make good stuff. Sometimes they make crappy stuff. But a lot of times that's what there is, and a lot of times it works well. Oh, this is what I was going to say what my drink is. Dragon fruit. Dragon fruit drink. Cheap little things. What engine? Has a 200 cubic inch 6-cylinder and a C4 automatic. And it's going to remain that way for a while. The guy that I bought it from, Joe Rojas, he was in here earlier. He may still be in here. I don't know. But the trunk had a bunch of pieces and parts in it. And there were a new set of headers in there, 6-cylinder headers. I don't know if I'm going to use those or not. I don't know. Because I don't really want to hot rod this engine. I'm just going to leave it for a while. At least this year, I'll be driving it with a 6 in it. And the, at some later date, I may put a 351 Windsor or a 302 or a Cleaver in it. Who knows?
I'm going to run the grinder just for a minute.
Kim's going to run the grinder.
For seconds. Done.
Space Scat says his dad had a 77 Granada 2-door with a 250 and a C4. Great car. Yeah, the 250 is a taller deck height. I don't know if it fits in this. Everything will bolt up, but I don't know if it, like the air cleaner and all that, fits in enough that it misses the hood and everything. I don't know. But I don't think I'd put another... it's a 2-door. It's a Zephyr Z7 here. I'm gonna mess the camera up again. Kim got it all perfect, and now I'm gonna screw with it again.
No, show them the car.
There it is. It's the 2-door. It's a Z7, so it has that, what do they call that thing? The basket handle roof. It's a lower roof than the wagon and the 4-doors and the 2-door box tops, which I like. It's a couple inches, inch and a half or something, maybe 2 inches lower roof. And so it's that top, which I really like. But see, I had one of these before that was the Ford version of this, which is the Fairmont Futura. So I had a Futura. Oh God, it was only 4 years old. It was a 79. I had it in 83 and 84, 85, somewhere in there. And it had a 4-cylinder Pinto engine in it, which I pulled out, put a 302 in it, and C4, and then of course I broke the rear end because it's a built 302. So I had to fix that. But anyway, I really liked that car, and I had a girlfriend at the time, and she ended up getting the car when we split up. So I've always kind of wanted another one. And when this one came up, it was JB, who's one of the people a lot of times that's in one of our viewers. He found this car. He lives in southern Texas somewhere. But he found this car, and it was in Dallas. So I ended up buying it because it was a pretty good car. Hippie Long says, Buff, I took flight lessons in 82. ICE kept me from commercial ticket. Did hang gliders in New Mexico in 87, but couldn't afford a wing. So back to motorcycles. Yeah, I don't know which is. They're both dangerous as hell, aren't they? I flew for 30 years. Ended up working at a place where I designed airplanes and built airplanes, and 2 of them were a commercial success, but they wasn't my business. I worked for an hourly wage, so somebody else made the money on it. But there are 2 airplanes that did quite well. But I've got 22 friends been killed in airplane accidents, and at some point I just said, I've cheated death enough. I'm not flying airplanes anymore. So if you're gonna fly airplanes, really be careful. Kevin Smith, what I walk into. Oh, what did you walk into? Hippie Long, I take introductory flights out here in California every other year. Rainy Day Auto, I considered buying a Fairmont wagon just because it was a wagon, but I gotta say Mopar, so I passed on it. But it was cool. I had a Fairmont wagon, a 78 Fairmont wagon, and I think it was a 79, but I don't remember. I didn't have it very long. It was a 79 Mercury Zephyr wagon. But I had a friend that had a Malibu wagon that somebody ran into it and destroyed it. And I had another. Oh, see, what I did was I fixed that wagon and I gave it to him. So he and his wife drove that wagon around for quite a while. Had a 2300 Pinto engine in it and a 4-speed manual that I put in that car. And then he and his wife drove it around for quite a few years. So that was my Mercury wagon. So I like these wagons. In fact, I was looking at them. I really wanted a Fox body this time. So I found this one. So yeah, it's a see Mexican Spec had a Fox body, a little notch back, not the long, what do you call them, the hatchback Mustangs, but a little notchback Mustang with a 302 and a 5-speed manual in it. But it was more money than I had, and it was a really nice car. Those things are worth a lot of money because they're Mustangs, and this was actually this was less than half what that Mustang was. So I bought this. Then we had to go get it. Kevin Smith said, mine's a 95 Oldsmobile wagon with 70,000. 95 Oldsmobile. Is that an A-body? A front driver? I don't know which one you have. I had like a whole fleet of A-body GM cars there for a while. The Oldsmobile Cutlass Sierra, I had one of those. I had, man, so many Buick Century wagons and four-door sedan, front drivers. And then I had a couple of Chevrolet Celebrities. I don't know, I just had a bunch of those. Hippie long V-tailed Dr. Killers. Yeah, I got friends that got those things. Nobody I knew ever got killed in one of those, so they knew. I had friends that flew Bonanzas, V-tail Bonanzas around. Buddy Carfano, Mom had a Sable wagon. Only thing I liked was the light up grill. Man, I had two of those. I had one of the early ones, a Sable. It had that big light across the front, and one of the lights was burned out. So I took it all apart, and I put amber lights in there. I was married at the time, and I could see, if my wife was coming the other way, I could see this, the headlights, and I could see that amber, that full width amber light coming toward me. And I really liked that Sable wagon. And then I had a second gen Sable wagon after that, which I just sold not too long ago.
Not too long ago.
Well, it was probably 5 years ago I sold it. Yeah, it was before you got here. I sold it.
That's fair.
Buddy Carfano, my mom had a Sable wagon. Oh, okay, I already read that. Kevin Smith, Sierra Cutlass Cruiser wagon. Yep, I had a Cutlass Sierra, but it was just a four-door sedan. It was a nice car. It was just a car, family car we had, and that's kind of how all my front drive A-body GM cars were. They were nothing I fixed up, just stuff I had. Just family cars. Rainy Day Auto. I still have my '63 Valiant wagon that I got to paint this summer. If I get motivated, that'll be a fun project. That'll be a real fun project. I like the A-body Chryslers. I mean, we've got them around here. Kim's got a '66 Dodge Dart. I've got a '72 Valiant. And that Valiant will be coming in here as a project car at some point. We put an engine in it, got it running, it drives nice and everything. But we rebuilt half the front end. It really needs the other half of the front end finished up.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be a project car.
Yeah, it needs some things. We want to tell them the project we want to do with it. It's not a secret.
Okay, I'll get to that. I'm going to catch up with the chat here a little bit. Space Cat Ford Taurus show. Yeah, I had a friend that had one of those. They had some with, they had that Yamaha engine in them that was really something. Uh, Kevin Smith got the warning bell if you leave turn signal on over a quarter-mile for his home farts. Let's see here. Rainy Day Auto, they should have made a Taurus show wagon. I guess they didn't, did they? I mean, that would have worked. That would have been great. Man, that would have been something, wouldn't it? Buddy Carfano, neighbor still drives a Saturn wagon. Kevin Smith, they're all project cars. Rainy Day Auto, Mopar for life. I love Valiants. Also have a '69 four-door. Okay, my '72 Valiant. See, down under in Australia, they had the Utes. See, I had a '57 Ford Ranchero for a while, many decades ago, and then I had a '72 uh, uh, El Camino. There was a total in the front end. The guy hit a deer going 100 miles an hour and wrapped the radiator around the engine. But it went over the top of the frame, so the frame was okay. So I put a front clip on it, painted it. I drove that thing around for a while, sold it. And man, I miss those cars. So down under, that Chrysler, they called them a Wayfarer. They were a Plymouth Valiant down there, a Chrysler Valiant, Ute, UTE, like utility. And it looked like an El Camino, but it was a Valiant. So I think what we're going to do is bring that Valiant in here, and we're gonna make a pickup out of it. And I have a pickup bed, the floor, and I don't think it'll be too hard. Those Utes were they used the front doors from a four door. They were the short doors, unlike the El Caminos that had the big long doors. So it'll look right. And we're gonna have max headroom problems with this camera again. Camera's starting to give us shit.
I got to mute for a second. I'm going to cool off the camera.
I think Kim fixed the camera. If you saw green screens and flickering and everything, it's because the camera gets hot. But anyway, I think we're gonna do. A Ute, and I really miss having an El Camino or Ranchero. But I'd rather have. Well, I'd like to have a '57 Ranchero, except that costs a fortune. Uh, I'd really like to do that to that four-door Valiant, and it'll look like a stock Plymouth or like a stock Chrysler Valiant from down under. And Tavo that comes in here.
It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be a tribute car.
A tribute car, yeah. Tavo that comes in here, one of our viewers from South Australia, he has one that he drives around down there, and he sent me all the dimensions. He sent me a lot of stuff to make it so I can get it dimensionally right. So I think I'll probably do that. Where in the country are we? We are in Middle Tennessee. So I'm trying to remember where you are, Rainy Day Auto. Aren't you like in northern Nevada or something? Man, I don't remember. We've got a lot of viewers, so I don't always remember where everybody's from. And we have commercials coming up in 30 seconds. During the commercials, when the ads come in, I'll be quiet for about 15 seconds or so and let everybody click out of the commercials so you don't miss stuff. But so yeah, Rainy Day Auto. I'm trying to remember where you are. It's been a while since you've been in here.
Wow, when's the last time we were in a garage? It was just too warm. It's just too warm in here tonight.
5 seconds till the commercials. Oh yeah, Colorado Springs. I remember.
This is great.
Okay, maybe the ads are done. I don't know. Yeah, Rainy Day Auto. I remember now. Yeah, you're up there in a cold country. Uh, you say you. The reason you ask is you have access to rust-free cars, and that's why I got this car in Texas. Got this in Dallas, Texas, because it's a really extremely rust-free car. There is a spot of rust right below where the battery box is, so but that's not a big deal. That's not like from road salt or something where the whole car's rotten. It's just a spot where we got to fix it. But the I remember I had some friends in, where the heck was it? North of Denver, Loveland, Colorado. Oh, Subi? Is that like Subaru or like Subway commercial? Kevin, which is it?
Oh, it's probably Subaru.
Well, he said Subby or Subi. Could be a Subaru commercial or a Subway commercial.
Or Subway commercial.
And Hippie Long says Central California.
Hemorrhoid ad.
Hippie Long, it's a hemorrhoid ad.
I mean,
2 points for a hemorrhoid ad. So I don't know what hemorrhoid.
What are they trying to say
what
about
are they trying
our
to?
viewers?
What are they trying to sell you?
Yeah, what are they trying to say about our viewership?
What's a hemorrhoid ad? Oh man, yeah. Well,
everybody who calls out their advertiser gets
really?
2 points, even if we don't see it and read your comment. You get 2 points for making the comment, so thank you.
Hippie ad for butt clamps.
Nah. Nah.
I want to know what Kevin Smith had. Oh, Subaru. It's Subaru ad. Okay, 2 points for Subaru ad. And then whatever the other one was. Okay, Greeley, I know that area a little bit, but it was in Loveland, Colorado, and Fort Collins, that area. I kind of hung around that area for a while. And when I was there in the wintertime, when I noticed the cars there weren't too bad, but as soon as I went up into Wyoming, oh my God, what's that rust? It's like, I don't know what they put on the roads in Colorado. And of course, this is many years ago, but I noticed the Colorado cars were better than the Wyoming cars. And so what are the points for? Okay, here's the deal. Kim gives away points. Everybody keeps track of their own points. And once in a while, like right now, we have a Subaru. And she says, anybody that wants, that's 50 points. You can have the Subaru, but you got to come get it. We're not going to ship it to you. So it's a non-running Subaru. We put an engine in it, which immediately froze the cam up on it. So she took the engine out and put different heads on it and got it running. It was running great. She had it sold to some guy. And during the test run, it froze the cam up again. So she parked it.
I jokingly say, and I would, if somebody wanted to come and get it as a collaborative thing, like, hey, we're going to Tennessee to get the Subaru, we would do that. So nobody wants to come here and get that Subaru.
So the Subaru is a pretty nice car. It doesn't have rust on it. The interior's nice. Has a good stereo in it.
It's just,
transmission works well. But there's a cam frozen in the head again. So if you're a Subaru person, you probably like the car.
You would not actually want the Subaru. It's just
Kevin Smith says saving his points for the Studebaker. For the Studebaker.
The Studebaker
not giving up.
For sale.
Studebaker's really not for sale. If I croak, Kim.
The Subaru.
If I croak and you don't want this, if you don't want the Studebaker, you find
you're not allowed to croak.
You find Kevin Smith. And there's a box up here that says Studebaker parts. It says Studebaker's all apart. And I have all the parts in that box. Everything's bag tagged. Some of those, like I put like 2 bolts or 3 bolts or 4 bolts in a bag, and they're exactly where they go. All.
If anybody takes the Subaru, they have to put it together and drive it home. That's
all
the challenge.
Tagged. Oh, if they come here, they've got to put it together. She's got heads and parts, all kinds of stuff with the Subaru. You probably get it running here. So anyway, so Kevin Smith, you want a 61 Studebaker low? Man.
He's a maniac.
Kevin, Hippie Lunch says, Kevin can use my points. So I don't know. We might have stuff for points at some point. She gives away points.
It's for fun.
It's for points, fun, points. I don't know.
Points are for fun.
Patrick
no
Sullivan.
Cash value.
Patrick Sullivan. Wayland Wire has a YouTube channel.
Not applicable in New Zealand.
His grandson's. Okay, I'll start over. Wayland Wire has a YouTube channel. His grandson has one that's been through at least 3 engine swaps. I don't know if you know of him. It's in your circle. No, I don't. You know who had a, and Kim and I both talked about it, and I wasn't too open to it, but it did cross my mind. But I'm not ready. I really want to build that car, so I'm not ready to give it up yet. But Nivlak, who is Calvin, what is their last name? I should know it.
Nelson.
Calvin Nelson had a Studebaker. I think his was a year newer, maybe 2 years newer. The Studebaker Lark. It was his first car. His father gave it to him. It was a fast car.
Yeah, it was super.
Had the 180-degree headers in it. It was fast. It sounded good. He had just taken it racing in Florida. It was its way back up to home in Pennsylvania, and he had it at a hotel. Where in South Carolina. Overnight in a hotel. They came out in the morning. His tow vehicle, his Ford truck, his enclosed trailer, and his Studebaker, and all his toolboxes that were in the trailer was gone. Somebody stole the whole rig. They never recovered it. Just such a sad thing. Kim and I looked at each other. It's like, should we give him the Studebaker? He's got a lot of cars. I don't know. I'm not ready to give up my Studebaker yet, but man, talk about a loss. I don't know how they'll ever recover from that. You know, what was it, a 1-ton Ford truck with a big race car trailer behind it and all the tools and this extremely fast Studebaker in there. Jeez. I think it had an LS Chevy in it. Is it an LS Chevy or a small block Chevy?
I don't know.
With the 180-degree headers.
They are very resilient people, and they've done really well.
They've tried to recover from it. They got other cars, and they're racing, and they're doing okay. But to lose your first car, man, just some thief, you know.
Well, pretty
Buddy Carfano, how many points for Kim to change my heater core? What kind of car is it? Is it a Fox Body Ford?
The answer is all of them. All the points. Every single stinking one.
Is that wind?
Wait, who is it though asking?
To change the heater core?
Yeah,
Buddy Carfano.
Buddy.
Yeah, the guy that always finds all our parts for us and everything.
Yeah.
And he sends us a lot of pictures of cars.
Where does Buddy live?
Buddy Carfano's in Massachusetts somewhere, Boston, I think.
Oh, man. You don't
Are you in Boston or are you just near Boston?
He does not want to drive here to have a seat.
One of my best friends lives close to you. He's in Amesbury, Mass. I've known him since I was a little kid, since I was like 6 years old. And we've remained friends the whole time. Kevin Smith, not a fan of the Porsche. They're expensive junk in my opinion. Kevin Smith, everyone has an opinion. Hippie Long, Studebaker Hawk. Yeah, you know, I'd love to have a Studebaker Hawk, but they're, you know, my favorite Studebaker Hawk isn't even a Studebaker. It's a Packard, 58 Packard Hawk. Oh, man. You know, but not too many of those around. Buddy Carfano, Fairmont, if I ever buy one. Oh, I see. Buddy Carfano wants you to change the heater core on the Fairmont when he gets one.
When he gets one. Oh, man. You guys making me do hard work.
Buddy Carfano says Boston, close to Fenway. Oh, you're right there. Hippie Long, all boxers are easy to work on. Just ask the owners who are always fixing and not driving. You know, the Porsche I really like are the 914s, which Porsche owners mostly don't claim them as Porsches. They call them Volkswagens because in Europe they're Volkswagens. But I remember when those things were fairly new. I've always told the story. The first one I ever drove, it was so fast and so much fun. Handled good. Loved that car. So, man, that's what I want, a 914. Well, the next 914, this is a wheel alignment shop. The next 914 I worked on, it wasn't so fast. And I go, man, what's wrong with this thing? Well, the first one I drove was a 914-6. So it had a 6-cylinder Porsche engine in it. The next one I drove was like a 1.7 Volkswagen. It was still a nice car, but it wasn't fast like the first one. But and the other Porsches I like are the 911s that people put LS Chevys in them, and I'd love to drive one of those. What's his name? The guy that's in Kansas. Somebody will come up with the name. Hoovie's Garage. Hoovie's got one with a 911 with an LS Chevy in it. That would be fun, I guess. But the Porsche owners probably don't like that so much. Man, a Studebaker Hawk. You know, I got run over a few years ago on this small block Chevy I have back here in the shop that I plan on putting in that Studebaker. It came out of a 57 Studebaker Hawk. That was a friend of mine had it in California. And I got run over by that car. That's when I broke 4 ribs and 5 vertebrae and pneumothorax, all that. Got an ambulance ride. So, yeah, I got run over by a Studebaker Hawk. It was a 57 Hawk. And that was my fault. Didn't have it wheel chocked. Taking the stuff apart, and it rolled off the, what do you call them, those ramps? It rolled off the ramps, and one wheel went up on my chest. Porsche, nothing but a squashed beetle. You know, the early Porsches before the 911s, the body style that looked like a squashed beetle. I don't like that body style at all. And the 911s, I've driven 911s, and I don't like the doors feel like they go out like this. I just don't like the feel of them at all. But I understand why people like them.
I have a question.
I'm not a Porsche person. Other than the 914, it's different. And 914 something.
It's not a hard question.
Oh, you're going to ask a question?
But I'll award 3 points if somebody wants to.
A question with
do a quick Google search. I've got this mini bike. It's a Coleman CT 200. And I need to know what size chain it's supposed to take because I got this 415H and it doesn't seem like the right size. So.
Oh, you got the wrong size chain?
It doesn't seem like the right size. I don't know why.
What'd you do? You bought that thing without an engine or something? Or what happened?
Okay, no, I bought it with an engine and it ran.
Oh, they can barely see it back there behind you. Okay.
I know there's all this stuff in the way. I can't bring it over.
There's a whole car in your way.
Yeah, I can't bring it over. What's that dripping? Oh, I'm draining your radiator.
What? Oh, I didn't know you were doing that.
Sorry.
Well,
do you want me to tell the story? Or
yeah, I didn't know you were working on my car. Okay.
All I did was open the petcock. It's just dripping like a tablespoon an hour.
It's because you didn't pull the cap.
So I bought it with the original engine and everything in it, and
here we go again.
I wanted to.
I'm trying to cool the camera off. Sorry I interrupted. You're getting mad at me. The camera was flicking.
I saw it. Yeah, it was.
Well, keep going. I'm sorry. I interrupted twice.
I don't remember what I was saying.
You were saying something about your mini bike and the chain and something.
Oh, why the chain doesn't fit. The motor that was on it is a Coleman motor, and the Coleman motors have a metric shaft. And I wanted to switch it out to one of those belt drive variable clutch transmissions. It's like a CVT transmission with a belt, kind of, and it's variable drive. They work real nice because before it just had a reduction jack shaft kind of thing. But the kits are only available with the 3/4 size shaft. So the metric shaft doesn't work. So I got a Hemi Predator engine with the 3/4 shaft, put it on there, and I've never got it together since I did that. I don't know where the original chain was. I know it was real rusty.
So you're really looking for a belt drive with the CVT?
It has it on there.
Oh, it's on there already.
But from the CVT to the rear sprocket, I need a chain.
Okay. How hard is it to hook up the other camera? Too much work for this.
My hands are real dirty.
Okay, I wanted everybody to see it. It's such a cool thing.
We're already like 4 hours into this, aren't we?
No, we're not 4 hours in. We're 3 hours and 10 minutes into it. Okay, no, that's okay. If you don't want to do that's fine. Kevin says, I don't get the fascination. Oh, with the Porsches? My county is 6,000 square miles, hippie long. Yeah, California counties are bigger than the New England states. Carnegie looks like a Porsche. Carnegie looks better than a Porsche. Kevin Smith, my dream car is 55 through 7 Thunderbird. Man, when I was young, that's all I wanted. But even then, they were expensive.
I'll set up the other camera so you guys can see. But I gotta wash my hands.
Okay, she's gonna wash your hands. I'm sorry, Kim.
Just.
I'm sorry. Now I made Kim mad.
I'm not mad.
Well, I can tell because I interrupted too many times in her story, and then I asked her to do something. Let's see here. Cliff, still not ready to let go of the 85 Crown Vic with 5,000 miles. I looked at it again today. That car is gorgeous. Oh, an 85 Crown Vic. That's the square body one. You know, I was in Arizona, and I pulled into a convenience store. I think I was getting gas. I was in the convenience store, and a sheriff's unit pulled in there, and these two older guys get out, and they're reserve deputies, and they're in a square body Ford Crown Vic, and it's got the lights on it, and it's sheriff's unit, and I'm like, what are you guys doing in this thing? I haven't seen one of these in like 20 years. And they go, well, we have one, and they rebuilt the engine in it, and we use it. And they did something to the 302 in it, and they said it's the fastest car we have, and everybody wants to drive it. So, I don't know, that was like 3 or 4 years ago. They were still running like an 85 Crown Vic around in Maricopa County in Arizona. And it's like a classic car running down the road with 2 cops in it. Amazing. Kevin Smith, been in a heated garage all this time. Oh, it's nice in here. It's 74 degrees in here. It's never been this warm in here. Not since last summer. And last summer it was full of bugs. When it's 74 degrees in here in the summer, there are mosquitoes everywhere. This is pretty nice. Kevin Smith says 39 years since it ran. Kevin Smith, T-Bird is a lot nicer looking car than the Corvette. Yeah, back then I think it was. Although I like 58 Corvettes a lot. 58's when I really started looking at. Hippie Long, look at the sprockets to make sure they match gauge-wise. Kevin Smith, this one is a 2-door Crown Vic. Wow. Yeah, there's not many of those around. Kim's doing something over there. Kim, when I took my walk earlier, I came back in and that door swung open. I'm sorry. It's closed now, I guess.
Yep. It's just not closing easy. You really got to be aware.
Yeah, Kim resealed
Yeah, we were having a lot.
Kim put new weather stripping on the door, so once in a while I close it. Don't close it hard enough. And then it swings open.
Can I put this against the...
You can do whatever you want, sure. I'll move out of the way a little.
It's not room.
I know. I see. Instead of moving the camera, you're going to move the mini bike.
No, I'm going to get the camera.
I see. The cameras. I see. I didn't understand where the
camera's buried by that.
Kevin Smith going to try to get pictures of that big to send you. Yeah. Send them to me, and if you get them, we'll put them on the Tuesday nights. We'll show them.
This cable's only so long.
Oh, I see. The cable's got to go over me or under me or something around that. Yeesh, okay. I see what you're doing. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that much work. I thought it was just there.
Well, it's there for the trunk of the car when you're working over there.
Yeah, I know.
I got to find a place where I can set this so that we can see it.
Kim, this antenna mount is so much better than that other one.
Okay, well, I'm glad you went.
I'm glad I bought it. It's one of those things that I was trying to fix an old one that was beyond fixing.
Yeah, sometimes it's not worth killing yourself trying to make something work.
Yeah, and it's all electrical connections and everything.
Different. It was something really unique, but it was just...
Yeah, it's just going to be bad electrical connections and everything. And Kevin Smith, Granny kept it covered with blankets. Wow.
Man, that's awesome.
I think you probably drained enough fluid out of that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I guess just let it drip.
I can shut it off. I'm just doing something else right now.
I see. Yeah. I'm just.
See, you're harping on me.
I'm not harping.
You're in the middle of doing something else, and you're
no, I'm just.
I'm
thinking that's probably. It's probably enough. It doesn't mean you have to stop what you're doing. Sometimes I say something to Kim and she thinks I'm like telling her to do something and I'm just making a comment about what's going on. It doesn't matter. I mean, we got to pour it in anyway. It doesn't matter if there's more drained out. I'm going to pour it in a big thing and funnel it back. See, I'll get to use funnels again. Be another funnel video.
So 420 chain, 415 chain, and 35 chain are different. Did anybody ever answer the chain?
Well, yeah, there was something going on here with the chain.
Nobody ever answered.
35 link, I'm betting. I don't know, some people.
I'm betting is not really.
Yeah, that's not good.
Thanks.
So Kim's going to.
I'll work it out.
Yeah, we got a minute to go to commercials again. Shit what?
Commercials. Hurry, and I'm not going to be ready until after commercials.
Well, that's okay. Don't
come back after commercials.
Don't sweat it. I got Kim upset now. I'm sorry. Sorry, I got Kim upset. Drain it all out and put in new antifreeze. You know what? This guy that was in here earlier, Joe Rojas, that I bought the car from, I think they flushed it and put new coolant in it because it looked really good.
Yeah, that radiator's new.
And the radiator's new. It's got a brand new radiator in it. So
yeah, it's all.
It's just, here we go, ads. So I think maybe the ads are over. I don't know. Yeah, I do want it low enough. I was just going to put it low enough to put the heater hose on, but then I really, after somebody in here said that I should put a thermostat in it, I do want to pull the thermostat and drill an 1/8-inch hole in it so that there won't be any, there'll never be problems with getting air out of the block.
All right.
Bob Dylan commercial?
What?
Bob Dylan commercial? 2
No.
points. Rainy Day Auto. No ads here. YouTube Premium is the best. Yeah, that's, and I don't mind you being YouTube Premium. That's a good thing. I'm YouTube Premium. She is not. So we kind of know both sides of it. She's messing with cameras over here.
I don't have any Elgato.
Don't have, oh, the Elgato's hanging from the back of the trunk over there.
No, you don't understand.
Oh,
It's not in. It's not a choice.
oh, I see. It's not a choice.
We must have had to delete it for some reason.
Kim's got a, I'm sorry. Now I got Kim
That's all right.
going after, she's got to
Here's the cat.
re-engineer the thing. Yeah, Rainy Day Auto. I've got premium, and Kim says I should get rid of it so I can see what the ads look like. But then because, yeah, there we go.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. We got split screen now with the monkey bike and with me. Okay, everything in. But see, when you got premium, a little of that money goes to pay the content creators, just like it would be for the ads. So Kim's adjusting everything. You know, when you adjust something, you don't make much money, but when you calibrate it, you make a lot of money. So maybe she's calibrating it. Patrick Sullivan, everything in the 70s was 35 link mini bike go-kart. I'm sure it's different nowadays.
I can't tell. Is that focused?
Looks focused to me. I don't know. I think it is. I think it's pretty good. Look at where it says Coleman on the back. It's pretty good right there. Looks pretty good to me. Kevin Smith says, get a safety thermostat. What's a safety thermostat? Hard to know when a thermostat is bad with a safety thermostat. Didn't know.
Okay. So you guys see, the motor drives this, which is a variable size pulley. Drives this belt. When this pulley gets bigger, this pulley gets cold and it gets smaller. And then on the back side of this pulley where you can't see, back here, there's a sprocket. And that sprocket goes to the main drive sprocket on the rear tire. So this chain, I need a chain between here and here. Because it's a jack shaft, but it's a variable drive jack shaft setup.
It is not a tote goat. Man, I remember tote goats years ago. It's a Coleman BT 200.
BT? CT? BT, yeah. 200X. It's a good bike. It's a desirable.
Paul Pajui, hey, welcome to the stream. Maybe you've been here all along. I don't know, but it's good to see you. It's called a fail-safe thermostat. I had cooling system shops. I don't even know what a fail-safe thermostat is. What happens? It only sticks open? I don't know.
Yes. So, what else do they want to say?
I have had cars that were stuck because this thermostat was stuck. Not very many. And I had to get it going. I've taken upper hose off, take a big screwdriver and a hammer, go whack, and just break the thermostat open. Put the hose back on and gets me to where I'm going. But safety thermostat has a strap to keep it from sticking closed. Huh. Paul Bajui just got here. Oh, good. Well, welcome. We've been here for quite a while tonight, and we're still here.
Hi, Paul.
But you know what? I took a nap in the afternoon, and Kim slept some in the afternoon, and the cold weather finally went somewhere else.
Yeah, it's not that cold outside.
So it's not freezing cold here. And we got a fire going, so it's 74 degrees in here, which is just,
nice.
It's nice, you know. So yeah. Oh, Patrick Sola. Oh, okay. All the time watching Redbeard Garage, and Isaac and John can't think channel's name.
Hi, Paul.
Kevin Smith, exactly, Paul. Patrick Sullivan, correct. When it fails open, okay. They stick open when they fail.
Oh, that's cool.
See, I don't even know about that. But
And
at
now
least
you have to research it.
I'm going to pull it out. If it looks like an old thermostat, I'll put a new one in. And if
Why?
it looks like just, yeah, I don't know. Of course, the new one probably comes from China. It's worse than the old one. But at least I'll drill a. It's a turd. My 50cc could smoke it. It's hippie long.
What could? My thing.
I think that's what hippie long's talking about.
You know what? The right 50cc with a gearbox on it with like multiple speeds would whoop the crap out of this little thing. But it's not a complete turd. It's a Predator Hemi Predator 212 engine, and it'll get going.
Have you ever ridden anything with one of those kind of two pulley things? It's like a CVT. They're amazing. I mean, the engine goes up to the maximum RPM, and then the engine just sits there and stays the same RPM, and the vehicle keeps going faster. I had a car called a King Midget. It had one of those in it with a 10 horsepower. What was that thing? A Wisconsin engine, and that thing would get up to about, I don't know, 15 miles an hour, and then the engine just stay at the same RPM, and the car just keep going faster till you get up to about 40. It was amazing.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
It was amazing how well that worked. Yeah, if you want to look up something, look up a King Midget, 1953 King Midget, or 54 King Midget. There were three generations. The first generation was just one seater. It was narrow. The second generation was side by side two seater, and the third generation looked funny. But it was I had a second gen. You going somewhere?
I'm running back up to the house and see if I can find an old chain. I did
Okay.
have it.
My radio is off. Can you turn it on if you're going? And I think I turned your radio off. We have these little radios so we can talk to each other when we're walking around out here.
The radio's turned on.
They are. We're getting snow here, so I'm stuck inside tomorrow. Man, I am so tired of the cold weather. We got Tennessee. I always say by the end of February we got flowers growing, and it's the end of the cold. Well, this year at the end of February, it got cold again. It got down like 7 degrees or something. It's like I thought we were done with this, but now it's back up. It's like 50 or something, and it's supposed to be 70 by Monday or Tuesday. 75, I think, by Tuesday. So maybe we're done with the real cold. It'll still be cool at night or in the morning, but Paul Pachui, I don't like them. I don't like them. What are we talking about? He says, hi, Cam. Oh, you don't like the fail-safe thermostats or something? I don't know. Kevin Smith, better off with new old stock thermostat if you could find one. Yeah, Ford's originally had the Ford ones were a 192 degree thermostat. And if you find one that says 192 on it, it's probably original equipment Ford. But, that would be pretty darn old. I usually put 180s in them. I have an original one or a 180. I think I put it in Kim's slant. So I don't think I have a new one around here anymore, but I may. Kevin Smith, same belt system as my Shopsmith multi-saw blade. Really? That's pretty cool. She went up to, I bet she didn't turn my radio on. I'm gonna be away from the chat for 30 seconds. I want to go over there and get my radio. Yeah, this is our little safety thing. So we somebody falls out in the yard or something, or if we need something, we can communicate. Walking around out there in a uneven grass and you can't see at night, and there's ditches and holes and gopher holes and stuff. So Kim, talk to everybody. I don't know if she'll answer. Oh, clock's forward tomorrow night. No kidding. Yeah, that'll be good. Kim, can you hear me? I don't know if she took her radio. She must have taken her radio. She took it. I don't know if she turned it on. Don't know. Oh, I am looking forward to spring's coming and the clock's forward and all that stuff. Yeah, I like that because I I we do stuff at night. We're up here a lot of times at night, so we sleep a little later in the morning, and so I like having the the light later in the afternoon. That'll be nice. That'll be really nice. I don't. There's always stuff to do outside when it's still light out, and then we come in the shop and we've got lights in here. Kevin's. Oh, what's this? Patrick Sullivan. Cars and Cameras is the other channel. I could not. Yeah, I've watched them. In fact, they had a King Midget, didn't they? Are those the guys that drove the King Midget to the East Coast on a pretty long drive? I think, but I think they put some other engine in it. King Midget's a cool little car. I kind of wish I hadn't. Another car I wish I hadn't sold. I've had so many cars I sold. Kevin Smith, thermostat, my Oldsmobile Sierra took 4 hours to change. What a pain in. Oh, what engine did you have in that? What did you have in that? A 3.1 or something? Probably wasn't the 4-cylinder. Rainy Day Auto, Cars and Cameras is that one where they build go-karts. Yeah, I was thinking that's the one where they had the King Midget, which is like a glorified go-kart. Although King Midget, it was a car, and they bought them either as a kit or a complete car. They were made in Ohio. Kevin Smith, exhaust crossover right in the way. Yeah, wonderful. You know, the newer the cars got, the more difficult everything got on the new cars. I'm just so sick of them, you know. Yeah, Big Block Tillotson, I think it was. Tillotson. Tillotson was, I remember the name Tillotson was a carburetor. Yep. You know, and when my Mazda 6 got wrecked, I really missed that car because it was reliable. It got 38 miles, yeah, 37 to 38 miles a gallon. I could always count on that. And I really liked I'm a guy that drove at night a lot. And I liked AM radio. Not so much for I used to like what was on AM radio, but the talk radio has become so political. I don't like to listen to that. But I like to just look for stations and see stations from far off places or listen to them from far off places. It was kind of nice. So I miss the car. But I don't miss the complexity of that car at all. There were things that would go wrong, and it's on a CAN bus, and it had electronic controls for the parking brake, for example, and twice that car just uncommanded, the parking brake sets itself. Well, crap, that's on a CAN bus. It's not just a switch, it's some stupid system that nobody can figure out. And the dealers couldn't figure it out. I don't miss that stuff at all. This car has a cable that runs the brakes. See, I like that. So I really wanted to get something older that was reliable and something I'm comfortable with working on. So that's why I got this. So I kind of miss the car. Man, I don't miss that complexity at all. Open up the hood, you can't see anything because just stuff. This car, pretty simple stuff. I consider building a go-kart. This rainy day, so I consider building a go-kart because me and bikes don't mix.
Check that out.
I'm well under 5 feet tall. What is this? Okay. What is this?
Anybody know what that is? I'll
Give
you 2 points if you can figure it out.
Kim just showed up with this.
Obviously, it's relevant.
Well, I see it says circuit protector. It's got a key switch on it. and a bunch of wires. Wires and a bunch of parts. It looks new. Did this just come out of a box?
It's never been installed.
It's never been installed, whatever it is. Whereas everything I own's always been installed, except this antenna's never been installed. Okay, let's see here. Rainy day auto. Consider building a go-kart because me and bikes don't mix because I am well under 5 feet tall. Rainy day auto. Go find yourself a King Midget. I always called it a King Midget Roadster. Find a second generation King Midget. You'll love the thing. Steve Edwards, hey, you're back. Or you've been in here all along just listening. I got another, because Steve Edwards was here 3 hours ago. Steve Edwards, I got another Courier Centurion with extra channels today. It only cost $68. Man. Steve Edwards is really into the CB radios, and I'm kind of am too. Ah, gracias.
You know why I gave you that?
Patrick Sullivan, 225cc import engines. Probably less than 1K.
Buddy Carvana, you get 3 points. You guys
What's this? Kevin Smith. It's always the favorites that get wrecked. Hippie Long, rainy day, get a Honda Rebel. They are low in height and for efficiently designed humans. I always thought I was because I'm like 5'7", and for a guy, I was like always one of the shortest guys. Every man I dealt with, I was always looking up at them, except a few, you know. And most women, I was looking up at them. Let's see. Hippie Long radio. Okay, Patrick Sullivan, remote ignition switch. Buddy Carfano, electric start for a mini bike. And that's the one you gave him points.
That's the right answer.
It's not a remote ignition switch? Okay.
It is, but Buddy Carfano, his answer
is better.
Much.
It's a little better.
Significantly correct.
Kevin Smith, electric cars are turning out to be duds. Who'd have thunk it? Not selling very well. Well, you know what I think about the electric cars? I think it's almost like a cult. It's like people that like Corvettes or people that like Porsches or something. A lot of those people bought those cars, but I don't think everybody buys those cars. You know, and you know who proved that was somebody else. Was what's his name? DeLorean. You know what happened to the DeLorean? Built way too many of them. And it was a car that a lot of people liked, but not that many. And they built way too many of them. And I think that's kind of what happened with the electric cars. That's just my opinion. Kevin Smith. I stay off two wheels with motors, too dangerous. Man, I learned that when I was young. I remember riding motorcycles when I was like 18, 19 years old. And I'd be in a 35 zone riding along, and I'd look down, and I was going 80. It's like, and it just seemed right, but it wasn't right. It's like, no. I don't belong on a motorcycle. Oh, Patrick Sullivan, congratulations to Kevin Smith. Patrick Sullivan, I'm watching on a 15-inch laptop is my excuse, not my big screen TV. That's what I have is a 15-inch laptop, but then I have a monitor next to it that's, I don't know what it is, 23 inches or something. It's a pretty good size monitor. And I have them next to each other, you know.
I don't have the chain. I know
you why. You don't have a chain.
I have a piece of the right chain, but it's not long enough, and I don't know where the rest is.
Is this why you brought me water?
Mm-hmm.
She brought me water because she also brought chili roasted pistachios, which will burn my throat. They are so good.
Mm-hmm.
But they are.
Stop eating them. They're so good.
But then then I'll start sneezing and coughing. Back to the Future made DeLorean popular.
Yep.
Dang, Leno almost got killed on a truck. Man, yeah, he rode through a wire. He was just talking about that the other night on his walking through his shop, showing the current projects on one of his shows, and he told that story how he rode into a wire. Yeah, in the last year he's had a couple of accidents. Hippie Long says DeLorean was crap through and through. You know, I like the looks of the DeLorean, but I don't like that engine. And yeah, I don't really like the whole structure of that car. Yeah, Kevin Smith, stretch of bad luck for Leno. Yeah, you know, he got burned underneath that car, the steam car, and then he got in an accident on a motorcycle. Yeah, he's got to be careful. I think he's 3 years or 4 years older than me. Yeah, none of us are going to live forever. I try to think I am. You know, the bad thing about getting old is like I'm 71, but inside my head, I still think I'm like 25, you know? And I got to not do stupid things like when I was 25. What do you need me to measure?
Can you measure how wide
Yeah,
the opening
let
for
me
the
slide
tube is
out
there?
from under this.
I'm sorry to interrupt this story, guys.
No, we must have 9 lives, 6 lives left. You know, I had a friend, a guy named Jim, that I worked for a while, and he was a crazy pilot, crazed light plane pilot. And he was one of those guys that had a few accidents, and we always used to say, you know, you got to start being careful. You know, like a cat, you got 9 lives, and you know what happened? He used them all up, and he got killed in an airplane accident. Ah, I got too many. He was 46 when that happened. Let's see here. Stretch of bad luck for Leno. Kevin was a sidecar, technically a 3-wheeler. Yeah, he had a sidecar on it. Yeah, Rainy Day Auto. Leno was acting enthused about Tata Nano. What junk that is. Okay, I've got a chain here, and I've got a calipers, but I'm reading that chat. A 318 into DeLorean. Oh, what was that about? Oh, it says there are plenty of viable engine swaps for DeLoreans now, though. Yeah, you know, probably LS or something. 318 into DeLorean. That's probably kind of heavy. Man, I got a 318 Poly I got to put together. There's another project. Uh, says I'd be thinking like a K24 Honda. Paul Juice says if I were Leno, I'd be. What was that behind me? Some big flashback. Oh, it's the light. And that light went across the screen. It looked like lightning behind me. Told you if I was Leno, I'd be afraid to leave the house with his luck lately. Hippie Long, it was crap like Bricklands were. I don't think Bricklands were as much as bad as believe it or not, I don't think Bricklands were as bad as the DeLoreans as far as a workable car. Huh?
Can you click on scene 2?
Scene 2. I have so much stuff here. I can't even get to my. Here, take your gizmo. Ooh. Now I can get to the rat or mouse. Scene 2. There's scene 2. Oh, what are we looking at?
Try scene 3.
Scene 3.
There you go.
Scene 3. That's like me a little bit. Okay, I got to measure this chain. Okay, and you want the small place measured?
I gotta get you in this picture.
I got to get my glasses off. There's glasses off and glasses on stuff.
I can't get over there. There's so much stuff.
It's just under a quarter inch. It's like 5 thousandths under a quarter inch. So it's metric, probably.
Yep.
Okay, here's like crap like Bricklands. Brooklyn, they said they had AMC engines and then Ford engines in them, and they had a full frame, you know. So I sort of like the Brooklyn. The only thing with the Brooklyn is they're getting so old that they're hard to find good ones. Hey, you got to turn it, Kim. Kim. Can you plug that in, please? Over here, we got super chat. Super chat. See, now you're making it so Kim has to dance and everything. Let's see here. Rainy day. I'm busy here. I'm gonna try to do that. But then you're gonna miss the Studebaker because we've got the wrong camera on.
Yeah, go back to the other camera.
We're gonna go back to the other camera so we can see the Studebaker, so we can see Kim dance. So you got Studebaker lights up there. This is what we get for Patrick Sullivan gave us a 99-cent super chat.
Thank you, Patrick. He just wanted to see the flashing lights and the dancing Kim.
Okay, and then we also had a Building 9 commercial. Got a lot of stuff going on. So we got
2 points per commercial. Well, not per commercial, but per ad break.
Let's see here. Crazy Pilot, not a great idea. Yeah. Oh God, I got stories about that guy. Let's see. Rainy Day. It was a Euro motor in the DeLorean. Yeah, it was that weird. Like 3 companies put that engine together. Is not my favorite engine. People do put LS and 3s in there though. LS 1s and LS 3s in there. Building 9 commercials. You're bumping into me. You're trying to bump. Oh, she's bumping into me on purpose. Okay, so thank you. I can't quite reach the switch for the Studebaker.
Leave it flash.
Leave the Studebaker flashing.
No, they won't be able to see
it because we're changing to scene 3.
Mm-hmm.
What you doing, Kim?
Well, you can't see because the camera's frozen. I think I can fix that.
We're trying to fix things. Reactivate. Oh, you moved the camera to a different location. It was frozen. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Leno's still looking good for an old guy. Yeah, I think he's either. I'm 71, so he's either 74 or 75. He's either 3 years or 4 years older than me. I think he's 3 years older than me. Let's see here. I watch Video Bob. He builds time machines. That's what Kevin Smith says. Kevin Smith by his chinny chin. Yeah, that's Leno. Yeah, Leno got the chin. I didn't get the chin. I got like a negative chin. He got like a positive chin.
He's got the chin.
Kevin Smith says that's 5 millimeters. Is that what? Is that just under a quarter inch? It was like 245 thousandths. And I don't have metric on this one. Patrick Sullivan, it's good, guys. Patrick Sullivan. Yeah, I'm broke this month.
Thank you, Patrick. You shouldn't even send us money.
That's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, but you don't have to send us.
You don't have to, but it's always nice. It's always nice.
Well, we really appreciate it.
You know what we've done with the super chats we got over a couple of months. We were able to buy a refurbished computer up here that made our lives here in the shop really good. So we invested that money in making our lives better, because our lives in here were really kind of not very good.
And we bought firewood this month so we could keep on working through the cold.
Yep.
And we need to get some gravel, so we're saving up for some gravel.
Let's see, and then I don't know where
it helps. There's always things that we need to keep things moving, and you guys see we don't waste money around here. Sometimes you gotta spend money though to keep things rolling and make content. So it really
Kevin
helps.
Smith says, "Is that the dab dance?" Dab.
I don't know what that means, but
I don't know what that means.
Sure.
She says, "Yeah, whatever. It is." Steve Edwards, did you find out what model? No, I didn't. I forgot. It's in the studio, and it's behind some stuff where we have big reflectors and stuff with lights. So I'm going to have to dig back in there. Rainy Day Auto, what brand of tools do you like? You know, back when I had shops, I was like almost pure Snap-on because the Snap-on dealer came around, very knowledgeable individual. Anytime I needed anything, he always knew the answers. And, I was working every day, so I could afford that. But since then, I've gone to a lot of Harbor Freight stuff, and you just brought that over for some reason.
Well, they asked about tools, and I think that we are squarely in that department. That is what we choose.
I have a lot of Ryobi stuff, and the reason I chose Ryobi is because I bought something as Ryobi, and then I had batteries and a charger, so I bought Ryobi tools. I didn't always buy more batteries because I already had a bunch of batteries, I already had a couple of chargers. So just keep buying the same thing because then the batteries fit. So, and I think that's 5mm. That's what somebody's saying here.
That makes sense because it's bike's metric.
So, and then gear wrench, and I bought some other. I don't know. I'd have to go over to the toolbox and look, but yeah, there's cheap tools. Like in a garage sale, when you find a box full of tools that are like $1. Yeah, I like those tools. Free tools, which are ones we find along the side of the road.
You know which side goes on which for the heater core?
Oh, are you doing my work for me?
Easy. I'm out of stuff to do on the mini bike.
So now I'm going to get up and turn my back to you. I'm sorry. I'm going to not pay attention to chat in a minute while I move over to here. Where's the other one? You already pulled that one off.
I'm here. And they really look like the same size.
So I'd say it doesn't matter which. Yeah, they're both 5/8. I'd say it doesn't matter which one goes to heater course because it just flows through. I'd say originally the carburetor had some kind of a thing that it went by here. So basically it comes up here and goes up here, and they just make them so they look.
So good. Make them so they come up and go that way.
Yeah, but they don't drape down way over here. They kind of go.
Well, I mean, we'll have to make some kind of bracket so they don't just hang, because that's the exhaust.
Yeah, there was originally what I remembered was there was a loop thing, like a metal thing that it just kind of set in, and yeah, and then I don't know, pulling the thermostat. If I really want to do that, right?
I mean, it's not leaking. If it doesn't, it's not hard to drain.
It'll fill up. If we turn the heater on, it'll bypass. Well, and yeah, it'll work. Let's not worry about it.
Let me have those connectorators there.
The connectorators?
The connectorators, yeah.
Kim wants these connectorators. Okay, let's see here. I got to catch up now. Kevin Smith, I had a crazy friend. Someone dared him to play chicken with a semi. He died that day. What?
I'm so sorry. That's horrific.
Oh, my God. Rainy Day Auto, what brand of tools? Okay, I guess I missed one. Yeah, the brand of tools. I was going to go over there and look at some tools, but I got to get caught back up here. Hippie long. The magnets in your LED bar light use the same setup you have doing under the hood light. Rainy Day, Rainy Day Auto. I used to be Miss Sears, so I only bought Craftsman. But since Sears went down in flames, I switched to Husky. Snap-on tools. Lorena Bob, it's a spokesman. Lorena Bob, it's enough to scare any guy. Let's see. You know, it was really funny. Well, there was a woman I worked with, and her name was almost that. I mean, it was like one letter off from that. It's like, holy crap. And she was a hot-looking babe, but she scared me after Lorena Bobbitt. But, yeah, I don't know. Oh, my God. that was pretty funny. Who's that? Lorena Bobbitt. Somebody can tell the story. Just look it up. Lorena, I'm not going to tell the story in here. Let's see.
There was lopping happening. Lop it off of me.
Lop it off of me. Yeah, she did a lop it off of me to her husband. And then somebody found the pieces he had it sewed back on and he became a porn star. Some crazy stuff. Yeah, anyway, Rainy Day Auto. All the tools are Chinese now anyway, so you might as well keep it. Well, not all of them. Let's see here. Hippie Long, I'm pleased with my Ryobi stuff. Me too. I think there's a lot of good electric tools out there. The reason I went with this is because I already had a couple of them.
And now we have everything.
So we always have batteries charged up for the same thing.
We got a chainsaw, a sawzall, a impact wrench. We have a weed whacker. We have what else do we have that's Ryobi? It's just insane. It just goes on and on the list.
So let's see.
We should be sponsored by Ryobi.
Let's see here. Hippie Long, please is my Ryobi stuff. Okay, Buddy Carfano says 245,000 is 6.2 millimeter. I don't know what that's about.
What's going on here? We don't have any...
245,000.
You can't see what I'm doing. You didn't say nothing.
I don't know what you're doing. Something happened with the cameras. We're trying to fix it.
It's back. I don't know why it went out, but it seems to be.
I'm gonna walk. Am I gonna trip over thing when I walk over here? I don't know.
Yes, I don't even think it's possible. Why?
Because I'm walking over here. So I want to
look at tools.
Yeah, I'm looking at tools I have that I have to know what I'm looking for.
We're just doing a little stuff. We're gonna let the night crew put this together after we leave. We don't usually do any actual.
Oh, I know what I'm getting. Because I was asked about tools. So I get these on Amazon, I think. This one's a little greasy. But these, I've been buying these because they're pretty darn nice and they're not expensive. It's a Capri tool. And I think I got a couple of their, so Capri end wrenches, I've been buying those because you go to Harbor Freight and you buy a set of wrenches and it comes without the 11/16ths. It's like, what? So I bought some 11/16ths Capri and I really like them. And they weren't overly expensive. And then the other one I wanted to show was, where the heck? Oh,
they can't see you. You guys want to see his tool?
No, I'm going to carry him over there. Just a minute.
But nobody can see anybody.
But
I'll sit in, because it looks like there's nobody here. She got angry with her husband, so she, yep.
Yeah, we know that's what happened.
He didn't cheat after that? No, they got divorced, and then he became a porn star.
Because they sewed his member back on.
Howard Stern paid $5K to see it? Oh, I didn't remember that. Icon Tools seems pretty good, eh? Kevin, when you get to the Icon level of the tools, so that Harbor Freight has like tiers. They have the total junk tools, and then they have their everyday kind of tools.
Even their total junk tools aren't that bad.
No, not the total junk tools. They're made of like pot metal and they're garbage. But then there's the everyday tools, and they're pretty good, honestly. They're for all around use. They're very practical. For the everyday kind of tinkering person, not a real mechanic, but and then the Icon tools are kind of mechanic quality, and I can't like but I know that they're pretty close to like commercial quality tools, but then the prices are pretty high too. If you've got a Harbor Freight real nearby in case you break something, they'll exchange it for free. So if you got a Harbor Freight right there, they're almost definitely worth it. Pittsburgh is not bad. Pittsburgh is like cheap, but you don't always need like the best tools, especially if your Harbor Freight is just up the street. If it's on the other side of town or 3 towns away, then it's not such a great deal because if something breaks, you got to go all the way there to get another one. Hippie Long says, Kim, you need to run the heater hoses closer to the fender shock tower. Heat from exhaust is an issue. Yeah, the exhaust is right there. I mean, it's pretty far away. All right, I'm going to look at it again. Once he comes back, I'll go over there and look at it some more.
Yeah, you're on too close to the shock tower, and I don't know. Just do what's right.
I mean, is that what
I remember they used.
Is that what this is? A loop for the heater hoses?
I mean, I've never seen anything like that. I don't know what that is, but yeah, you could run them through there.
I bet you that's what that was. Probably bent.
Probably twisted a bit because that's pointing right at the shock tower, and we could use it for that, even if that's not what it was. Yeah, I mean that's pointed the wrong way. So you take something with a handle, yeah, and stick it in there and do that.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, I mean that'll work, right? I just don't think like things running all just stupid, hanging, looking like
Cat at Wampus.
Like somebody just ran something without any holders. Okay, asking about tools. So what do? I go get a tool that I bought that I really like, and it's a torque wrench. I'll tell you the quarter-inch drive torque wrench story. I bought a really expensive $400-something Snap-on one that's electric, that beeps and beep, 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 and it vibrates, and it does all this fancy shit, and it's got a...
Vibrates, eh?
Where's this? And it's got a digital readout on it. It was really cool. It broke. So the guy warrantied it. So then it broke again. And then I put safety wire around it to hold it together because it was falling apart. It's plastic. And then it quit working again. Well, then I'm not where the Snap-on dealer was. I was down here. Had enough of it. It's like failure, failure, failure. So I bought this on Amazon. It wasn't real expensive. We had one at work, this same brand. It's a click stop quarter-inch drive wrench that's in I know it has inch pounds. And it has inch pounds. It has an inch-pound scale. And on this side, it has a Newton meter scale. So you don't even have to think. You have both. I really like this thing. And it wasn't crazy, stupid expensive. Lexivon. I mean, there's a tool I like. That's what I like. Inexpensive stuff that works.
Yeah, that's the work.
And I don't know where it was made. Where's it made? Let me see. Let me see where it says it was made. It even has a serial number. Lexivon. I can guess where it's made, but I don't want to guess. Calibrated by CAMH. The above readings meet and exceed the requirements of ASME, American Society of Mechanical Engineers. And it's got a card with it that has its certificate of calibration. Where the heck was this thing made? Oh, I can just about guess, but I'm not going to guess till I know. Man, it doesn't say. Comes a nice little case. I don't know. I like this tool. So, recently, I've been buying more stuff on Amazon, and you order and it shows up the next day, and we live out in the middle of nowhere. I'm amazed they can do that. And I've got Amazon Prime. I don't know how many of you have Prime, but they, most of the stuff I don't have to pay any shipping on it. I can't believe they can do that, but they do it. Rainy day out of Pittsburgh is not bad. I remember when Harbor Freight was first Harbor Freight many, many, many decades ago. Yeah, some pretty cheap stuff. But as time has gone on, they have a place out in California I've driven by, a big old building. And what they do in there is they test tools. And I think what they've done is the quality's come up because they test the stuff, and they warranty stuff. They don't want to be warrantying a bunch of stuff, so it's better. The bad thing about Harbor Freight here is we had a nice Harbor Freight store. They closed it up. They said they were moving to another location, and they never moved to another location. So 2 years ago they moved out. We haven't had a Harbor Freight here since then.
Yeah, the nearest Harbor Freight is either Dixon or
Nearest Harbor Freight.
Springfield, and that's a
nearest Harbor Freight is down a windy ass road for 45 minutes. You know, so we just haven't been there much. Radio, I'm considering Temu impact sockets. Maybe they're decent. Yeah, I've stopped doing anything with Temu because they're like direct Chinese stuff, and I
don't know how much I trust Temu. I know there are
you don't know what
people
you're
who are
getting.
using it.
You don't know what you're getting.
Well, you know what you're getting.
Yeah, you know what you're getting.
But
You
for
sort of know.
impact sockets, you can get a decent set of impact sockets. You don't have to go resort to Temu.
You know, that's why I like Amazon a lot, because the delivery. Yeah, there's a lot of it's Chinese, but
yeah, for a couple extra bucks, you could order some off of Amazon, and they have Amazon's ratings. I like order something from Amazon that has a reasonable number of reviews and it has a good rating, and you'll get what you pay for.
Yeah, another thing about Amazon, I have had stuff that I had to warranty on Amazon, and as soon as you let them know, they already shipped the new part. I got the replacement before I even shipped the other one back, which is just amazing. They just take your word for it. So I'm okay. We got 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4 to commercials. Sorry, I'll be quiet for a minute or two, or for 15 seconds or something. Okay.
And get money. I mean points.
Let's see here. Where was I?
We have no money.
Kevin Smith. That might be an intake tube bracket. I wouldn't run hose through there.
Intake tube bracket?
After she's already got.
No, it's not.
Because it goes to the other side, doesn't it? I don't know, but that's not going to hurt anything like that. And it's got a soft edge on it. It's not. Doesn't it have like a rubberized edge on it or something?
It does. It's a nice rubberized edge.
It's got a nice rubberized edge on it.
That's why I'm milking it for what it's worth.
Let's see what here is. Coin Snap commercial, Kevin Smith.
Okay. You get 2 points, Kevin Smith. What's Coin Snap?
I don't know what Coin Snap is. Coin Snap, I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Intake 2, Kevin Smith. Maybe tie wrap hose to the outside of the bracket. I don't know. It's through there now. I'm not too worried about it. And it's got a soft edge on it, so I don't know. I don't know what it's for.
Yeah, let's see how it feels.
Let's see. Kevin Smith, maybe tie wrap. Okay, I already read that. Hippie Long. I use Amazon a lot. The return policy is great. Even if I messed up, not them. I am amazed at their return policies.
Yeah.
And I've used it a few times. And I'm honest with them, you know, and they've been great.
I've heard returns are really rough on sellers. They have to pay for the return, and they have to accept a return like no matter what. So
let's see here. And you know, living out away from a city, they you know, I like the what did I get yesterday? Oh, this chrome thing I ordered last night after you got back from your meeting, so it was 9 o'clock at night. I ordered this on Amazon and it was sitting on my porch today. Amazing, you know, and there was no charge for shipping other than I have my Amazon Prime. But you know, I ordered 2 or 3 things. Amazon Prime, I don't know what I pay, $129 a year or something. And you know, by the second or third order, fourth order, I'm sure I've used up that $129.
All right, Mr. Del Campo, take a look. Tell me what you think of how I routed these heater. They're way away from
Hippie
the
Long, thank you for
exhaust.
taking time to reroute the Alliance Kim. Steve Edwards, sealskin car covers. Oh, sealskin car covers. That's your ad.
Sealskin? Nah,
That's not, can't be.
could be.
Sealskin car covers. They're not
Maybe
really
that's the
sealskin, are
brand
they?
name.
That's a brand name?
Probably.
Tink, here a pin drop. I got no ad. Huh. Okay, I'll be away from chat for a minute. Oh, that looks fine. I'm not upset with that routing at all.
Right? It's rubbing against other rubber, and it's got lots of room to move around. If you need to, you can pull
You
it out
know,
of the
I
way.
would bet that's what this seatbelt was. I don't know. That seat's really big.
But it takes it out of the way of all that exhaust
yeah,
heat
it's
and
off the
everything.
exhaust. It's fine.
Yeah. All right, good, because I think that's a.
I think it looks pretty good. The only thing is it's nothing. Yeah, I kind of almost think that's the way it's supposed to go. Good job, Kim. Good job, Chad.
Yeah, thanks for pushing me to do it a little bit. I like this better anyways.
You know, that's something that's happened. That's something that's happened here on the chat. Is there have been several times we've been in the middle of doing something, and somebody on the chat sees a better way to do it, and we do it. I'm running over electrical cord with my chair. So somebody sees a better way to do it, and we do it the better way. Who was it? Bear Rose was in here when Kim got that engine started, and somebody else had put a timing belt on the engine, and then they never got it running. So Kim got it running, and it had tick, 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 tick. Oh, it had terrible clatter in it, and we really didn't know what it was. And Barrows goes, I bet that timing belt's off by a tooth. Kim crawls under the car, looks at it, figures out. She goes, it is off by a tooth. She fixed it, started up, and it was dead quiet. It sounded so good. And you know what it was? It was an interference engine, and off by one tooth, those valves were just starting to hit the pistons. And he recognized what the noise was. I didn't. I thought, what did I think it was? I thought it was, Kim, what was it that I thought it was that night? That noise on that engine. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was something else. But it wasn't. It was oh, that's bad.
How bad that is.
Is that a bad hose?
Yeah, it's an old vacuum line.
So
Throwing that away.
So yeah, somebody on the chat, it was Barrows.
A very experienced person,
Figured.
or a patient person. Sometimes I get impatient because I'm tired.
And we fixed it. And it came out good because of somebody on the chat.
Yeah.
Steve Edwards says, I still have to put, somebody saying, haha, Steve, what was that for? Oh, sealskin car covers. Well, maybe that's a joke. I don't know. I still have to put the new EGR valve in my Corvette. Oh, you haven't done it yet? It's like us. We put stuff off sometimes and don't get it done for months. Yeah, and you'll have a Corvette to drive. Man, my Corvette, it sat around more than I drove it. And that was because just how Corvettes are. I never understood why people didn't drive their Corvettes every day. And I figured that out the first time I went to the grocery store, and I came out with all this stuff, and it's like, uh-oh, where am I going to put it? And it was in the back. It was piled on the seat. I could hardly see out of the car because I did a whole week or 2 weeks grocery shopping trying to take it home in the Corvette. Well, then I never took the Corvette to the grocery store again. And then something else happened like that. Something else happened like that. Pretty soon the Corvette sat in my shop every day for months at a time. See, Rainy Day Auto, I put a Mopar A-body 67 through 76 gas tank on Amazon, and it was here. Oh, I get it. I bought a Mopar A-body 67 through 76 gas tank on Amazon, and it was there in 2 days. Amazing for a part like that. Just amazing. And I bet the price wasn't too bad. And if you've got Amazon Prime and you buy stuff, it'll pay for it. And then Kim and I watch a movie once in a while, or not often enough, but there's a show I want to watch on Amazon. You and I got to get together and do that.
I know.
But it's in the evening, and we're always busy doing stuff. But there's
Clarkson's Farm.
Clarkson's Farm. Yeah, we watched the whole first season, but we want to watch the second season.
The guy from Top Gear.
Guy from Top Gear has a farm, and it's it's his kind of humor, and it's interesting. It's pretty good stuff. Kevin Smith, my wife orders empty boxes just so she can check out the Fed Up's driver. You know what happened one time? Oh, it says here, rainy day auto. Kim seems like a pretty good mechanic. That is really cool. Kim really surprised me. I was watching Kim's YouTube channel before I knew her, and I watched her I'm a sheet metal guy from building airplanes. I watched her fixing the bottom of her van where it was rusted out, and she was taking sheet metal that was from something else, and she didn't have a brake, so she made a brake out of some kind of 2x4s or 2x6s or something. She was folding up this sheet metal. I'm like, man, that's amazing. I got to meet this girl. So then later that year, I met her at No Name Nationals. Had to bring her home with me. So
I don't know if it was like that. I brought you over.
Yeah, you brought me on. So we kind of hit it off. But Kim is just amazing. She's one of the best mechanics, technicians, whatever,
the sweetest things
I've ever met. Well, I've worked around a lot of people that I had to work with, and some of them were like, okay, they could pass the tests and become a mechanic, but they really didn't have a natural feel for it. And there's a few people I worked with that did, and she's one of the best. Let's see, Patrick Sullivan, Armchair Mechanics go on forever on the YouTube video chat. Oh yeah, there's some of them on my comments. Kevin Smith, extra hose is good for future. If you get a hole, you have an extra hose. Here's the story on the hose. I got on Amazon and I bought a bunch of stuff one night, and one of the things was 5/8 heater hose. Well, my stuff shows up without the heater hose. It's like, no. So I'm looking, what happened? Well, it says it'll be here Tuesday, which is next Tuesday, next week. And then it says, if it doesn't show up Tuesday, I can ask for a refund. I go, oh, man. So last night I ordered more 5/8 heater hose. Well, today,
it showed up.
Both of them show up. So I have lots of 5/8 heater hose right now. I'm not going to send it back. I'll keep it here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll use it.
Thanks, Patrick. Oh, I see, Kevin Smith. Wasn't calling you one, just the comment section on the videos. Still funny, though. Prime has great shows. We don't use that. We don't use that enough. You know what? You know what's happened with us is YouTube. There's so much content and so much good content.
We spend all our time doing this.
I can't watch it all. Breaking. And that's what happened to Motor Trend. I paid for Motor Trend, and I watched that mostly because of, I paid for it mostly because of Engine Masters. But then there's just so much on YouTube. I was paying for Engine Master. I was paying for Motor Trend, but hardly watching any of it. So Kim, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what she's hammering with a wrench. I can't talk over it. So anyway, I just quit paying for Motor Trend, and I think that's what happened with everybody, and that's why Motor Trend gave up. Kind of sad, but
the business model expected them to just grow and grow and grow, and they never thought like, oh, we have a lot of competition.
Kim, what are you doing down there with the hammeration on the side of my engine?
I am pre-loosening.
Pre-loosen. That's where you loosen something before you loosen it.
You loosen it and then you put it back together because you're not taking it apart yet.
What are you talking about?
I'm working on the brake system without opening the brake system, but it's gonna need open.
Oh, I see.
So I'm massage. All this stuff was sprayed down with. There it goes. With antices.
Rainy Day Auto. I also watch Bluey on Prime. I'm not sure what that is. Hippie Long. I enjoy you both, and the lobby. The lobby. You know what, Kim?
Yeah.
I need to take a break for a minute.
Who, me? Okay.
Kevin Smith says she's getting shit done. Kim, I need to take a break.
I got it. I understand.
So I need you to come over here and take the helm. The helm. I'm at the helm. Leaking oil. No.
I think it's leaking oil out of the drain plug. Honestly, it's right where it is.
What's drinking? It's drinking. No, it's not drinking oil. It's leaking oil out of the drain plug.
I think it is. It probably needs a washer.
Needs a washer.
Did we change the oil in this yet?
No.
It's got to be on the list. I forget if it was clean or dirty or what.
Well, I think Joe Rojas, who was in here earlier that we bought the car from, took pretty good care of it.
Yeah.
And I think the people before him took good care of it. So when we got it, it had a new radiator, new fluid in it. It had a lot of new stuff. I'm thinking of getting a dry erase board so I can keep projects in order to finish. My cup runneth over. Hippie Long says that. And that's something I told Kim. I want to get a dry erase board in here. And she thinks I'm crazy, but I need to take a walk.
Okay, I won't say I don't think you're crazy,
but now I've got to get around you, and there's no room.
There's no room.
That's because there's a lot of stuff.
Well, you wanted to set up the camera. Now the camera's set up.
I mean, I can hardly walk.
You've been sitting too long. We might have to.
My legs are all loosey.
Woo! All right, who else here? I gotta see. I've been hearing Kevin's here. Rainy Day Auto.
Rainy Day Auto Stack. She hasn't been here in a while.
That's cool. Thank you for saying I seem like a good mechanic. I'm okay. I've been working on cars since I was like 14, and before that I worked on lawnmowers, and before that I worked on bicycles, and I've worked on some pretty big piles of garbage, and made them go. Tried to keep them together, you know. And I just keep trying to learn, keep learning. Let's see. I watch Bluey on Prime. I don't know what that is. I haven't. Maybe I'll watch. We and tea break for me too. Yeah. If you need to go ahead. I understand. Hippie Long says use the proper brake wrench or line wrench, please, Kim. Okay. I did, but wait do you see? Okay. So, this is a big deal. I was breaking them all loose with the line wrench, the appropriate line wrench. Now these are cheap ones. These are Great Neck, so they're economy line wrenches, but they work okay, right? And everything's been sprayed down for weeks. Every time I've been out here, I've been squirting a little juice on them so they would break loose, right? It worked on all of them. This worked on every one except one. Last resort, people think vice grips. Vice grips, the problem with vice grips is they're going to gnarl it all up, right? Maybe vice grips would work, but Knipex. Check out how the jaws move on these. They look like channel locks, but they're not. See, this little piece right here is where it moves. You have an incredible mechanical advantage with these. Better than vice grips, whatever. Better than channel locks. See how much the jaw moves? Just a little bit, right? So, you set that jaw so that you can clamp these down, and these bite on that fitting so hard. This worked where this wouldn't. This did not slip. It did not strip. It turned that fitting hard enough to break it loose. Excellent tool. The biggest problem is, right, is there's different sizes. This is the only size we have, but you know, you might get in a tight space and you can't use the long one. And then if you got the shorter one, you don't have as much mechanical advantage to grip. This did it. This did it. Robo grips, no way. Not even close. I've used robo grips. They do not grip nearly as tight as Knipex. Not nearly. You can squeeze. I mean, you could crush a fitting with these Knipex.
Okay, Tim, I'm going to interrupt for a second.
I hear you.
Fire's almost really low. I'm going to put some wood in if it's okay with you.
Put big pieces in.
Big pieces, got it.
Rainy Day Auto says it's easy to get overwhelmed when you keep buying project cars, but project cars are so addictive. Oh man, I stopped. I still look at Facebook Marketplace obsessively every day. I got to see what's on there, right? But I look at it and say, do I want to give up my money? What am I going to do with it? I got enough projects. That's why the mini bike's in here. Like, I just can't leave stuff sit. I can't buy new stuff and leave stuff rot. That's crazy. That's mentally ill is what it is. It's chasing after that dopamine hit of buying something new. And like, hey, I mean, I see a lot of people doing that with Willet runs. But there's a lot of them now who are doing a Willet run and like flipping. They buy it, they get it running, they do some stuff, they, you know, wash it, they clean it up, throw some performance stuff, maybe some new wheels on it, whatever, and then they sell it. And that's okay. But yeah, buying the car, but you gotta have, if you're gonna buy new ones, you gotta have a way to get the old ones out. We're not good at that. So if we're gonna do more, we gotta get better. I gotta move this camera.
Oh, what were you doing? Talking about the those things?
He said use the right tool, and I said this is.
Oh, those things are incredible. You put that on a nut and turn. It'll fit any size nut, and they never slip. And you've got such a grip. They're nothing like pliers. They are a whole different animal. I never saw anything like that before.
Kevin Smith says I wanted to be a bicycle mechanic when I was a kid, but ended up a cabinet maker. Cabinet maker is a pretty, I mean, that's a noble profession. It's really cool. Completely different tools. Rainy Day Auto likes Robo Grips. Do you ever use Robo Grips? Mm-hmm. They're really good for some things because they're quick and they're spring loaded. But the grip that you get with this is just so much better.
Kim first moved here. I bought her those as a gift.
Yeah.
She thought I was crazy. She couldn't understand what it was. But now you understand it, don't you?
I mean, I knew it must be something, but I honestly didn't know how much I would love it. They really are very, when they come in clutch when you really need them. Kevin Smith asked, where are those from? Isn't Knipex a German company?
Knipex are German. They make all kinds of stuff, but they make these things.
It says right there.
And I never knew it was Knipex or Knipex, but it has a K.
You can see it at the angle, made in Germany.
But the company on their website, they even tell you, this is how you pronounce it, Knipex.
I mean, they look okay, but the feel, you could feel the quality in the metal. They're pretty substantial tool. Like for as thin as these pieces sort of are, you squeeze and they barely flex. That metal is like really strong. And this little slip joint, you push the button on this side in the little spring-loaded slip joint. It's real simple, so there's very little to fail, and you can see what's going on. It works exactly the way it needs to. It's a really well-manufactured tool. And I think, like Harbor Freight and some of these other companies, they do have comparable tool.
They have cloned those now, so I don't know how they are.
It's a good tool to have in your toolbox. And if you get a set of like 3 different sizes, it's even better.
Oh, I was taken off. So she has just to get some rack time. Good night.
Good night, Olive. It's always great to have you here. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hippie Long says I had to buy metric and SAE in those style wrenches because of makers using both. I will get the wrench you displayed. You don't have to buy it, but I mean you'll be surprised. It's a good thing to have in the box.
Ads.
I don't know who's. What's up?
Kevin Smith spelled it wrong. It's not Knippet, it's Knippix. There's an X on there, Knippix.
Knipx.
Okay, so who else here?
Rainy Day Auto says I just bought a 72 Dart Mordor from Bookface Marketplace, and it was cheap. The fenders are worth more than I have into it. Those are cool. It would be really hard to pass one of those up if it came along. Those here in Tennessee, when something like that comes up on Marketplace, if the price is right, they're gone the next day. They don't sit around. 4 doors, not so much, but a 2-door, they bring like $4,500 if they're in like complete condition.
Not even that good a condition, just complete.
If they're not nice, they're maybe $2,500. But I don't have $2,500 to throw at a car that doesn't run. That's like, or with like big holes in the floor.
Steve Edwards, that's why I have so many CBs here. It's an addiction. Oh man, that's my thing with CB radios and stuff. Is it's more of an addiction that something I really want to use, and I've got to get them all into operation here at some point.
Kevin Smith says Cold War Motors is my second favorite YouTube channel. I've watched some Cold War Motors, but I haven't been following them so much lately. What was your favorite project that they worked on recently? Tell us about it.
And where did I get those pliers? I got those from Amazon.
Really? Okay.
Oh, I think you just retracted that.
They make screwdrivers too. My son gave me a Phillips driver.
So Kevin Smith.
Oh my gosh!
Get that. Kevin's.
Excuse me.
Kevin Smith, Ohio.gov. I'll get it out yet. Ohio.gov commercial.
Why does Ohio's government have to advertise? I don't understand. Ohio.gov. Yeah. Is it like for Is it for like Visit Ohio kind of thing, or what's the deal?
Probably something like that. Anyway, it's 2 points.
There's the Studebaker. I think we're back into. I think we're sort of back into our. There we go.
I'm gonna go in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go look at that fire again because I put big wood in there.
It'll be okay. Ooh, I could run the cable over there, and you could use the bellows on it.
Oh, it's got big wood in there. And it's hot, but it's not that hot. You'll know what happened. Quit showing me Cold War motors anymore. They quit showing me Cold War motors anymore. Huh. See, I think I mess up. I sell my old stuff to get new old stuff. That way I don't use family life funds for stuff, toys. Now I just want to get stuff into the right hands. You know, I had so many cars. It was like a car collection, except it was dynamic. It's like one went, another one came in, another one went, another one came in. Did that when I was young. I've kind of quit doing that, so I don't buy many anymore.
Patrick Sullivan said, that's actually a good idea. list tools and link them for sale. I'm sure you've thought about it. No idea of the logistics on doing it. Dr. Art was trying to encourage us to make like Amazon, to join the Amazon affiliate program and make links, and we just never did it. I looked into it a little bit, and then we got distracted with other things, and then it never got done.
I know a woman that's doing that, selling a lot of stuff on there, and she said it paid for her dog food. It's 1%. She paid for her dog food.
Huh.
I don't know. I don't know how many dogs she had. A couple of dogs, I think. What was it here? They quit. Rainy Day Auto says Dead Dodge Garage is one of my favorites, but it's been kind of dry lately. Really? See, Dead Dodge Garage is one of Tony's friends, you know, and I do watch it some. But man, I can't keep up with that. He's got so many cars. It's almost like, man,
He does a lot of stuff.
it's like he's so busy. I can't keep up with that guy. So it's like, and we kind of get stuck on one car here because we can't jump from one car to another because we don't have that many cars. But we got a small space. So
And we don't
know.
have a lift. It takes us longer to do things because
Yeah.
we can't just throw money at it. But the other thing is he's young and he probably puts in 10-hour days. So he gets a lot done. Like we don't put in that long of days usually. This is kind of a long evening for us. So
We've been on here for a while.
yeah.
But it's nice in here tonight. Man, we're not. Normally I'm sitting here, my feet are cold, and I'm starting to get cold.
Yeah, that's usually what does it. Is you're like, oh, it's time to be done. My feet are
And
cold.
the same thing with you. You reach a point where you just like hit a wall. You're like, I'm done. And when you get to that point, I know it. I just know it, you know. And it's like, okay. But today we both took a nap in the afternoon. We feel pretty good, I think. Fort Motors bought his honey bunny a car. He's already tearing it apart to repaint parts of it. She probably won't drive it now for 2 months. Rainy day.
Projects.
Rainy Day Auto. I'm single, no kids, so I don't have to sell anything. More project cars. Here I come. Yeah.
Hey, you know, as long as you're not overwhelmed, as long as you're not,
The other thing is, you said you're an accountant, which means here's what happened to me. I was working on mechanical stuff all day long, every day, and then I come home. It's like the last thing I want to do is go out to the shop, start working on cars again. So if you're not working on cars all day, you probably have a little more desire to do that on your time off. Although I don't know. I don't know if that's how it is. Right now, I'm retired and I can, so I can do this and I'm not sick of it by the end of my work day,
Steve Edwards' professional cabinet making is really cool. He says he had a hard day at the cabinet shop and too many maple doors. Oh, I bet. So he's going to bed. So good night, Steve Edwards.
Yeah,
thanks for being here.
And I will try to get back in there and see what that radio is because it's going to take two of us to dig it out. So I'm going to have Kim's help on it.
You should make a video of cabinets. It's always cool to see people's. I always love to see people in their element. So if you're a good cabinet maker, I want to see you joint some stuff nice, and I just want to see it slip together nice and tight. Clamp the glue seams and all that. So I enjoy that. I watch all kinds of different stuff like that because when somebody's really good at something and they take pride in their work, it's interesting, entertaining. We need more of it in the world.
Yeah, DD Speed Shop exactly the same way. Scattered projects all over the place.
Yeah, he's got like 2 right now that he's really focused on.
Well, like since they moved, they got a nicer shop. They got more room.
They do have a lot of room, but he's got a lot out back, so he doesn't have to drag stuff back and forth from his storage. Now Scott will have to get another car. It's a vicious cycle. Yeah. Do the affiliate program, says Hippie Long. We'll think about it.
I'll look into it. Space Cat checking back in. Long evening, I see. Yeah, it's
4.5 hours.
Is it really that long?
It is.
1, 2.
It's just been really nice.
Oh, it is. It's 4.5 hours. It's nice out here, and it's fun working. Kim's been working more, but it's fun having everybody here and doing this. We're just hanging out. Dead Dodge Garage. I get pissed because he does not clean stuff first. But I've learned a lot. See, I don't watch him enough to know that. Uh, although I have watched him, Rainy Day Auto. I work for the IRS as a corporate auditor. So when I get home, working on cars is pure therapy. I see. Man, that must be an intense job.
See, he's retired, and I'm disabled. I have a neurological disability that limits how much I can do. Tonight, I'm having a really good night. I am about worn out, but like, we can't put in long days like he wears out because he's 71 years old. I wear out because I have a neurological condition. And so, like, we put in a couple hours and then we can't really do a whole lot more on projects. So if we worked all day and then tried to work in the shop, we just can't. We just can't. I would love to be able to work like I used to be and put 10, 12 hours a day in the shop. You would have to peel me away from this place. It is so much fun. I just want to work on all these projects. I have to remind myself I can only work on probably one a day and probably only a couple hours at a time. That's okay. Buddy says he sold all his project cars because he came to realize he was never going to fix them. That's so sad, buddy. But I'm glad you came to I mean, it's better than
So
just
you
letting
hang out
them
here
rot.
and you watch this stuff.
It's better than letting them rot. You can focus on one. Focus on one.
Kevin Smith, cabinet shop I worked at made stuff for Kinko's copy centers worldwide. Wow.
What? Cool.
Uncle Tony, I forget names. Hippie Long. Uncle Tony can't keep my interest. I like step-by-step videos, and he'll never do that.
He doesn't do that anymore. Or I guess he never really did much.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to do that. He, whatever he's done, it works for him because he's got 400,000 subscribers, and when he has he got a heck of an audience, and he makes a living. That's their business, and that's how they earn a living. He and his wife do that.
Yeah, I mean, his thing is he does what he does, and then when he sees a topic that he likes, he does his daily talk on it, and it works. And I mean, it is informative, and he's an experienced guy. He knows a lot of stuff, so he'll show you what he's working on. It's not always the thing I'm interested in, and sometimes he's telling me something I already know, and I'm like, eh.
Kevin Smith says, enjoy your job and never work a day. When I was working at the aircraft place, I was designing airplanes and running the factory and talking to customers all over the world, and day just went by in a flash. And we had two shifts that overlapped by 2 hours, so I'd work both shifts. The second shift, I was usually in my office, and the second shift was just welders, so I could kind of keep an eye on the welders over there, and they knew what they were doing. And I'd be up there working on design problems and talking to people on the other side of the world and everything. It just was fun. And you're right. And then the job after that was working out at the test site in Arizona, flight testing, and that was so much fun. And it was I did that for a long time. But working as a tech, wrenching on airplanes, I didn't enjoy that a lot. And I got tired of it. And now here, those jobs I had, I was always running. So here I enjoy being home. It's the first time in my life I've been home a lot. So I am liking this right now. I really am. Kevin Smith, I recall working 18 to 20 hours a day. No sweat. Yeah, that's how the airplane factory was. It wasn't 18. It was probably 14 hours a day, and not a lot of sleep. But I liked it. Rain Day Auto. I usually look for Mopar only channels as I tried to. Okay, I'm trying to read too fast. I usually look for Mopar only channels as I tried to be. But I also like Sally's Speed Shop. What's Sally's Speed Shop?
I don't know Sally's Speed Shop.
I think I've seen that.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to learn. We're trying to know what's going on.
Who's the woman in Canada you and I have both watched? The Fox Body Girl. Or woman.
Yes.
She does a lot of lives really late at night, later than we do.
She does.
sometimes.
She has a Fox body, and she has a
She has Mustangs.
no, but she has another. She has a bigger Ford now too.
Oh, does she?
She has some different
I
cars.
was watching her pretty regularly, but I haven't been recently.
I can see her face, but her name's not coming right this
Yeah,
second.
me
It'll
too.
come in a little bit.
Me
We
too.
watch all kinds of stuff.
It's funny. I
And
was
we're not
watching her.
Mopar only. We like Mopars, but he loves this Ford, so
I started watching her when I was getting serious about buying another Fox body. I found her, so I was watching her, and then I find out you'd also been watching her. We've been watching her at different times in different places. Kind of funny. I try to be Mopar only channel myself is what I meant, but I don't post much. Oh, I see. Mustang Sally. Man, there was a girl when I was in junior high school. She was in high school. She had a Mustang Fastback. She was hot looking blonde, and everybody called her Mustang Sally. And I remember standing. I was walking home after doing my paper out one day, and she pulled up to a stoplight on a hill, and I'm standing there just staring at her because she's good looking. It was a Mustang, and she took off, burning both back tires up that hill. I thought, man, did she do that because I was looking at her? It was pretty funny, but everybody called her Mustang Sally.
Kevin Smith says my boss would have to make me go home. I mean, there was some days, but mostly I wanted to go home. 10 hours, 12 hours, I would want to go home. 18 to 20 hours is rough. But when I went home, I still worked there because the house that I lived in was really rough. So I'd be doing flooring and I'd be doing, plaster repairs and or I'd be working on my car in the garage. I had a couple of old Mopars back then, so I'd be working on my cars and working all weekend. On the weekend when it was my free time, I would work 20 hours, on my car from the time I woke up till the time it got had to stop. I wanted to work on my cars on the weekends, so
Buddy
yeah.
Carfano, true car people like all brands of cars. Yeah, there over the years, I've had all about everything there is, except I've never had. I don't think I've ever had a European car. Oh, we have the Spitfire out here, but it's pretty much a junk car. But we'll make something out of it. So I don't think I've ever had European cars. I've had a lot of Japanese cars. I've had just about every kind of American car there is. But over the years, I've learned what I like and kind of what I like to have around. A-body Chryslers I like. I think I like all the Chryslers, but I have A-bodies. Can't afford to buy everything. And these Fox body Fords I really like. And the early Fords, like 57 Fords, 56, 7, 8, 9 Fords. Early 60s Fords I like, but there's so few of them now, and they're so expensive. Uh, GM cars, yeah, I like El Caminos and Novas. Man, when I was looking for this car, I was also looking for like a 68 through 72 Nova. They're just so expensive for good ones that they were out of the question.
People
But
hold
yeah,
on to them and do stuff with them.
everybody always called me a Ford guy because I had Fords when I was young, but
It was just what was around.
it's just what I had. And of course I worked on cars for a living, so there were cars that I didn't like seeing coming in. Like when a Citrons, they're a pain in the ass. I still worked on them. Yeah, I don't know. French cars I probably didn't like that much.
Rainy Day
But
says
yeah, I like them all.
Rainy Day says Sally's Speed Shop is a guy named Jacob, which is a little odd. He named his channel that, but he does have a lot of AMC. Oh, I like the looks of AMC cars.
And I've had AMC cars. Your parents had AMC cars when you were young.
They did, yeah.
And so then you like AMC cars, probably because of that.
Yeah, they're familiar. It's kind of cool, and they had good engines. They were reliable. They were. They were good working cars. You don't see nearly as many AMCs down here.
Well, there weren't that many made, and then they rotted away, and they're old. And what was the last AMC car that was really an AMC car? See, Chrysler bought them out, and so the last AMCs were really
in the 80s,
early 80s.
Mid 80s still.
Yeah. That's 40 years ago,
Yeah, but that was the thing when I was growing up. there was AMC. There was always an AMC in our driveway, and so I remember, and my grandmother had an AMC, and like I just remember there being AMC vehicles around all the time. So I come here, and you never see them. They're really, really un like. And when you go to the car meets, there's like an AMX or something like that, but there's
Look
not.
who just showed up.
Who's that?
Dean Stevenson.
Oh, hey, Dean. Welcome to the
He's just
stream.
packing 327 heat in a Mustang. LOL.
Bird.
Dean, mine was a 327 Chevy in a Cougar. Yeah, I did that.
Hippie Long says, I have an incredibly lucky life and career. Well, congratulations, Hippie Long. I'm really glad to hear that. Lucky, a lot of luck. I was taught that luck is when opportunity meets preparation. So I presume if you say you had a lucky life, that you put in a lot of hard work and you got some breaks. And I'm glad that it worked out that way for you.
Sabrina Deodato says AMC is just a really weird Mopar. See, when I had AMCs,
Yeah, with some Ford mixed in.
It was long before Mopar had anything to do with them. My AMC, I bought a new, I was in the Air Force, 19 years old, 20 years old. I bought an AMC Matador, a 1974 Matador, brand new. And the only thing Mopar on that was the transmissions because they started using torque flights in them. But AMC, yeah, they bought stuff from other companies. Like the steering gear was Saginaw, was GM. There was probably a Ford starter or something, and maybe starter solenoid, but it had an AMC engine in it, AMC body, and AMC rear end. So they had a few things they bought from other companies, but eventually, yeah, Chrysler bought them out, and then I guess it became a weird Mopar. And then it was kind of an orphan car, so when you go to AMC or when you go to Mopar meets, they kind of allow the AMCs to be there, which is kind of cool. They used to piss Carl off, my friend Carl, because they'd allow the AMCs into the Mopar meet, but they wouldn't allow his Mercedes, which said Daimler Chrysler on it. So he goes, it is a Chrysler. Nah, they wouldn't let him in with it. He had to park in the parking lot and walk in. 1991 AMC Cherokee.
Randy Day says AMC. Oh, wait. Hippie Long says he has a 65 Barracuda Commando 4-speed he wants to sell.
Where is this? Where is this?
Right in the middle.
Oh, okay. A 65 Barracuda Commando 4-speed. I'm going to sell. Oh, yeah. You were saying that on our Tuesday night show. Wow.
Dean Stevens says 1991 AMC Cherokee. Was it still an AMC in 91? No.
I'm not sure.
Hippie Long says the only new car I ever bought was an 89 Colt. My brother had an 89 Colt, I think. Colt? Was a Colt a Dodge or a Plymouth?
Kevin Smith says, it's a Matador. Yeah, I remember the commercials. It's a Matador. That's the year they were doing that, was the year I bought the first Matador. You see, it was a Cougar, Mustang, all the same Ford. You don't like Fords? Buddy Carfano. Grandfather only drove Oldsmobile. He was pissed when he found out new Oldsmobile had a Chevy engine in the mid-'80s. You know, here's the deal. When that happened, there was a lot of people got upset. And you know, if you bought any Ford product, Ford, Mercury, Lincoln, Edsel, all of them, they always had Ford engines in them. And if you bought a Chrysler, they always had Chrysler engines, 283 or 383s, 440s, 360s, slant sixes. There was one engine through the whole Plymouth.
Yeah, there's one line of engines.
Dodge, DeSoto, Chrysler, all of them had one line engines. GM thinned it down a little bit, so all they had was Chevys. What they put? They put Chevys.
I don't know exactly.
They got rid of the Pontiac engine. Well, okay, so they had Chevrolets and Oldsmobile engines. They thinned it down to 2 brands of engines in all their cars. People got pissed and sued them, and oh my God. So I don't know. I really didn't like it. It was the first time I opened the hood on a Pontiac Trans Am and saw an Oldsmobile engine in there, but it was yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe people sued people over it. The Buick Diesel was a joke. The Buick Diesel was what? That was an Oldsmobile engine, wasn't it? Oh, here we got ads. Think the ads are gone?
Give it one
Maybe.
more minute.
Or, okay, the ads are probably clicked out by now. So anyway, I always kind of defend AMC because I liked them, but a lot of people didn't like them back then. I liked that weird looking Matador when they came out. I really liked that weird looking Matador when they came out. Uh, enough that I bought one. Talking about where they are. Dean Stevens is steering Bishop's Kirby variable. What? Dean Stevenson steering Bishop's Kirby variable ratio Ford Motorcraft carb. I don't know what Bishop's Kirby variable ratio. I always thought that was man, that might be something down under. The because mine actually had a Saginaw steering gear in it. And I thought it was a Saginaw variable ratio recirculating ball and nut steering gear. Ford Motorcraft carb. Oh, it could have been. It could have been Ford ignition. Although mine I think had points on it. And axles, Borg Warner, and motor. Yeah, they bought stuff. Yes, the steering gear was, or the steering column was Saginaw. Kevin Smith, I used to live next to Jeep plant in Toledo. Man, I know right where that is. I used to drive by there all the time. And the smell of paint. Oh, the smell of paint in the morning. Dean Stevenson, seek employment agency ad. Is that 2 points?
Yes, absolutely.
Rainy Day Auto, I like the early 70s Hornets. I really like the looks of the early 70s Hornets. In fact, that's what I think our parents had.
My mom had one, yeah.
Probably never owned one, but I like the square front end. I like driving the old Hornets, and I had a couple of Gremlins. I like the Gremlins, but a lot of people didn't like the Gremlins, but I thought they were pretty cool. Back then, people when they were new, people thought they were cool because they were so weird looking. Oh, it's Saginaw made from Australian Bishop's Kirby patent. Oh, didn't know that. The Hornets were bulletproof. I like the old Hornets. Kim, I'm gonna go look at our
Oh yeah, make sure the heat's coming
and
on.
I can get. I just want to make sure I didn't put it out.
Oh, it'll be fine. It's like 73
Oh,
in
there's
here.
scissors on the floor. Why
It's
are there scissors?
warmer here than it is at the house, probably. We've got good heat. Oh yeah, my mom loved her Hornet, and I have very fond memories of sleeping in the back seat of the Hornet. I'd sleep on the floor. There's the floor pan was this great big square, or I was, just a little child, so I just crawled up there, and you could next to the tunnel was hot because the exhaust and the transmission was going through there, and the hum of the road, and just down in pile carpeting, and long trips to grandma's house, that kind of thing. Riding Hornet. I think that the six cylinder was it a 258? I think that's what both of my mom's Mopar
That's what mine
AMCs
had.
were.
258.
Yeah, they were good. They were good engines. They worked okay. I don't remember why my mom got rid of those cars. I think she just wore them out. You know, they weren't like something special at the time. I mean, they were my mom's car, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, it's an AMC Hornet. It was just like, yeah, it's an AMC. And when it was worn out, 150,000, 160,000 miles, you just got something else because it needed a lot of repairs. And you never thought, like, there won't be any more of these. Yeah. $4,500 is I mean, I guess if it's perfect. I mean, I guess if it's in really nice shape, perfect. You know, if it's in really nice shape, it's complete and it's running and drivable. Yeah. Pittsburgh is so. You know what? That is probably what it was. It's probably the mechanic said, "Look, this car is not safe anymore." Yeah. Yeah. What'll literally the frame will snap apart and stuff like that. And yeah, it probably got to be where the mechanic was like, "Look, you don't want to invest any more money in this car because even if you fix the stuff that it needs this year for inspection, you put some tires on it, you get the exhaust fixed, you update whatever's going on with the brakes, because every year you have to do that stuff. By the time you spend all that money, you're still in a car that's not really safe, and you don't want to start trying to make repairs to all that. Like, just go buy something newer. Nobody ever thought that cars were going to change so much, and
Oops. I get this dropped off here.
it did. Um, yeah, and the changes happened so slowly. It was so subtle. It went from something that was like to something that was like tinfoil and computerized, and it went from something that was like analog and very material to something that's just like, I don't know, everything's got airbags and backup cameras, and those aren't bad things. It's just different. It's different than it was.
Dean Stevens says Hornet 360. Did they put a 401 in the Hornet? I don't know if they ever did.
I've never seen one.
I don't know. I left, so I don't know what you're talking about. That fire is pretty nice right now.
Kevin Sism is sleeping on the back dash. I never slept on the back dash. We were not
on
allowed
the package
up
shelf. I knew when I was a little kid, that's what people did. Our neighbor had a 53 Ford. This is in the 50s. Had a 53 Ford, and that was the thing to do, was get up in that package shelf and lay down up there. Oh, God. Rainy Day Auto says the 258 inline six. That's what my Matador had in it. I ordered it that way because that's when the whole fuel crunch happened and everything. But I wanted to get good fuel economy, but it wasn't good. I had a friend that bought a Matador. We're both in the Air Force. And I met the guy afterwards because there he is, the Matador. His had the 360 in it, and he got about 16 miles a gallon. I got like 15 with the 6-cylinder. I should have bought the big V8, but didn't know that beforehand.
But he says, growing up in Boston, we had a nice car and a winter beater with a heater. We never had that. We only had the one family car, and then when I got a little older and both of my parents were working because the kids were in school and there was no reason for my mom to stay home. So they were both working. So my mom usually drove the family car, and then my dad had a little beater that he would just drive back and forth to work. But I guess that's what we had. Dean Stevens says, wait, what are children's safety worth? Rust versus kids. Yeah.
Hippie Lug says, Kim, zero rust here in inland California.
I know.
And here's the thing. When I was in Arizona, I really liked to buy California cars because you can go over there and you didn't need a notary. They just signed the pink slip. And a lot of people in California had let the registration lapse. And then in California, if you do that, getting it back again, because if you don't get a non-op slip, with a thing called a non-op slip in California, you just let it lapse. Now you got penalties and the registration costs more, and it's a big old mess. And they let it go, and once they let it go for a year or two. The registration and the penalties and all that nonsense, it's so out of control. All they want to do is get rid of the car. Well, so I'd buy it, take it back to Arizona on a trailer, and then Arizona didn't care about any of that nonsense. They just wanted the current registration. So I just paid the current registration, and it was back on the road again. So that's how my Corvette was. That thing was like 2 years out of registration, and the guy, he didn't even know what to do because the registration in California was so expensive. I got to Arizona, it was like $5 and it was back on the road. So I always said California cars are a good deal. No rust. And once the registration's lapsed, and if you take it to another state, good deal. Okay, let's see here. AMC had 304 engines. Yep. They had a 290, 290, 304. They had 290, which became the 304, or, and then they had a 343, 360, 390, and 401. My folks, Matador, Hornet X, Gremlin X. Was there a Hornet X too? I knew there's a Gremlin X. 304 cubic inch. Yep. And they were all the same size. The engines were all the same on the outside exterior dimensions. There are no big blocks or small blocks. So 401 had bolt in right where the 304 was. AMC's replacement 9.2 inch block. 9.2 inch block was a Unifit. 304 to 401. See, actually I think it was 290 to 401, wasn't it? So you could make any V8 be any size, because like Pontiac 326 to 455, Olds 307 to 455, Chevy 262 to 400, same outwards looking, similar. Yep, you're right. Yep. Happy long my ex-wife had an official blue jean Gremlin X. I remember those.
I've seen those. I've never seen one in person, but I've seen those on I've seen pictures of them.
I remember going to the AMC dealer and seeing that, and I'm like, what? When they first came out, who would want this? But it was pretty cool, I guess. It was a gimmick. It was kind of cool.
And Kevin Smith's ex-wife has a Gremlin. Oh boy, we're at 5 hours.
We've never done a live this long. You know what? It is 2 o'clock in the morning. So what time is it down there and down under, Dean? There's some places I just know what time it is because I know, but New Zealand I always have a tough time with that one. I don't know why. And now we're about to, well, what is it? Tomorrow night or tonight? What is today? Saturday. Oh, it's already Saturday morning. So it's tonight, later tonight, we change time. And that'll really screw it up. I'll never remember what time it is anywhere else.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
Meanwhile, we might have had the same wife. They both had blue jean Gremlins. Patrick Sullivan, 2 a.m. here too. Yeah. You got rid of her because she had a Gremlin. Rainy Day Auto, 1 a.m. here. Dean Stevenson, 9:08 p.m. Man, we got
PM?
You're in the PM. You're in the evening. 9. Oh, it can't be. We're not only 5 hours apart.
He's saying PM. That means in the afternoon, in the evening.
Yeah, but it's only 2 in the morning here. Really?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make sense.
You're a lie.
That's not right. Is it?
Must be AM.
Y'all just put a log on too. Yeah, well, you know what?
That's okay.
We'll close that thing way down. It'll sit there at a dull glow all night, and if we come out here in the morning, it'll still be
warm.
It'll still be okay.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not really worried about that.
Yeah, but we need to do some. Do you need to have a short for tomorrow morning?
I don't have a short.
Not at all.
We got to do a short.
We got to come up with a short, guys. And it's easier to do if we can focus entirely.
Okay, really so we're gonna do a short while we're doing a world's longest live.
Really?
I'm 5 hours behind and pretend it's tomorrow. His clock spins backwards. Oh, is it like the toilets where they flush? The clocks go the other way, so they intersect like this? Reverse rotational clocks. For some reason, I think that's wrong. Dean, your clock doesn't spin backwards, does it? Oh, man. Kim, what are we going to do a live on? Or in a live? I can't even. His toilets spin backwards, too. We know the toilets spin backwards, but I didn't know the clocks spin backwards. I'm just looking around here. What's on the table? We can see. I don't want to do it like an ad, but it's my little torque wrench I like I did on here earlier. Similar, but yeah. I'm going to see if he's full of it or not. I'm going to see if he's full of it. This is easy to see.
Everyone who is still here hanging out at the end of this incredibly long stream gets an additional 2 points. So add it to your total.
It is. It's 9:11 p.m. there. We can't be only. It can't only be 5 hours difference. He's right. He's not full of it.
No, he's a full day though.
Yeah, it's a day, but it's easier to figure than I thought it was.
Rainy Day Autos, going to bed. Check you later. Thank you for being here.
Okay, Rainy Day Auto. Good to have you here. Yeah, and feel free to stop by anytime. It's fun having you here.
Hippie Long says do it about hose routing.
Hose routing. You're so glad you're right.
He's like, I'm glad I know what time it is.
It's plus 18 hours, so actually all I have to do is figure it the other way around and then add a day.
Do a short on the mini bike. It's out and may hit with a different demographic.
I don't know.
I maybe when we get it running. I didn't want to start it tonight. Maybe we'll start it tomorrow, and we'll do it tomorrow.
Buddy Carfano's giving points out.
Oh, we get 20 points for doing a 5-hour live.
I can't believe this is the longest live we've ever done.
Kevin's system is always pain keeps me up. I'm so sorry, Kevin.
Oh, man.
Some nights it does, and I know he has to roll over. He'll be in awful pain.
I have pains from my neck down this arm, and sometimes it keeps me up all night, and sometimes I sleep well. And last night was one of those sleep a little, up a little, sleep a little, up a little. And I finally slept some this afternoon or yesterday afternoon, whatever. I can sympathize with that.
We're going to sort it out. You guys will find out tomorrow. In about, 4 hours, 5 hours, his new short will go up. We don't know what it'll be. Patrick Sullivan says he got his 99-cent worth. Thank you very much for your super chat, Patrick Sullivan. That was awesome. Always appreciated, never expected. And I'm glad that we, all this for a dollar. Greatest show on earth for a dollar, they used to say about some things. Or take off 5 hours and then pretend that I'm tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's only 5 hours and pretend it's tomorrow. Yeah, it's a lot easier to figure than I had originally thought. Because I'm thinking like around the world, trying to figure, but then it isn't that bad.
All right, I'm gonna pull a Lorena Bobbitt and cut this thing off. I'm gonna cut this thing.
Scared the shit out of me.
Cut this thing off. So everybody, be well. Get some rest. Have some relief from your anxieties or pain, please. I hope you can. And I hope that we have entertained you or informed you in some way tonight. And we appreciate you all being here. And we will be back another time this weekend, probably. Tomorrow or the next day.
We'll see what happens, yeah.
We'll be out here
and
working.
For sure, Tuesday night. What year was it Tuesday night? Buddy Carfano, no.
I think it's 1973.
Oh, that would be a good one. Yeah, I think it was. Because I already did the thumbnail for it. I'm trying to remember what car I put there for 1973. I put something I liked. I don't remember what it was. What was it, Kim? I showed you the thumbnail.
I don't know. Well, you guys will find out. I'll make him put it up soon. But we're going to call it. So thank you very much. Good night. Wave it. Say good night, Gracie.
Good night, everybody. It is 73. He's right. 1973 on Tuesday night. Okay, everybody have a good night.